We are live at Coletco. Whoops. We are live at Coletco. Mike Massey, Matt Ketron. I knew it. I knew it. Matt got help. Matt, you need some help? Somebody please help Matt Ketron. Mike Massey. The question I have right now, has my Chick-fil-A been delivered? Paul, Laura? They're here. Paul and Laura are here. So is 100 copies of Faster Pussycat. We got ZZ Top. We got new releases. It's going to be a fun night, right, Paul? I didn't even get to say hi to him. I knew I had to go ahead and start the feed. So I'm going to say right now, hello, Paul and Laura. Hope y'all have had a good day. No one else is here to say hi to. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, chat starting on time. Oh yeah. Well, I still hadn't reset my sleep schedule this week. I'm still going to bed at like 10 o'clock. And so I'm not like painfully trying to do these sales. I'm having to stay awake until I'm having to stay asleep till like 5. I think I woke up at 4 and then I woke back up at 5, which is very limited sleep, of course. But I'm good to go. I'm fired up. I hope y'all are too. I am fired up, folks. I just hope my Chick-fil-A's been delivered. It has. Whew. The guy messaged me from DoorDash. The guy messaged me from DoorDash. He said, I've never seen this many people at Chick-fil-A in my life. I was like, well, it's 5:45 on a Wednesday night. Sounds like a good night for about everybody in Lebanon to get Chick-fil-A for supper. Okay, I've muted the music. We call that muting the music. Honestly, Laura, Paul, if y'all are on the feed or if you can hear me, especially Laura because she usually does it. If we want to go get blue juice, I might need a blue juice tonight. I usually have a volunteer to do it because one's on the house. Okay, my mic's going to be muted for a few seconds while I do some chewing and do some talking, and I'm going to be sharing the feed. I'm going to be doing what I normally do and sharing the feed over here and get all the links shared. Ghostbusters? Someone said if there's a stranger in your neighborhood, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. Looks like Laura's ready to go get some blue juice. Okay, awesome. Those are also. Hey, that's one of my.
Related. And then some of them are like, TV shows and stuff. I think.
Cool.
But,
I thought that was my movie, The Fugitive. That's the show. Yeah. E.T. Wow, Woodstock. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
Woodstock.
I was like, cause these elements are laser discs, and then I was like, nope, they're laser discs.
Wow, I got to show this to him. Look how much Woodstock cost the laser disc when it was new. $219.99. Yes, Blue Yeti. If you tell them Blue Juice, they'll look at you funny. Laura has been sent off to go get some Blue Yeti for me. Thank you, Laura. Wow, I can't believe that was that expensive. Look how much this laser disc cost back in the day. Can you believe that? $219.99. That is wild. Okay. Oh, David Dole is flying, I think. 8,000 feet. Your house is 8,000 feet above sea level? Wow, where do you live? Wow. What is that, the Rockies or something? Is there a point that high? And how tall is, what's the tallest peak, Craig? We need some trivia. All right, here we go. I hadn't ate my sandwich yet, but I will. Sorry, I basically show up, start the show, eat, and start selling stuff, so bear with me. I think you're all okay with that. And then after that, we get rolling full pace. Yeah, Laura just dropped off 2 crates of Laserdisc. We'll run Woodstock in just a second for auction. Casablanca, Gone with the Wind, Escape from New York, Schindler's List. There's some big movies and some sci-fi stuff in here, it looks like, too. 14,000. I guess I didn't know my elevations too well. What's the highest built house? the house at the highest elevation in the United States. Okay. I feel like I'd be winded. I was pretty winded walking around in Colorado. I was like, man, I can't get enough oxygen. All right. Jim B's here to score on some laser disc. He can flip on eBay for huge profits. So his kids can get fed. All right. Wow. That's crazy. Nice. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. Okay, here we go. CDs. These are $6.99. Final call on these. We have Wynton Marsalis, The London Concert, The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, The Very Best of Aretha Franklin, As Is, Van Halen 5150, Kansas Mask, and we'll pause at Aerosmith Get a Grip. Those are all $6.99. How much, Chad? Just $6.99. I'll go ahead and show Great White. Great White Twice Shy, also $6.99. And we got Jerry Torres first on Van Halen at $6.99. He gets first one of the night. There are 5 crates of new vinyl. Wow, John Robb hadn't asked yet. What's up with that, John Robb? Jerry beat you to it. We also have Master Plan, MK2, REM Accelerate, The Wallflowers Bringing Down the Horse, Melissa Etheridge Skin, Denise Williams, Special Love, Pointer Sisters Greatest Hits, The Best of Mozart, and Dixie Chicks Fly. This is all $6.99. Kathy said check. I don't think that was a claim. I think she was just saying check comment. Doug Reeder got Great White for $6.99. And Donna got Wynton Marsalis for $6.99. Okay? Those are all $6.99. That was Dixie Chicks, Best of Mozart, Pointer Sisters, Denise Williams, Melissa Etheridge, Wallflowers, REM Accelerate, Master Plan, Aerosmith, Kansas, John Mayer. By the way, that's John Mayer. As is the name of the album. Barry, Best of Aretha Franklin, and The Doors. Denise Williams is called Special Love. Special Love is what that one's called. All right, there's that. And here's one more quick stack. We have Evergrey Live 2004, Alabama Southern Stars, Lenny Kravitz, self-titled, Breaking Pangea, Take Apart the Worlds. This is After the Show Volume 2, Drive-Thru Records, Happy Holidays, and we have Bayside, Name Taken, Split EP. Jim B wants the John Mayer CD. Oh my gosh, that must be a $400 or $500 CD. That is sold to Jim B for $6.99. And then Donna on Denise Williams. That's sold to Donna for $6.99. Okay, that's that. And Mortgage Guy Rob wants REM Accelerate. Chad, will Kiss Lights have a separate schedule that can be combined with records? They're combined with records as long as they show up the week you have an open invoice with records. For example, if the Kiss Lights show up tomorrow or Friday, which is unlikely, I don't think they're due in this week, whatever you have on that invoice is $8. So it's a week-to-week kind of charge. So if you buy a record this week and a Kiss Light shows up, it's $8. If the Kiss Light shows up by itself next week, it's $8 all by itself. And if you have an open invoice, they're both $8 each shipping, and then they ship them together. But invoices are essentially not combined. It just depends on when they come in. So if they come in on Friday, you get billed on Friday, or you get billed on Monday with anything else you bought that week. So the way shipping works, it's kind of just strategically on when the item arrives. So if it arrives, then that week, if you have an open invoice, but if you already have an unpaid invoice, Ed won't add the Kiss Light to it. So it'll be a whole different shipping charge. We just usually ask everybody to pay each invoice day to day or week to week, and that's how that works. Okay, this is Broken Spindles, Inside Absent, The Killers, Sawdust, The Morning of, Welcome Change, Goodbye Gravity, David Bowie, Hunky Dory, Glass Eater, Everything is Beautiful When You Don't Look Down, Jimmy Eat World, and Boys Night Out, Make Yourself Sick. Okay? All right, I'm going to start showing some vinyl too. It's not a CD show, I promise. Just trying to clean some stuff up. Laura is working on Blue Juice, and Laura, I'll text you this too so you don't forget. I know you won't though. So for Thursday Night Metal Night, a lot of the signed albums, I have done research on the autographs like Huntress and the Every Mother's Son and all the other signed albums. Well, the vinyl on a lot of those are worth just as much as the autograph. So tomorrow night, a lot of our auctions are going to be bonus auctions. I'm going to have Laura get a whole slew of auctions, just like she normally would, of metal stuff. And then we're going to have about 12 or 14 signed albums that are pretty much really good, like that Huntress album, the Mastodon stuff. Not only are those pretty valuable because of the autographs, because some people on there have died recently or have died pretty young, but there's also the vinyl as itself is expensive, like Poison and Every Mother's Son. What's the other one? You know, they're all metal albums. They're pretty valuable just being unauthenticated or just being an album, much less the... you get what I'm saying, right? Y'all understand what I'm trying to say. So, but I do have some other miscellaneous stuff like that to bring in tonight. All right. This is the third night we've went through CDs, and this is the first night I've done leftovers. John Durden's been going to bed early. He's missed 3 nights of CDs. That's what happens when you go to bed early. And we've had some good ones. Wow, we've had some really good ones. All right, let me jump over here. I've got these last 2 stacks. Actually, we sold 80 to one person in a bundle deal last night. Todd Saw bought an 80 CD bundle lot. Wow, 80 CD bundle lot. So thank you, Todd Saw. He's probably still watching. And let's go ahead and finish this stack here. These are $6.99. And let's start right here. We have the Dirty Knobs, and this is Reckless Abandon. Bob Wire Hart, Danny B. Harvey, and Annie Marie Lewis. White Arms of Athena. T-Rex, Bang a Gong, Get It On. Shrouded in Neglect, that's some kind of privately released CD. Noche Escandinavia 2, looks like classical music. Job for a Cowboy, Sun Eater. Flesh Tones, Beautiful Light. This is Sparrows, Swarm and Sing. Russell Scott and his Red Hots, Going Back Home. And Tarja, Hincaes Incundendesta. Tarja, $6.99. Brian Call on T-Rex, Bang a Gong, Get It On. Brian Call got that for $6.99. Thank you, Brian Call. He also get the Flesh Tones for $6.99. That's so to Brian Call. And we have this here. Rush has not been delivered today, but they are shipping. We are getting them. We are getting them, and they will be delivered this week. The big pre-order tonight is Faster Pussycat. 100 copies have arrived of Faster Pussycat. I'm going to sell all these Roy Orbisons in an auction lot. We're going to do one of our first auctions tonight, all Roy Orbison, okay? So these are all Roy Orbison CDs. Y'all ready? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, some of these are 3-in-1s, like 3 albums in one, of course, but we're going to count it as 1. 4, 5, another double pack. 6, another double pack. 7, 8, another double pack. 9, 10, another double pack. 11, another double pack. 11 Roy Orbison CDs, probably 20-plus albums in total, a $20 start. Roy Orbison CD lot, 11 CDs, $20 start. Here's some more $6.99. We have Thy Art is Murder. Thy Art is Murder is $6.99. Miss Smith to You, LaVey Smith. Imelda May, Love Tattoo. Century Label Group Sampler. Fearless Records Summer Sampler. My Winter Storm, Tarja again, or however you say her name. And then over here, we have Thy Art is Murder, Hate. LaVey Smith. LaVey Smith. James Brown, Love, Power, Peace. Death of an Era, Black Bagged. November's Doom, Bled White. And Throwing Heads, Adrift in Time. Crocus was unsold from last night. It's a 1986 Mexico OG sealed with promo mark on the back. It's a sealed Mexico OG, $30 buy it now. $30 buy it now. Roy Orbison has bids for 2021. We brought out Eddie last night. We sold 2. There's 1 left. $15.99 for Somewhere in Time Eddie. Mark, there's 1 left. Okay. All these CDs I just laid down was $6.99. Quick recap there. Throwing Heads, November's Doom, Death of an Era, James Brown, LaVey Smith, Thy Art is Murder, Tarja, a couple samplers, Imelda May, Thy Art is Murder again. Those are all $6.99. Mark Morris does want Eddie. Somewhere in Time Eddie is so to Mark Morris. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and get started. So here's that Neil Young box set y'all been seeing me promote. Really cool because it's got 4 albums, 3 that's been pretty much out of print, including Mirror Ball. It's an analog cut by Bernie Grumman, and it's numbered. And this did sell to Michael Potts, and that was my last one in stock. This was $159.99. I would say I'd go find the shipping box, but Michael Potts picks up locally, so we don't even have to worry about shipping it. Thank you, Michael Potts. This is so to you. Let me go ahead and put a sticker on it. Thank you, Michael. $159.99. He gets the first sale of the night. These Roy Orbison CDs are at $22. Brian Call, you're out. It's at $22. Next thing back here, these are $6.99. We have I Exist from Darkness. We have Bless the Child, Unveiling Retribution. Another Bless the Child, that one's called Walls. The American Girls Premiere, I think that's computer software. The Flesh Tone Sound, Acme Sampler. This was Nocturnal Poison. Crowbot, Something Supernatural, Flesh Tones, Laboratory of Sound, Butcher Babies, Goliath, Tom Petty, Let Me Up, BB King, Six Silver Strings, Action Action, The Disturbing Melodies of Depeche Mode meets the pop sensibility of Block Party, Shogun Mobile Armor Division, more PC software, and Roy, Always Right As In We Are, okay? I've got a couple of damaged records that are on sale. The first one is Iron Maiden. It was $69.99. We marked it down to $59.99. It's got a ding in the jacket. See that ding? That's the only thing wrong with it. Just that ding, and we marked it off $10 because of that. It got dinged somehow. $59.99. Brian Call wants both Flesh Tones and Butcher Babies. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. We got Flesh Tones. There's one for Brian Call, $6.99. He also wanted this one for $6.99. He also got Butcher Babies for $6.99. And that is actually not Depeche Mode. It's some kind of new music sampler. The band's called Action Action. Gerald Whitworth wants Crowbot, not Robot. He wants Crowbot, right? And then Kathy wants Tom Petty, Let Me Up, I've Had Enough. And I got that one right here. Right? All these CDs are $6.99. And then Brian Call says he wants Crocus. Who asked about it first? Who asked about Crocus first? It was Rick Hall. Rick, I'm assuming you're passing on Crocus. I did not see Brian Call claim that. So Rick Hall asked about it. I'm assuming he's passing. So that's sold to Brian Call for $30. And then what are the 45s? There's three back here. The first one is the Mystiques. The Mystiques, So Good to Have You Home Again. $1,499.99. The other one is Dean Carter, Fever. Dean Carter is $499.99. And the other one is the Marjays, Forever. The Marjays, Forever, or the Marjays, is $999.99. So $1,000, $500, and $1,500 for those three singles. Now, George Jones, let's go ahead and say I'll take all three of them. Right over here, the first thing we have is these Roy Orbisons. There was a total disc count of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 CDs here, and I think I said there's probably over 20 albums because some of them are double packs. Okay, and so right now, the high bid on those CDs is $24 with Topographic. It's up to Jim B. And then we got Rick Hall passed on Crocus. And over here, the computer software. Give me 1 second, and I'll sort back through it. Roy Orbison has a new bid for $25. And a couple more damaged records. The Sword is $5 off. Gods of the Earth was $29.99. We'll do that for $24.99. And we have Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Raiders of the Lost Ark, $29.99. So that's $7 off because it has a seam crackle. So three damaged records there. Seam crackle, seam crackle, seam crackle. Indiana Jones is $29. The Sword is $24, and Iron Maiden's $59. Jim B has the 11 Roy Orbison CDs for $25. That is all going once, going twice. I got a few more CDs to read through. Don't go anywhere. And the 45s, these are some rare soul and funk records. So something that we don't talk about here every night. We sell records every night. There's a whole world of record collecting that probably a lot of y'all don't know about, and probably a lot of y'all don't collect, and that's rare soul and funk singles. And we have several probably laying around the store we don't even know about. So what happens is there is a market for extremely rare soul and funk singles. It's worth more than just about anything else. It's worth more than, on the whole, on average, probably metal or jazz. Probably you got rare funk and soul singles, and then you got stuff like rare psych albums and rare jazz albums. But over here, if you want to deal in some really rare records, rare soul and funk demand some of the most money. The most expensive records I've sold, over $1,000, by far has been 45 since I've been doing this. Let's say any record I've sold over $500, I've sold way more 45s than albums. So, and most of them go overseas. A lot of people in the UK collect them. A lot of people in Japan collect them. Most people in Europe and Japan, they want to collect rare, obscure, black, soul, funk artists from the United States that we really don't have a big demand for here. So almost all those, if I list them on Discogs, they'll be shipped to Japan. They'll be shipped to Japan or probably the UK. Most of them go to the UK, and they pay large sums of money for them. Iron Maiden is sold for $55 to Jeff Brindley to get rid of that. Thank you, Jeff. And then Scott Dwallow got the Sword for $24.99. $24.99. So it's probably the most niche record market you can think of. And thank you, Laura. Boy, that's very blue. Looks different than normal. Thank you and thank you. Laura has delivered blue juice. I'm going to tear into that in just a second. I still got a Chick-fil-A sandwich to try to eat in one bite. And I'm very excited to get this caffeine. So, yeah, one thing, if you find a bunch of 45s and you've never seen them before, if you find a bunch of 45s you've never seen before or never heard of before, you might want to take the time to look them up and see what you got. Because a lot of these, like John brought me these three, and Paul's got some back there in the back. We got about 2 big boxes, probably hundreds, that can range from $100 plus. Not all of them are $1,000, but finding a $1,000 one is fun. All right, we have Metal Warrior, Crushed Souls of Our Enemy, $44.99. So when you're collecting vinyl or music, there's a lot of stuff you can buy. There's some people that buy just metal. There's some people who buy just jazz. There's some people who just want classic rock. Some people just buy brand new stuff. Some people collect just 45. Some people collect just 78s. So there's a lot of crazy different stuff out there you can collect in this whole industry. Not just albums, not just CDs, and some people collect the most weirdest, rarest stuff, and they'll buy 1 or 2 a month and pay $2,000 for them. The Roy Orbison CDs, sell all those to Jim B for $25. Thank you, Jim B. Those are so to you. We also have Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits is $38.99. It's a double LP. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Ozzy is $29.99. And then Ozzy, Ordinary Man, $29.99. So Blizzard of Oz, Crazy Train, Mr. Crowley, Ordinary Man, one of his last solo albums, $29.99. And Demue Bigor, that's Godless Savage Garden, $38.99. And Deep Purple, made in Japan. Deep Purple, made in Japan, $38.99. All right, let's read through some more CDs back here. Last couple stacks. The first one here is Check In, the Chalets, CHLAETS. Say Anything, for sale. Gym Class Heroes, As Cruel as School Children. The Silence in Black and White, Hawthorne Heights, and the Kinks at the Village Green Preservation Society. And let's pause here at U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind. $6.99 on that. Faster Pussycat, give me one moment. It's a pre-order. I can't start showing and selling it now because it will get out of hand. But it is Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. They've done a new pressing on Gold Vinyl. Wake Me Up and It's Over. Kurt Barron wants Ozzy, Ordinary Man. That's sold to Kurt Barron for $29.99. And we have Brian Call on the Kinks. That's sold to Brian Call for $6.99. Also, we have Pantera, Reinventing the Steel. Pantera is $29.99. Korn, Fall the Leader is $33.99. And Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. This is $49.99 for the Division Bell. And there's Buckingham Nicks on blue vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. We have The Greats. This is Gravity Won't Let You Get High. Marie Antoinette, original motion picture soundtrack. Minus the Bear, Planet of Ice. The Killer, some kind of promo sampler from The Killers. This one is the Yeah, 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 It's Blitz. Remedy for Ruin, Scrape the Sky. Matt Pond, PA, Several Arrows Later, and Hot Water Music, A Fly and a Crash. Those are all $6.99. We have Faces, Ooh La La. Hey, there's one. I've got 2 left. All analog from Rhino, $39.99. Godsmack's $39.99. And the Highwayman is $39.99. Let's grab a new auction over here. And let's go ahead and get rolling. I got another CD a lot over here to do of a big cowboy. But first, here's Triumph, an 84 USOG club copy, near mint and shrink wrap. Triumph is a $15 start, $15 start on Triumph. That's going to go ahead and be laid down back there. Warren Hardin on Buckingham Nicks. More prizes? Of course there's more prizes. There's 4 prizes back here that haven't been claimed. This stack of CDs were all $6.99. And the last stack right back here, we have Brand New, Your Favorite Weapon, The Police Regatta de Blanc, Mest is still available, so is Declaration of Independence, a Domino Record Sampler, The Academy, Action Action, and Pale New Dawn, $6.99. This was, these are all $6.99 here. Triumph is at 15. Triumph is at 16. Next thing is how much was BLZ? BLZ Blizzard of Oz is also $29.99. And then we have Triumph at 16. John Durden on The Police. He just criticized the CDs and then he bought one. That usually happens. And then how much was Blizzard of Oz? $29.99. Triumph is at 16. Dennis Daly second on The Police. Black Sabbath Live is sold to Stephen A. Young. That's over here. Syracuse 1976. I can put anybody else on a waiting list that may want one of those. $38.99. We have Led Zeppelin for $24.99. Lil Wayne, The Carter 3, $38.99. Ghost Skeleton is $33, and Jimi Hendrix is $29.99. That's the best of Jimi Hendrix. Triumph's at 18. All right, CDs are going off the table. That was a good recap because we just sold an entire stack over here, so that's always good. And I didn't recap the ones from the other night. They're over here, and a couple people's like, please, Chad, do what you normally do. Post the pictures of the spine. Post the pictures of the spine in the group so we can look at them, look them up, listen to them, buy them, etc. And I'm like, as soon as I get enough, and I think I've got enough to make that a post worthy. One more thing I'll say about these rare 45s is, if you think about it, during that time, whether it was soul music with Motown or funk or rock or garage or sock, there was so much good music coming out during that era. Let's say from the mid-60s through the mid-70s, it was really hard to, get to the top, just like the AC/DC songs. So there's so many rare records out there that now demand a lot of money because they never did make it mainstream, and a lot of people know about them. And, that's like a lot of the stuff that maybe you see Paul put in some of his sock sales. A lot of just really good records that never did make it mainstream. These soul and funk singles that sell for $1,000, I listen to most of them. It is some great music. It's usually some fantastic soul and funk, and they just never did make it to, the charts, the mainstream, and they're really rare, so most people don't know about them. And the people who do know about them love to collect them because it's some usually amazing stuff. All right, so let's get started here. Dennis Daly second on The Police. Kurt Barron also got the Ozzy Blizzard of Oz, which was right back here. That's also sold to Kurt Barron. Triumph 18, Triumph 19. The Led Zeppelin's the new 4-track EP. Led Zeppelin is $24.99. That's that new 4-track live EP, Scully Mac, $24.99. Refresh the hop wall. I'm actually doing it right now because these have been kind of stagnant. So Led Zeppelin is $24.99. That's the live EP. I just have 1 or 2 copies left of Porno for Pyros. Porno for Pyros is $36.99. That's been out of print. It's all analog. Rhino Reserve. Dream Theater's $39.99. Led Zeppelin's that new live EP, $24.99. And then Jimi Hendrix is going to go back here. That's a double LP. That's the best of Jimi Hendrix, $29.99. I'm not taking down Faces until somebody buys it. I'm not taking down Faces until somebody buys it. So there's that. And if anybody is interested in these are asking prices, and I put OBO because that's what they're going to be listed for on Discogs. The Mystiques, So Good to Have You Home Again. That one's $1,500. Dean Carter, and that one's called Fever on Milky Way. Dean Carter was $500. And then the Mar Jays, which was called Forever. That one's $1,000. That was the first few that John handed me. And then there's probably 2 boxes full, and I'd say they average about $250 a piece. Maybe $100 average, but I bet there's some more really rare ones in there. Faces is $39.99. Rhino Hi-Fi, limited and numbered. Triumph is at $25, and that's a final call to James Vasquez. And then over here, how much is Demu Bigor? And this is $38.99. Godless Savage Garden, limited edition Coke bottle green transparent black marble vinyl, $38.99. So Demu Bigor, Ghost, Lil Wayne, The Highwayman, Godsmack, Faces, Pink Floyd, Korn, Pantera, Deep Purple, Billy Joe, Metal Warrior, and then Indiana Jones has a seam split and it's still available, okay? I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, Mike Vandergits wants a Demue Bigor. Thank you. Over here, let's sell Triumph, and Triumph is sold to James Vasquez for $25. And I will buy faces if you do a live feed of you throwing it into the street in front of Coletco. I can't do that. We can't do that. There's some haters for the Faces album, though, for sure. Nobody likes looking at it. He's kind of scary. He's had a little bit too many Monster energy drinks. Chris Ledoux. 1, 2 Chris Ledoux, 3 Chris Ledoux, 4 Chris Ledoux, 5 Chris Ledoux, 6 Chris Ledoux, 7 Chris Ledoux, 8 Chris Ledoux. I think there's some duplicates in there. Hold on. I think there was a couple duplicates. Let's not have any duplicates. Okay, there we go. So we got 1 Chris Ledoux, 2 Chris Ledoux, 3, 4, 5. 5 Chris Ledoux CDs, a $15 start. Okay? $15 start on that. $15 start on that. All right, and now we have another LP. Next LP is going up right now. Too Much Magic Bus. Get me on the bus that takes me to you. Too Much Magic Bus. This is a 68 US Picnickville OG compilation with the company inner sleeve. This is the Who Magic Bus VG Plus condition. A $15 start. Took me forever to find a really nice copy of that in the Who discography. So Chris Ledoux's a $15 start. The Who is a $15 start. And we're ready for another LP. So that crate got a good chunk taken out of it, including the Neil Young box. Probably not going to order another one of those Neil Young boxes unless somebody says, Chad, order me a Neil Young box. So there's that. And let's go ahead and read through this crate quickly. And after we read through this crate quickly, we'll be ready for some of the newest arrivals right over here. Give me 1 second. All right, let's get going here. First thing we have is ZZ Top Afterburner. That's one of those Rhino exclusives. So right now, pretty much the entire ZZ Top discography is in print with the exception of a couple. So I can get all the early albums, and then the ones that came out this week was Afterburner, El Loco, Deguelo, Eliminator, Recycler. I have them in stock. We got a restock of Recycler coming tonight, $39.99. Tom Kelly, very sad to hear that. There's only one way that can sum up losing your dad. It sucks. Happened to me about 6 years ago. No other way to put it. We have Porcupine Tree. This is a double LP, $44.99. That's a double LP. And we still got Duran Duran's Greatest Hits in stock. Duran Duran is on white vinyl, $39.99. That's a 2 LP. Duran Duran. And we have Morbid Angel, Gateways to Annihilation. Morbid Angel is $34.99. Surprisingly, the Chris Ledoux CDs don't have a bid. Final call to lock in a bid on those 5 CDs for $15. I'd been better off selling them $6.99 individually. Okay? And then the Who is at $25 of Carol Puckett. Brian Call, you've been outbid. Carol has it for $25. We've got Suffocation, Pierce from Within, limited edition yellow vinyl, $44.99. And then Camper Van Beethoven is sold to Holbrook CM. That's that new reissue on green vinyl, $29.99. That's Camper Van Beethoven. How the Grinch Stole Christmas, it's on green vinyl. Grinch is $36.99. Boris Karloff, And Faith No More, live in Hollywood, November 1990. Faith No More is $44.99. Still got 3 copies of Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. Cinderella is $38.99. And The Doors is Analog Productions, 2 LP, 45 RPM, and that is $59.99 for The Doors. Also, Cinderella Night Songs, $38.99 for Cinderella Night Songs, and Extreme 2, and they called that one Porno Graffiti, $38.99 for Extreme 2. All right, so The Who is now at $26. Next thing we have over here is Mr. Bungle, Disco Volante. That's a double LP blue vinyl, $38.99 for that. And Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. This is $39.99. The Who is at $28. Let's go ahead and make the Chris Ledoux CDs. Buy it now for $15 if anybody wants those. And we got a crazy lineup of stuff tonight. So I did spend a lot of time researching some autographs. Not everything is ready tonight, but the ones that I've got ready are good. And then I've got a head start tomorrow on the signed metal albums that are going to be featured for Thursday Night Metal Night, right? Tim, you've already got an Extreme pulled. Yep, I did that last night. And let's put the Chris Ledoux record CDs up here. Those are sold to Stephen Parton. And I'm going to go ahead and take all this miscellaneous stuff we've sold. Funkos, CDs, and cassettes, and go ahead and lay those in here. And one of our other bonus auctions items tonight is Laserdisc. Got some Laserdisc tonight. Laura just turned these over. In the back, sometimes you open up a tub. It can be full of, like, you know, little hermit crabs. That would be weird. And then sometimes it's full of records. That's common. And then sometimes you open it up and it's full of Laserdisc. And we find some really good collections. And we're going to put some up right here. Here's a big film. This is probably going to be super collectible. Escape from New York. So let's run some Laserdisc. Escape from New York is a $10 start. Paul Brothers, because I know you buy a lot of Laserdisc. Are you still watching? I hadn't forgot about you on the software bundle. Okay, Paul? I'll get all those together on the software bundle for you. Next thing is The Who is out. Brian Call has it for $31. A classic 60s record here. Very cool psychedelia font. That's OG2 from 68. It is technically a compilation, but I view it as kind of one of their albums. I always have. Brian Call has that for $31. All right, so the Escape from New York Laserdisc has one bid for $10. The next claim in here is, we sold the Chris Ledoux CDs. We pulled that already for him yesterday. And then Escape from New York is at 10. 10. Dennis Daly wants a Duran Duran Greatest Hits. Thank you, Dennis Daly. That is sold to Dennis Daly. And we have Alabama 1975. What is that? That is Buckingham Nicks. Buckingham Nicks. That's Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham live in Tuscaloosa. That's actually at the University of Alabama. $44.99. Pretty cool. And then over here, we have How the Grinch Stole Christmas. That's sold to Aaron Vinyl. Who is Aaron Vinyl 223? Aaron Vinyl 223. Dang it, I forgot to tell them to send that invoice again. Who was the buyer that bought the Kiss box set Monday night? I just seen kind of that new name, or a name I didn't recognize. Invoice, let me write that down. Invoice for, I mean, they're okay. I told them it's okay till Monday, but Kiss box, I'll write it down here. I won't forget. All right, and then we have Caius, I Feel Nothing, live in Cologne, Germany, $24.99. And then Snot, which is the name of the artist, the name of the album. It's a music on vinyl press, $39.99. And then the very cool David Bowie, Bing Crosby, Peace on Earth, Little Drummer Boy picture disc. And this was the last claim. That was sold to John Smetzer. Thank you, John Smetzer. That was sold to you. So warm-up crate here. Let's go ahead and sell The Who. And The Who is sold to Brian Call for $31. Escape from New York is at $15. It's been a few weeks. I'll message you on Facebook. Okay, great. Just got to match your Twitch name. We just got to be able to match your Twitch name with the claim, so that way it ends up on your invoice. Now, there's 2 crates of Laserdisc. There's a whole crate of auctions. And we have some autographs to slip in. And that's a lot. That's 3 different things to be auctioning. Laserdisc, the advertised auctions, and autographs. And we have 5 crates of new vinyl. Paul and Laura are here today marking stuff. There's already 2 Paul crates behind me. I have a feeling they're working on more. And I have a Motorhead box set to put up. This is the only CD thing that I didn't put up last night. I think the last time I showed this, some of y'all may have remembered, I think I priced it pretty high up there, like $40 to $60 range. It's a 10 CD Motorhead box set. It's the singles. It's the singles, and it's numbered, and it has a poster. Motorhead is a $10 start. Good luck bidding on that one. Escape from New York is at 20, and Escape from New York is at 20, which means Jeff Brindley, you've been outbid. Got some cool ones over here. Anybody else on anything in here? We have David Bowie, Bing Crosby, $25.99. Snot is $39. We have Caius for $24.99. Also, Alabama, $44. Pearl Jam, $24. Limp Bizkit, $39.99. Do it for the, we have Disco Volante for $38. Extreme 2 for $38. Cinderella, $38. The Doors Analog Productions, $59. Also, we have Cinderella for $38. Faith No More Live for $44. Grinch on Grinch Green for $36. Camper Vey Beethoven, that's new for Friday, $29, reissue. Suffocation, $44. Morbid Angel, $34. Duran Duran's Greatest Hits, $39. Porcupine Tree, $44. And then the new Rhino ZZ Top, $39. That is new stuff. And let's get into the newest new stuff. I have not seen that ship yet. Nope, not to my knowledge. Our next auction is The Jam. The Jam is Setting Suns, S-O-N-S. The Jam is a 79 USPRC Richmond OG, VG Plus condition. $15 star, and Motorhead has a bid for $20. Jeff Brindley, you're out on the Escape from New York laser disc. It's at $20. It's at $20. Here we go. Here we go. All right. And Twisted Christmas. Ooh, good question. I think there's at least one around here somewhere, I would think. I bet if I just don't know for certain. I'd have to do some digging. Okay? I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All righty. Let's go make sure Jeff Brindley's done on Escape. He is. Get some Diet Coke in before I start knocking out this blue juice. Wow. Thank you, Laura, for going to get this. Folks, I hadn't had one of these in a while. Well, I had one on Sunday. I did. Sunday before we started doing all the autograph stuff, and I felt like I had a shot of something. Okay. I want a waiting list for Twisted Sister. All right, write down Jerry Stone, Twisted Sister Christmas, Twisted Christmas, Terry Gearhart. Now, I've heard this album my whole life, and I forgot about that song Release on here. Probably now one of my favorites on the album. Release Me. I think he's talking about his dad or something. But whatever it is, the lyrics speak to me. I love it. Pearl Jam, Release, $24.99. That is sold. I haven't had blue juice in a while. I've already took one sip, and it feels like I'm starting to shake. That's an exaggeration. Paul Brothers, you're out on that. It's not really an exaggeration. Motorhead's at $25, and Escape from New York is sold to Brent for $20. We got some cool laser disc over here. Let's start slipping in some more. Okay? All right, here we go, and let's pull this up right here. All right. Yeah, that's it, Stephen. That's it. Yeah, I love those lyrics. Dear Dad, can you see me now? Release me. Man. Okay, so, wow, crazy to see this back in print. Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. Limited edition gold vinyl, numbered to $1,039.99. Numbered to $1,000. Faster Pussycat, $39.99. I ordered 100. I think we have about 60 pre-orders. There will be extras. If you know you want one, this is the time to claim it right now. This is the time to claim it. Here's another cool laser disc. Look at that one. Silent Running. Silent Running is also going to go up for a $10 start. Another nice laser disc. Very cool artwork on that. $10 on Silent Running. All right, it's going to take me a couple moments. I'll be taking little breaks and updating auctions while we knock this out. And this is $39.99. So Faster Pussycat, wake me up when it's over. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, here is the time to claim it, okay? Richard Davis got one. Thank you, Richard Davis. Thank you, Richard Davis. And if you hear your name called out and you forgot, let me know so you don't end up with two. Mark Morris got one. There's one for Mark Morris. Whoops. Hold on a second. Got some sticky sleeves. Mark Morris got one. Brooks Vaughter got one. And then Rick Hall. And then Danny Thomason. And then John Bulling, B-U-H-L-I-G. I don't think that's how you say his name, but that's how I say it. Jen Cast. Sean Holford got one. There's one for Sean Holford. And then Danny Tardif. There's one for Danny Tardif. There's one for Autumn Betts. What's going on here with these? Let's see. We'll wait and do those last. Some of the sticky sleeves have been opened. There we go. All right, that's okay. Those are okay. Scott Markheim got one. Tracy McFadden got one. All right, let's pause there at Tracy McFadden. Let's grab another handful, and I'm about to end some auctions, okay? But first, we got one for Dana Murphy. We got one for Paul Conway. We have Ken Crooker. And then we have Kelly Gabney. We got Bob Reiger. We got Dwayne Sevilla. And we got Chris Smith. Dwayne Sevilla and Chris Smith. Dwayne Sevilla and Chris Smith. Okay, there's two more sold. Let's pause right there for 1 second. Josh Cross wanted to know about Caius. This is Caius live in Cologne, Germany, 1995. It is $24.99. That's available. The Motorhead box set. The Motorhead box set is sold to Paul Brothers for, well, let's make sure. Who outbid him? Somebody must outbid him. Gerald Whitworth, you were outbid on Motorhead. I hadn't actually called that yet. Gerald, let me know if you want back in. That's at $30 with Paul Brothers. The Jam, Ryan Anderson's out. The Jam is a final call to John Stevens for $20. That's a final call, and Silent Running has one bid for $10. Also on Faster Pussycat is Dean Tefford and Chad Snyder. Dean Tefford and Chad Snyder. Also Scott Beebe and Fred Cardinell. Mandy Troxel. Now, I think that's a new buyer. We probably need to find out right now if she's messaged the page. If not, I can reply to her. Leave me a note if she hasn't. Mandy Troxel and Dwayne Worley. There's two more sold. Also, Jamie Butler and Nico Kapolanis. There's two more sold. Big pre-order here. Wow. Almost 60 copies pre-sold. Antonio Villanueva and The Record Guy. Thank you. Wes Will and Devin Reese wants two. So two for Devin Reese. That's a total of three there. And then Hiram Aponte and Robert Matthews. Hiram Aponte and Robert Matthews. There's two more sold. And then we have Don Harrison and Scotty Hops. There's two more sold. Chad Sauls wants two, and then Scott Smith one. So there's three more sold. We're going to sell more than 60, it looks like. Chris Martin and Mike Helton. Chris Martin and Mike Hilton. And we also have Brent Robley and Jake Perganson. Brent Robley and Jake Perganson. And my crate's almost full, but let me tag one more to Brian Thurman, okay? So he's out. That means this is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $32. The Jam is at $22 with Jared Inc. And Silent Running is sold to Jeff Brindley for $10. Awesome. Okay? Awesome. Got an unadvertised Nina Simone over here. Let me swap out crates, though. I actually found this up front when I was working on making flip crates, and I was like, you know what? I'll tell you one way to get this thing sold. I could put it in the $19.99 flip crate section, or I could put it up for auction. But let me show you what it is. I'll tell you the details on it. And this is Nina Simone, black and gold. We had it as a 1970 Rockaway press, priced back in May for $49.99, which doesn't sound too bad for a Nina Simone record that looks this nice. Black and gold, RCA 1970, $15 star for Nina Simone. That is now up for bid. Jeff Brindley got Silent Running. There's that. And then this is Faster Pussycat we're selling. If you know for sure you're not on the pre-order or you want one regardless, make sure you comment right now because I'm almost done with the pre-order. And whoever's live will go down the feed and we'll hand them out. This album has always been out of print. If it is pressed, Music on Vinyl does it. They usually make like 1,000 on a different colored vinyl. And then like a year later, they'll make like another 1,000. It's kind of just like a contractual thing usually. I haven't seen one in a while though. I don't know when the last time they did one, but I hadn't seen one in a while. $39.99 for Faster Pussycat. Okay, we're still doing pre-orders. We got one for Jennifer Lee and one for Shannon Lee. Jennifer Lee and Shannon Lee, two different people. Brad Waits and James Davidson. Brad Waits and James Davidson. Kenny Cates Jr. and Tim Turner. Kenny Cates Jr. and Tim Turner. Eric Storbrick and Vince Lano. Eric Storbrick and Vince Lano. Ron Duffield and Dave Kavanaugh. Ron Duffield and Dave Kavanaugh. And then also Brian Stern. But wait, there's more. That's the end of that crate. But wait, there's more. There's some other releases in here. There's two other new music on vinyl titles. But before that, let's go ahead and try to sell all the Faster Pussycats. I got another whole crate full. How many, Chad? Another whole crate full of Faster Pussycats. Wake me up when it's over. Limited edition gold vinyl. And these are numbered, okay? So we got one for Brian Frenfrock, and we got one for Chad Thompson. Two more sold. One for Mike Andretta, and one for Randy Jr. Tabron. And we have one from Paul Catrich. And the next comment is my comment, and it says, these have shipped and will be arriving this week. And I posted that 14 hours ago when I was here at the store, filling out the price sheets, and I saw that these had shipped 100 copies of them. Those are all still available. I don't mind at all having that many extra copies of this album. The first person who claimed one was Brad Waits. Now, if you heard your name already on a pre-order, you better let me know, or there's going to be two on your invoice. And I know I just said Brad Waits, so we don't need to give one for Brad Waits, right, Brad, unless you want two. Jason Thomas, I don't think I said your name, so give one to Jason Thomas. And then give one to Chad Snyder and Sean Druin and Chuck Egger. So that's three more. Chad Snyder, Sean Druin, and Chuck Egger. Now, if y'all heard your name already, let me know so you don't end up with two and you don't have to message Hatchet Ed on Monday and say, hey, I accidentally got two. And I hope nobody commented twice on the pre-order. So maybe whoever's tagging, do a quick scan. If I said somebody's name twice, they're not supposed to get two unless they ask for two. And that was just a couple people. Joshua did get Caius, Nina 15, Nina 20, and then Rebecca Barber on a Faster Pussycat. MT Matt, you get a Faster Pussycat, and then Brandon Jones on a Faster Pussycat, okay? One more time, these are in stock. Faster Pussycat, wake me up when it's over. It's one of those OGs where if we get it, it would be, what, $100 auction or so, and we have a bunch of them in stock. I don't mind because those are limited edition there. All right, so first thing is the jam, and I apologize to whoever's had the high bidded. There's been two questions since I've been trying to knock out that huge pre-order on what the jam was. So one more look for a final call. 1979 USPRC Richmond OG. This is OG. The Jam. It does have the original inner sleeve, and there's the original cover. And this is in VG Plus condition. The high bid right now is $22 with Jared Inc. Nina Simone is at $20 with Donna Turner. $20 on Donna Turner, and that is black and gold, a 1970 Rockaway press. Really, really nice for a Nina Simone album. $20, a really nice price. And then over here, Solarplex on Faster Pussycat. Okay? And Chad Snyder said to check to make sure I didn't get one. I don't think I said your name during the pre-order, Chad Snyder. I'm pretty sure I didn't. I did. I did say your name. So we need to take one back. Don't give one to Chad Snyder, okay? But there is one in there for Solarplex, okay? And then plus, if you go check your Facebook notifications right now, the good. And then Brad, I put yours back too. Okay, so Brad Waits just won. And that's that. So if Brad Waits or Chad Snyder has two, don't give them two, okay? There's that. All right, let's add another Laserdisc for auction. That is the conclusion of the Faster Pussycat pre-order. That was 3 of the 5 crates we have tonight. And that's all extras there, okay? That's all extras. And that's something it's kind of like when I first had those Warrant Cherry Pies. I didn't mind having that many at all in stock because that is always a good one. That's something always people's asking about. There's about to be one propped up in the back, actually, so we can sell more tonight. All right, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. That is a laser disc, $10 start, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. We're finally, well, I'm not going to take down faces. I'm going to cover up faces with Faster Pussycat. All right, let me angle this so you can see it a little bit better. No glare. All right, those are $39.99. Maybe we can sell some back there all night. Now, in the other crate, there was some stuff I didn't show. This is a new music on vinyl Hans Zimmer soundtrack. I know a lot of people buy that just when they hear Hans Zimmer. The Thin Red Line, the original motion picture soundtrack, limited edition 1000, The Thin Red Line. I think it's a World War II film, and Hans Zimmer did that soundtrack. $49.99. There's two. That comes out. And then a metal album that I didn't post a pre-order of, Artillery. Artillery by Inheritance. Artillery is a limited edition 1000 purple, numbered on the back. We got number 938, 830, 831, 829, and 828. That's Artillery. Purple vinyl by Inheritance, $39.99. Nina Simone is sold to Donna Turner for $20. Thank you on that, Donna. That's sold to you for $20. And let's go ahead and sell that Jam to Jared Inc. And the Jam to Jared Inc. is for $22, okay? Invasion has bids for 10, 10, and 13. Got a couple of Laserdisc collectors watching tonight. Brent and Jeff and Paul Brothers may bid on some too. And if Michael Rudolph hops on, he'll be bidding as well. Artillery sold to MT Matt. Artillery sold to Sean Druin. And Thin Red Line, a Vietnam movie. There we go. I knew it was something war-related. All right, awesome. I'm going to take another sip of blue juice right quick. New stuff coming up in 10 seconds. Some of these laser discs I might move pretty fast. Just saying. We'll find out who's in and who's out. Kraftwerk. Kraftwerk. Radioactivity. Kraftwerk is a 1975 U.S. Winchester. Oh, cool. It has 8 stickers. Originally came with 16 stickers. 2, 4, 6, 8. Well, are these front and back? I think this might be 16 and they're just stuck together. Right? I think this is 16 and they're just front and back. Yeah. All right, so either way, I think it is complete. A 1975 Winchester OG VG Kraftwerk Radioactivity, $15 start on that. That is available, okay? Invasion of the Body Snatchers is Invasions of the Body Snatchers is sold to Jeff Brindley for $13. Thank you. And every time I sell one of these, I'm turning around just like I do our Japanese pressings, and I'm putting them in a brand new sleeve for you, okay? And that way they don't get any wear and tear in the operation center. So there's Kraftwerk. Let's move this right over here. Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. Let's go ahead and do man, we got some cool stuff tonight. Let's go ahead and run Sinead. Sinead O'Connor, I do not want what I haven't got. That's in shrink wrap. It's a 1990 Canadian OG club copy, and it's really nice. Near mint minus. It has the original on her sleeve. Sinead O'Connor, $35 star. So if you just hopped on, in stock is Faster Pussycat. New for Friday. We got a bunch of them, $39.99. The Thin Red Line original motion picture soundtrack, music by Hans Zimmer, $49.99. And Artillery by Inheritance, 1000 purple vinyl, $39.99. David Johnson, there are 0 Japanese pressings up for auction tonight, unless I find one by chance. There will be 0 Japanese pressings up for auction, unless I find one by chance. No delivery today. Next Laserdisc is going to go up right now. Star Trek. This is Star Trek 6. Right? That's not 4, is it? Yeah, The Undiscovered Country. Star Trek, $10 start. $10 start. That is now up for bid. Okay? And let's grab another crate. Let's go ahead and knock out something else new. This crate here has a lot of new stuff in it that was not posted for pre-order. A lot of new releases. So that's definitely going to catch some people's attention. Okay? Let's go ahead and do this right here. Any sneak previews of Metal Knight tomorrow? That'll be closer to like midnight when she has everything photographed and ready. That'll be a little bit closer to midnight. I can tell you some of the signed metal albums will definitely be sold tomorrow, like Every Mother's Son and Huntress and Mastodon and Baroness and some of those. I've got the research done I've got the research done on the actual autograph. We just got to do the. I'm going to sell a few tonight, like these Blackie Lawless, and let me find this here. These things here. These are about to go up here in just a second. They're going to be sold together too, because they were together, right, Paul? Yep. All right. So here's what we have: new stuff. Twilight. The Twilight Saga Eclipse original motion picture soundtrack, milky clear and black ice colored vinyl. The Muse is on here, the Dead Weather, the Black Keys, CeeLo Green, the Twilight movies, Paul. Are you limping? It looks like he was limping. Okay. $44.99. $44.99. That is the Twilight movie. Soundtrack, $44.99. COC, not ready tonight. Probably do that one tomorrow, too, for Metal Night. Don't have that one ready. Probably do that one tomorrow for Metal. Kraftwerk. Here's the bids. John Durden bid 15. Brent Robley bid 15. Sinead 35. And Star Trek has 2 bids, 10 and 15. So Kraftwerk, Brent, Utah, John Durden, he came in first. There's only 1 bid on Sinead for 35, and Star Trek's at 15. Okay, and then we got 10 Years After, a new deluxe edition. I had to order that. I was like, man, they've remastered and expanded this. And it has live stuff from Helsinki, 1969. This is by 10 Years After, $38.99. Star Trek, 17, Sinead, 37. Kraftwerk is a final call. Just 1 bid to John Durden. Now Brent's bid 17. It's complete with the sticker insert. And Star Trek's at 20. I also got 2 copies of Depeche Mode, Some Great Reward. This is actually a new SKU for Friday. I don't understand when they put these out with new SKUs. I don't think there's anything different other than it's just been out of stock. And here it is, Depeche Mode, $29.99. And 2 copies of New Order Brotherhood. So as y'all know, the other night we had Low Life, and there's the other New Order albums. There's Brotherhood, $29.99, New Order Brotherhood. The 10 Years After is mastered and cut by At Air Mastering. The Seminole 69 studio album, newly mixed and remastered, mastered and cut at Air Mastering. Lionel notes by Nigel Williamson, previously unseen photographs. It doesn't say analog. It just says remastered. Now Kraftwerk's at 20. Now Sinead is at 42. And the Star Trek Laserdisc is at 20. We also have Y&T, and I went ahead and ordered 10 copies because they rarely have anything in print. Y&T is $29.99. Live at Sherwood Hall, Salinas, California. Or Salinas, S-L-A-I-N-A-S, October 1st, 1983. Y&T never has anything in print. That's new for Friday. It's a live concert, $29.99. Sarah Wyberdink on Depeche Mode. That is sold to Sarah Wyberdink. Let's go ahead and sell Star Trek. That's sold to Kathy for $20. Thank you on that. That's sold to Kathy for $20. Sold to Kathy for $20. Thank you, Kathy. That's sold to you. And then Sinead is at 42 with Stephen Parton. And Kraftwerk, now 45 on Sinead. Kraftwerk is a 1975 OG pressing. It has the sticker sheet and the original inner sleeve. So it is complete. There's the original inner sleeve. The vinyl's VG. There's the inner sleeve. Kraftwerk is here, and Kraftwerk is up for bid. And the most recent bid is $22 with Kevin Johnson. Okay, Sinead is still getting bids. Next thing is... ST out. We did that. Sinead. Okay, George Jones on Y&T. Kraftwerk 22, Sinead 45. Alonzo Y&T. Cameron on Y&T. And Sean Holford Y&T. Sinead 47. Tracklist on Y&T. And we have Kraftwerk 23. Also, 3 copies of the Dang Yankees. And I think this one's blue vinyl. Yep, clear blue vinyl, 35th anniversary edition. The Dang Yankees, $39.99. And new from Devo, Energy Dome Frequency, songs from Devo documentary. All of Devo's greatest hits, as heard in the Netflix original documentary Devo, pressed on red vinyl, includes Whip It, Uncontrollable Urge, and Girl You Want. So essentially, a Devo greatest hits from the new Netflix, which I've got to watch. I hadn't got that one yet. $29.99. So Kraftwerk's at 25, Sinead's at 47, Sandy Villa, you're out. Okay, so there's that, and then here's more Twilight. That's the first film. The original motion picture soundtrack with Paramore and Muse in Lincoln Park, and that is $29.99. Sinead O'Connor is called I Do Not Want What I Haven't Got. And this is a 1990 Canadian OG club copy with the original inner sleeve. So it's OG Canadian Club in shrink wrap with the original inner sleeve. And that is now a high bid of $47. Craftwork, Brent's done. Steve Riley has it for $25. John Durden, you're out. And Fred Knoop, you tied Steve, so you're out as well. Brent says he's done. Gerald Whitworth wants the new Devo compilation from the documentary. And Y&T is $29.99. Somebody wanted to see the track listing. Hang 'em High, Barroom Boogie, Take You to the Limit, Midnight Tokyo, Straight Through the Heart, I Believe in You, Down and Dirty, Mean Streak, Hell or High Water. $29.99. New Y&T for this Friday. I've had 2 different Twilight soundtracks, and I have Reba. This is also new for Friday. Reba the Hits, a career spanning on vinyl, includes Fancy, I'm a Survivor, Can't Even Get to the Blues, Turn on the Radio. Reba is $33.99. Tim Voldness also wants a Devo. That's new for Friday. Comes out on red vinyl. Now there's 1 Devo left. James Vasquez wants a Y&T. I went ahead and ordered 10 of those. I knew I could definitely use them. One more, really quickly. Radiohead, Hail to the Thief live recordings on limited edition red vinyl. And really cool foil refractor cover. That's on red vinyl, Radiohead, $44.99, okay? Our first autograph of the night, I'm going to sell these together. So when we found these, they were like in a baseball card, loose side, like screw down thing. And they were like pressed between, you know, like a screw down baseball card holder. Of course, when we took them out, we had to sell them. We had to get them authenticated individually. So you got Chris Holmes, and you got Blackie Lawless from Wasp. And now when they were in that loose sight thing, screwed down, they also had guitar picks. So you get a Blackie Lawless autograph and guitar pick, a Chris Holmes guitar pick and autograph. And those are going to be sold together, $175 start. Pretty desirable signatures. And I've comped everything this morning, technically last night for me, but this morning for y'all through eBay active listings, but I go by sold listings. So I find stuff that's legitimately sold that was authenticated, not something unauthenticated, something legitimately authenticated, and match it to market, and I always start it below. Okay, so there's those 2 Wasp autographs. Those that look really cool framed with an album. $175 start, Paul. Okay. You in? He says he might bid. We have over here Kraftwerk. I'm going to convince Paul to go bid right now. Kraftwerk 26, Kraftwerk 28. Radiohead is official. Radiohead is an official release. Yes, Brent Robley wants a Radiohead. Waylon Sonberg on purple vinyl. I don't think so. I think we can only get black and then the indie color that we sold here. All right, there's that. And we have New Order, Power, Corruption, and Lies. New Order is $29.99. New Order is $29.99. Another Depeche Mode Exciter, and I haven't had that one in a while, and it's been out of stock, and Depeche Mode is $39.99, okay? Wow, a lot of cool stuff in there. Kraftwerk's at $30. It's up to Kevin Johnson and Fred Knoop and Sinead O'Connor. I think Stephen Parton went out after Sandy bid $50. That's sold. Okay, Radiohead is $44.99. $44.99. I'm going to stir up my blue juice and take a big sip. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic. Don't go anywhere. New auctions happening. But Danny, I will have them make a note. Check Danny Thomason for the Waylon Jennings Songbird, purple. You giving out prizes again tonight. Every night. But here's the problem. 4 of them didn't get claimed last night, so we got a backlog. I don't know what's up. Okay? Craftwork, hammers up, final call. Next auction, going up right now. Next auction is the Human League Dare, an 81 US Terre Haute OG Club copy, $15 start. It's in shrink wrap, Human League. And we're also going to go ahead and put up Pink Floyd Relics. Pink Floyd Relics is an 82 US specialty reissue. Nice clean cover. It is an 82 pressing. Pink Floyd, a bizarre collection of antiques and curios, $25 start. All right. These 2 Wasp autographs are a final call, $175. Laserdisc is on deck. These are all, everything in here is new, as in new for Friday. It's either a new reissue or a new release. Everything in here is brand new. Most of it comes out on Friday. All of it comes out on Friday. The Twilight Saga. I have this movie available as a double LP, Milky Clear Black Ice colored vinyl, $44.99. Kevin Johnson's back in on Craftwork at $32. We were down to 1 person. He's placed another bid. Now ST on YouTube, you've been outbid. Nobody's been on Human League, $15 start. No one's been on Pink Floyd, $25 start. We have not sold anything called Namen Senso. I'm not even sure what that is. And then the 2 Wasp autographs, I'll give everybody one more chance, $175. 10 years after, remastered double LP, $38.99. Depeche Mode Some Great Reward, $29. Also, New Order Brotherhood, $29.99 on New Order Brotherhood. Y&T Live. Y&T Live is $29.99. Oh, no means no. It looks like you put Namen Sano. No means no. Thank you. Damn Yankees is on blue vinyl, $39.99. Devo on red vinyl, $29.99. Twilight is $29.99. That's on new Twilight colored vinyl. Bill Samus on Y&T. We're down to 4 copies. We've sold 6. We have Reba McEntire, The Hits, $33.99. Radiohead, Hail to the Thief, live recordings, $44.99. New Order, Power, Corruption, Lies, $29. Depeche Mode Exciter, $39. All right, the Wasp, both of these sold together, $175 for the pair with guitar picks and JSA authentication. I don't think that's too bad because a photo signed by Blackie and Chris sold for $200. It was a black and white 8x10. I like these like little, they're almost like little playing cards or something. And they come with guitar picks. And it has double authentication. So $175 buys those. Human League has 1 bid for $15. We're about to sell it. And Craftwork is sold to Kevin Johnson for $32. Okay? Chris Martin, you know you want those Wasp autographs. Just buy them now. Figure out how to pay for them later. Human League, 1 bid, 15 final call. And same thing for Pink Floyd, but it doesn't actually have a bid yet. Let's go ahead and put up another laser disc. Here's one of the classics movies of all time. Holy moly. This is a E.T. laser disc. E.T. Why? Let's see. At one time, $219, and then another price, $33. Either way, E.T. Laserdisc, a $10 start, okay? That's a Laserdisc. Let's go through another crate. Lots of cool new stuff there still to be claimed for tonight. Supposed to sell everything in there. When I have new stuff, you aren't supposed to buy everything. It's your job. You may have a job you go to every morning and report to work and have a boss and blah, 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 blah. Well, your real job every night is whenever I'm showing crates of vinyl, it's your job to buy everything left in there. Otherwise, I'm disappointed. And I'm like, hello, guys. Are you not going to buy everything that's left in here? Also, we got Paul and Laura marking records tonight. So John's off on Wednesday. All the crates are John, Paul, Laura, Ringo, and Eric Clapton's even here tonight. He's in the back right now tuning up his guitar. He's tuning up his guitar. He's about to come out here and do Layla. All right, so first thing we have is Stephen Parton got Human League for $15, sold. Nobody been on Pink Floyd. It's a $25 buy it now. 82 specialty, green label, near mint. And then up at the top, we have a request for When in Rome. Oh, of course. I know that's been requested. That's a That's like requesting for the Mona Lisa to be put up for bid. ET has a bid. Can I buy a dang Yankees? Can you? Well, I'm not even going to ask if you can. I'm just going to go ahead and put one on your invoice. Chad Snyder gets a dang Yankees. Pergy33 gets a dang Yankees. ET10, ET10, ET12, ET15, ET20. And we have now at least 30 or 35 requests for When in Rome. Somewhere between 30 and 35 requests for When in Rome. So I hope everybody's cracked your knuckles. Hope everybody's cracked their neck. Hold on. Oh, there went mine. You got your fingers popped. Oh, yes. Perfect. I hope y'all ready. Cue the Rocky music. When in Rome with The Promise. Oh, wow. This album's not in print. A 1986 U.S. Specialty OG. Gold stamp promo. No white label promo of this record exists. It has the original on her sleeve. It does have a little bit of a cover ding over here. It's a saw mark, and then it has a little bit of a chip on the spine. But it's glossy. It's nice. $35 start. There it is, folks. When in Rome. Cue the Rocky music. Pink Floyd is sold to David Doyle for $25. The Dang Yankees, I have one copy left. Friday Music, blue vinyl, 35th anniversary. That has the song High Enough. I don't want to talk about you anymore. That's a memory. And he closed the door. All right, there's that. Wasp autographs. Blackie Lawless and Chris Holmes. $175, no more, no less. JSA authenticated. They're being sold together. $175, no more, no less. They're available. Okay? ET. Brent has it for $25. When in Rome's at $40. Next thing is this. We have 3 copies of Depeche Mode, Playing the Angel. I saw that and I was like, I don't think I've ever had this Depeche Mode album before. Playing the Angel, $39.99. Rome's at $45. Faster Pussycat is one of the biggest releases of the week. We started tonight with 100 copies. There's about 40 left. $39.99. Faster Pussycat, $39.99. How much is the Dank Yankees? $39.99. Dank Yankees Blue Vinyl, $39.99. Faster Pussycat Gold Vinyl, numbered, comes out Friday, limited edition, music on vinyl, $39.99. When in Rome is near mint minus. I didn't say a grade because it's EX. Let me rephrase that. It is EX. It is EX. Sarah Wyberdink on Depeche Mode. Thank you, Sarah Wyberdink. And then I've got 2 copies of the third of the Twilight. This is New Moon. Twilight New Moon, metallic marbled vinyl, $44. Edward Boosie wants a Faster Pussycat. Great decision. Do you want 1 or 20 of them? Can I convince you to buy 20 of them? These are $39.99. Sell 1 to Edward and anybody else. Let me know, okay? E.T., Jeff Bridley go out. Jeff, did you go out? He did. Sold to Brent Robley for $25. Okay. Sold to Brent for $25. $25, okay? There's that. We have 2 Wasp autographs, $175. When in Rome's at $60. This is a Royal Rumble. There's about 3 people. Punches are being thrown. This should get the triple digits. Next thing is going to go up right now. Woodstock, a laser disc, the Woodstock movie. Wow, I was looking at that earlier. That is wild how much that cost new back in the day. That is wild. This got to be one of the first ones that came out. Woodstock, to demand that kind of price, $219.99 back in the day. Woodstock, a $10 start. Now up for bid, okay? Next thing is this. We have ZZ Top Recycler. Now, there's still people on the pre-order that hadn't been tagged, and then there was a waiting list, and I have extras, okay? ZZ Top Recycler. Here was the people left on the pre-order that hadn't got one yet. These are $39.99, Recycler. We have Rick Peabody and Brandon Jones. Rick Peabody and Brandon Jones. Bill Samus and Nick Bargeron. Bill Samus and Nick Bargeron. Matt Lawson and Jim Berg. Matt Lawson, and Jim Berg. Also, Tom Sullivan, Josh Brown. Tom Sullivan, Josh Brown. I'm going to have to start a new crate, but before I do that, the last two are sold to Hiram Aponte and Robert Matthews. Now, that was the last people on the pre-order. Hiram Aponte and Robert Matthews. Let me grab a new crate to start. And I think somewhere or another, I have a few names on my laptop, and I'll go get my laptop in just a second. Okay, those two are sold. Let's go over here and update our bids. I remember selling Sarah a Depeche Mode, When in Rome 55, When in Rome 56, When in Rome 60, When in Rome 60, When in Rome 65, Woodstock 10. Jackie Reynolds wants a Depeche Mode, Playing the Angel. So did Jackie. Next thing over here, When in Rome out. John Durden wants to bid on Psychedelic Furs. I'll put it up in 1 second. $3,000 starting bid. Details on Woodstock. This is a laser disc. This is not vinyl. It will not play on a turntable. It will play on a turntable, but it will be really wild. Your needle and arm will be all over the place and things will just go haywire. That is a laser disc movie. Big giant CD looking thing. Plug it in there. Boom. Woodstock starts playing and then you're happy. When in Rome is at $80 with Javi Soto. Javi has When in Rome for $80. I have From Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. This is signed by Eli Wallach. It's a die cut autograph and it's been PSA slabbed. Oh, Eli from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. It's a one-of-one kind of deal. It's this kind of like a custom kind of card. It's where they took a cut autograph from a photo and they've slabbed it, and that's Paul's handwriting. I found this laying around the other day, and I don't think I ever put it up for auction. Eli Wallach is a $95 start. Eli Wallach is a $95 start, okay? I still got more ZZ Tops to sell. Eli is $95. Cut, and hey, PSA slab, probably the best way to have a cut autograph. Of course, JSA don't slab stuff. I think now since they're bought out by or partnered with CGC, they might start slabbing stuff. But yeah, really cool. All right, let me grab my laptop. I'm up front. I'm grabbing my laptop and I'm grabbing all my sticky notes. All my icky sticky notes. My icky sticky notes. All right, here we go. And Paul's already got 3 crates of new arrivals behind me. What could that possibly mean? What could that possibly do? Are y'all ready for these? A surprise is coming. Hope everybody's paying attention. These are $149.99. $149.99. Bon Jovi Slippery When Wet Liquid Filled Vinyl. I've got 4 of them. Bon Jovi. It is slippery when wet, and the vinyl is literally filled with blue water. Let me tell y'all about colored field vinyl. Paul, was that a confirmed sale today on the Friday the 13th soundtrack? Was that a confirmed sale on the Friday the 13th soundtrack? Okay. So we sold on Discogs today the Friday the 13th Blood-Filled, I think, Waxworks soundtrack for $1,500. $1,500. We sold Friday the 13th, so we need to do an air horn just for that. That was a Discogs sale earlier today, and so I forgot about these. And I was like, man, we got to bring these out. We just sold the Friday the 13th on Discogs today for $1,500. Here is Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. You can play this. It's playable. It's playable. But some of y'all probably remember me having that, right? It was a big blood-looking Friday the 13th. We sold that on Discogs earlier today for $1,500. Bon Jovi's $149.99. I've got 4 of them. 1 is sold to Bill Fratsky, and I have 3 left. $149.99. I have three left. Thank you, Bill Fratsky. Thank you, Bill. Let me go ahead and put stickers on these so we know what's going on. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. There's 4. Okay? I was just confirming that was sold before I said that, and in case somebody asks about it in the future, sometimes we sell stuff on Discogs and I don't realize it's gone. And Paul, we need to take it off eBay too, if Tanner hadn't already done that. It's actually on eBay too for $2,500, so, or best offer. I think we had it on Discogs for $2,500 or best offer, so just been waiting for the right person to make an offer. All right, Bill Fratsky got one of those. When in Rome is at $80. Final call, Javi Soto. Woodstock just has 1 bid for $10 to Jeff Brindley, and nobody's been on Eli Wallach, $95. Okay? $95. So there is that, and I hadn't brought out ZZ Top wait list yet. Let's see here. We have Black Sabbath, Stevie Ray Vaughan. There's a note from Ed, a to-do list for me. There's ZZ Top Recycler. Matt Webb, Jamie McCord, Brad Waits, and Stacey Brown. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 2 extra copies. 2 extra copies. Cameron on Bon Jovi. That is sold to Cameron for $149.99. Cameron. And there's 2 extras, okay? There's 2 extras. That's going to be a great thing to prop up here in the back, isn't it? Look at that. $149.99. I've got 2 left, okay? Next thing is When in Rome Then is sold. It's time for fresh new auctions. When in Rome is sold for $80 to Javi Soto. Nice. The Promise. Great song. All right. And then Eli Wallach has a bid with John Durden for $95. Thank you. I actually photographed that for eBay today. Didn't get around to listing stuff last night. I listed about 5 autographs. That's eBay bound. We've been moving a lot on there lately. We always show them here first. I'd rather sell them to y'all cheaper so I don't have to pay fees and worry about listing them, photographing them. So there's that. And Woodstock is sold to Jeff Brindley for $10. Let me go ahead and get that. Mike said he should have been on Recycler. Okay, let me see if they have new waiting list over here. There's a good chance you was added later, or they possibly could have forgot about you. No means no. I'll go work on that right now. I hope they didn't forget about you, but I'm glad you're watching. Let me see if there's any more new list over here. Say who was watching the sale. I see sticky notes everywhere over here. They keep me all kinds of good lists going. Wait list, Best of Ozzy. Wait list, here you are. ZZ Top. Mike, it just hadn't made it to my desk yet. I'm glad you said something before I sold those accidentally. So ZZ Top, Cameron Koenig also got one, and Mike Ospaw. Hey, we're sold out on the button for ZZ Top. Those are gone. John Durden has the cut Eli Wallach autograph for $95. Anything good, bad, and the ugly, super collectible. New Moon is $44.99. And then Depeche Mode is $39.99. All right. Those New Moon soundtracks can get expensive, or those Twilight movies can get expensive if they go out of print. Okay. And here's this is stuff. Some of the stuff I've already ordered. I just hadn't keyed it into my system, but I told you I'll carry these around in my wallet. Right now they're in my front pocket. That's like little receipts. That's basically sold records. All right, here we go. We've got requests coming in, and we have another crate of new vinyl before we get into the newest pre-owned stuff that Paul and Laura has marked. I'm pretty excited to see that. I found this up front. With that Nina Simone record, and when I ran across it, I just couldn't really put it in a discount bin. It's actually a pretty collectible record. It's called Oswald Self-Portrait in Red. Now, I already have this. I collect political records, and I definitely collect Kennedy and Kennedy-related records. I have way too many. And believe it or not, there's a ton of Lee Harvey Oswald records. What they are is he appeared on a TV show down in New Orleans, you know, like 3 or 4 months before the assassination. And, of course, when after that day, those recordings got out and people started bootlegging them to vinyl and selling them. And there it is, his actual voice. So it's like part of that TV broadcast. Some of it you can see like on the JFK movie, you know, but yeah, it's a well-known thing. He was on that TV show basically, you know, arguing for communism a few months before the, you know, assassination. So pretty eerie record to hear it. It's pretty eerie to hear Oswald talking. $25 start, Oswald Self-Portrait in Red. That's up for bid. And we have The Cult, and we have Rough House and Superchunk and Roxy Music and The Clash and Ministry. And that's the kind of crates we have up front. Up front, sometimes we have Nina Simone records, and right behind it will be Lee Harvey Oswald. $25. And that's up for bid. And a lot of them, because they're unofficial, sometimes they're blocked on eBay and Discogs, you know, just like there's even some highly sensitive records like of recordings of Hitler and stuff. A lot of those are blocked and censored as well. No Means No, the worldhood of the world as such. Now, I don't know anything about No Means No, but this is a 1995 USOG. It's in EX condition. It is a $50 start. It's punk math rock. I still got to listen to some good math rock. Some of these have sold for as much as $133. This one's nice and shrink. A $50 start. $50 start. Did I say New Moon? I did. Twilight Saga New Moon. The soundtrack. Yes. With Death Cab for Cutie. And this is $44.99 metallic gold vinyl. All right. I've got 2 of those. So first thing we have is Oswald 25, Oswald 25, Oswald 30, Oswald 30, and No Means No 50, and another Bon Jovi sold to Gerald Whitworth, and we have 1 left. Yeah, just make sure y'all store these. I think they've always said store them. I don't know. You might can read about it, but they kind of, you want to take care of these things. Don't drop them. I mean, you know, they're literally sealed with liquid, so you got to be careful with them, okay? That is sold. And there's 1 left, okay? There's 1 left. Oswald Self-Portrait in red and No Means No. Eli, oh, I forgot about Eli. That's sold to John Durden for $95. The Eli Wallach. There is that. All right, and we definitely have for Cootie. Yeah, Cutie. There's a kind of a tuh sound in there. All right, we got a whole nother packed full crate here of new stuff, and this will be the last new crate of the night, and then we'll get on to all of our new pre-owned stuff. And I'll do one big recap because about everything left can fit into about 1 crate when I'm done. All right, here we go. And we have a special CD request for Melanie Jennings. 60 songs that influenced Led Zeppelin, When the Levee Breaks. That was a special order for Melanie Jennings. It's a 3 CD new, and I guess I can get that for anybody else that wants it. 3 CDs, Eddie Cochran, Muddy Waters, Little Richard, Elvis Presley, Robert Howlin' Wolf, you know, the stuff that Led Zeppelin listened to that make them want to do electric blues, make them want to do the early roots of hard rock that they so greatly did. So if anybody else wants one of those, I can special order it for you. No Means No has 1 bid for $50 with Hess in Session. The Oswald records at $55, Self-Portrait in red. Distributed by, this is pretty cool down at the bottom. It even says distributed by Dover Records, New Orleans. Of course, if you've seen the Oliver Stone JFK, you'll know the connections to New Orleans and Oswald. You know, he was down there passing out those leaflets and stuff, and just months before he ended up in Dallas and everything that happened after that. So that's pretty interesting to see that's actually distributed out of Louisiana. And let's do a classic film as a laser disc here. Humphrey Bogart, Ingrid Bergman, Casablanca, laser disc. Casablanca's a $10 start. All right, Levy List is available on vinyl. I don't think it's available on vinyl. There's things similar to that. Wow, 60 tracks. There's 60 songs on here. There's stuff similar to stuff like that on vinyl, but nothing like that in print, okay? No Means No is a 1995 USOG, EX condition, in shrink wrap. It's OG and it's nice, okay? Oswald's at 55 will bring Robley, and No Means No, Hess in Sessions, the only bidder at 50. Casablanca has a bid for 10. Wow, there's a lot of stuff packed in here. I'm gonna have to take a sip of blue juice before I go any further. We got a laser disc collection we're selling off tonight too. Thank you, Melanie Jennings. I still got a little bit of a brownie over here I got to chew down on. Oxygen, Chad. Oxygen. Oxygen, Chad. Oxygen. M&M Recovery, and I think we had a waiting list. M&M, $39.99. And did I bring my laptop back here? I'm jumping around so much I can't stand still. I don't know where I've laid stuff. Here we go. Wow. I'm loving all the new stuff they're marking over here. Folks, we're going to have some great stuff for tomorrow. We got bonus surprise stuff already over here ready, plus whatever lure pulls, plus all the autographs. And then we got to get through tonight, though, first. Holy moly. There's a lot of stuff. Let me figure out. There's my autograph price list spreadsheet. Let me look up M&M, if I can spell it right. Vladarchek family. Vladarchek family, you was on the wait list for M&M Recovery. The Vladarcheks, $39.99. Bon Jovi's $149.99. Last copy. I've sold 4. Vladarchek's got an M&M. There's 1 left, $149.99. Ah, the restock of the Elton John Captain Fantastic, $69.99. $69.99. A 2 LP colored vinyl set, the original album, previously unreleased session demos, and live performances from 2005. 28-page book. It's on this thick gatefold jacket book. and it's on red and brown vinyl, embossed and foiled, $69.99. We sold a few the first night I had it, and we had a waiting list. Jerry Stone and Jackie Ray. Jerry Stone and Jackie Ray. There's 2 more available. Elton John, $69.99. Brown Dirt Cowboy. And that's a new 50-year-old edition. That album came out in 1975. 1975, okay? Next, Oswald's done. Oswald! That's what Jack Ruby said. What a wild 72 hours for America. President's killed, and then his assassin killed on national television 2 days later. Sold to Brent Robley for $55. No means no, never to get another bid, right? It did not get another bid. And so Hesson was the only bidder on that. He requested it, and he was the only bidder, $50. Seems like a fair price. We thought it would take it 50 and up. The median on it's 77. Some sold for over 100. Hesson's getting that for $50. There's that. And then Casablanca, James Vasquez, 17. Brent, just so you know, you are outbid on Casablanca. It's at 17. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Bon Jovi's $149.99. And then next is Casablanca 17. Are these numbered? Liquid edition, numbered? I don't see a number on it. Not numbered. I don't see a number on that one. David Dole says he'll take an Elton John. Captain Fantastic, thank you on that. And then, here we go. Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Now, I know for sure I have one person on a waiting list, and I know I ordered more than one, so obviously some of these bootlegs come in small quantities. The waiting list for this was Alonzo Breezy Brensno Jr. It's called Metallica Kill 'Em All Live. It was a secret show they did at the Orion Music Festival 2013. It's really cool. It's essentially Kill 'Em All Live. It's unofficial, and I'm pretty sure it's on colored vinyl. Alonzo, I had you on an older waiting list for that. Only one came in. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Jeff Brindley gets Casablanca for $17. Let me grab that in a new sleeve for him, and let's put up a whole new slate of auctions. I got some cool stuff coming up. Whole new slate of auctions. I have one Bon Jovi, and next to it is Faster Pussycat. That's new. Right back here, that's new for Friday. It's gold vinyl limited edition, $1,039.99. Now, I know we got a lot of requests. I'm going to start pulling some of them right now. Y'all keep reminding me when things get near the end, you're like, uh-oh, Chad's about to put up some more auctions. You better remind me, okay? And then over here, we have the Psychedelic Furs. The Psychedelic Furs is a 1982 U.S. Pittman OG, and this is, who got the Laserdisc? The Casablanca Laserdisc went to James Vasquez. Did I say Jeff Brindley? James Vasquez got Casablanca, not Jeff Brindley. Sorry, y'all are all bidding on the same thing. We have Psychedelic Furs, Forever Now. The Psychedelic Furs is an 82 Pittman OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's EX, and it's a $25 start. This is the original inner sleeve. And this is Psychedelic Furs in shrink with the Love My Way hype sticker from MTV on it. Nice, $25 start. I got Jesus and Mary Chain on deck. Nick Bargeron wants a Faster Pussycat. I don't think you was on a pre-order, Nick. I'm pretty sure you wasn't on a pre-order. I hope not. If you've got a like from me over on Facebook, let me know. I'll check again, but I'm going to go ahead and tag you for one right now. Next is a restock of the Sundays Reading, Writing, Arithmetic. This is on silver vinyl, barcode over barcode, usually means colored vinyl. Sundays is $33.99. I'll tell you the story on this. I never had heard of the Sundays until we got some in a collection. And then all of a sudden, everybody's like, Chad, you've got to listen to the Sundays. Ryan Eaton was on a waiting list. Thank you, Ryan Eaton. So one for Ryan Eaton. And, of course, the first song I heard was Here's Where the Story Ends. And she has the most it sounds like an angel singing. She sounds like an angel. It's amazing. That's a fantastic music. So that is sold to her, or that's sold to him, and I've got 3 extra copies. Now, y'all know me. I can listen to, like, Metallica. I can listen to Megadeth. I can also get into the Sundays, and I can listen to Yes and Jim Croce. I can listen to Hendrix. I can listen to a lot of Elton John. I can listen to the 80s New Wave. So I'm kind of all over the place, but if I start to like, I think I listened to that song on repeat for like 48 hours. For like 48 hours, I listened to it on repeat. I mean, it's just like I couldn't get enough of it. $33.99, enough till I was like, okay, I've wore it out. Now I can stop listening to it for a while. Over here, we have Metallica, Solarplex Studio, and Record Guy on a waiting list. Okay, so let's order some more Metallica Kill 'Em Alls live, and that's one for the Record Guy and one for Solarplex Studios. Psychedelic Furs is at $35. Bon Jovi's $149.99, $149.99. And the Sundays is $33.99. Enya, yeah, the first time I ever heard Enya, interesting story on that. Enya, I heard that on that documentary about the Pez dispenser guy. I don't know if y'all have ever watched that on Netflix, but the Pez dispenser documentary, that guy, he was talking about walking into that factory for the first time, and he heard Enya's Orinoco Flow. And I was like, okay, I got to go listen to that. And I'd never heard Enya until that moment. So that was pretty good too. And Mazzy Star, yes. Haven't got totally into the discography, but yeah, for sure. Here is the Fantasy Film Worlds of George Powell. This is a laser disc, $10 start. $10 start. Chronicles of the Works of a Filmmaker, George Powell, winner of 8 Academy Awards. So I think it's a documentary about the films he made. George Powell, that's a laser disc, $10 start on that one. All right, so I left off with Psychedelic Furs 40. 2 people asked about Bon Jovi. It's $150 essentially. The Sundays is $33.99. It's on silver vinyl. And we have 2 more people on the Metallica waiting list. No guarantee when those will come in. Alonzo was on a waiting list for like a month and a half maybe. So you just never know. Chad's on that waiting list. That's number 3. Chad Sauls. Brad Waits is number 4. And Psychedelic Furs 55 and now Psychedelic Furs 65. Okay? There's 3 Sundays left. Next is the Kinks, The Journey, Part 3. Now, I can get Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3. The Kinks is $39.99. Clifford Umstead needed Part 3 to complete his set. So Clifford already got a Part 1, Part 2 from us. Here's a Part 3. I think I've got a Part 1 and Part 2 in stock right now. If anybody else wants one, let me know. $39.99. Cattle decapitation. No, I've tried some of that. If the vocals get a little bit too deep for me, I might have to pass. If he gets into the I might have to pass. Sundays is a single LP, just 1 LP that. Okay, let's add another auction. Ooh. This is heavily requested, highly requested. This is the Jesus and Mary Chain Automatic. It's an '89 specialty OG. It has the original on her sleeve, EX edition, $30 start. No Enyas. We were just talking about Enya. All I have is the Sundays right now. Also got a restock of the Yellow Submarine song track, not the soundtrack. This is actually a full expanded 15-track Yellow Submarine Beatles music with some unique and preferred mixes. If you look into this, if you get onto some of the deep Beatles discussions, those people will tell you there's some preferred mixes up here. Jeff McIntosh, I hope you're watching. Jeff McIntosh, you was on a waiting list. I got Jeff McIntosh down for 1, and there's 1 left, okay? Jesus and Mary Chain's at 30, 35, and now 40. The Psychedelic Furs is at 90. I need to order some Enya. She has a greatest hits in print. I'll try my best to get into that. M83 Junk for Jerry Stone. I know that one from memory. That was a cover I did not forget. So this was a special request for Jerry Stone. M83 Junk. Thank you, Jerry. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. $39.99, okay? And then I've got 2 copies, one of my favorites here. Since I reordered Captain Fantastic, I had to order Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. That's a double LP reissue, of course, new and sealed, trifold jacket, $44.99. I don't think anybody bid on these laser discs. If they don't get a bid, and if people go out pretty quick, we're going to go ahead and sell it. So buy it now for the George Powell laser disc, okay? Buy it now for the George Powell laser disc. Jesus and Mary Chain's already at $65, and the Psychedelic Furs is up to $95. Some titles we don't ever get, though. Tough stuff there. We have 2 copies of Knocked Loose. $33.99. Was this something I didn't order this? Laura, is this something you ordered, or was it something I ordered for somebody and I forgot? I don't see it over here, Paul. Do you know? You heading out? Good deal. I feel like I had to tell you something, but I couldn't remember, so I'll tell you another day. Laura ordered these. Okay, Laura, thank you. Knocked Loose, $33.99. Green, yellow with black splatter. There we go. A little bit of a Laura treat tucked in here. And then this was a new pre-order, right? This was Chromacopia, which is Tyler, the creator. Is that who this is? I know this is something else. This is a new pre-order. I think this is Tyler. This is Tyler, the creator, right? I bet I can find this under Laura's page. Tyler, the creator. Yeah, Tyler, the creator, Chromacopia. It's on white vinyl. It comes out this Friday. It's on clear white vinyl. There was 2 pre-orders, Stephen Riley and Jennifer Lee. I got y'all locked. I've got 2 sold, and there's 3 extras. Tyler, the creator. 1, 2, 3. 3 extras in there, okay? Let's update these auctions. First, let's get this in a new sleeve. George Powell for Brent Robley. Cool laser disc over here. I'm about to get more going. I'm about to peek over here in our autographs too. Here's some of the autographs that I researched and had ready for tonight. Of course, we've already done Wasp. Those are still available. We sold Eli Wallach. I still got Megadeth and Misfits, Alice Cooper, X-Files, and the other stuff is mostly albums, which we're going to have ready for tomorrow for Thursday Night Metal Night. So thank you, Brent, on that. George Powell. There's 3 Tyler, the creators. Jesus and Mary Chain's at $125. So let's review these one more time. Jesus and Mary Chain automatic. It's an 89 OG with the original inner sleeve EX edition. Now it's at $135 with Jeff Brindley. Now Chad's about to sneeze. And then Psychedelic Furs over here. The last bid on Psychedelic Furs was Shannon Mashaka for $95. I think everybody's done. Shannon has that at $95. Final call. And then Jesus and Mary Chain's at $135. I've got 2 copies, and this is a restock of the Sunday's Blind. Now, that's a double LP, and she's also known for her cover of Wild Horses, the Rolling Stones classic. She does a beautiful cover of Wild Horses, the Sundays. That's a double LP. And I think there was a waiting list, but I've already tagged somebody, and these are stray copies. Yeah, Ryan, no, that was for reading writing. Okay, both of these are available. This Sundays is also available, $39.99. And this was a special request for Troy Robinson. This is DVSN, September 5th. Sold to Troy Robinson, okay? If anybody else wants one, let me know. Jesus and Mary Chain, $140. Jesus and Mary Chain, $150. Yeah, let me see if Tanner boarded and bagged that Alice Cooper program. Got some cool stuff over here. Tex Ritter, Shirley Eaton, of course. Can't have enough of her. Got some rare singles. Got some signs here. Let me do the stuff that's in front of me right quick. I'll try to locate Alice Cooper. And oh, here it is. This is really nice because it's not personalized and it's really clean. And this is Alice Cooper, and it is a signed tour program, it looks like. And Alice Cooper, let me find him over here. He's going to go up for $125 start. Very nice. Alice Cooper. It looks like it's a tour program. It is JSA authenticated, and it's good to go. Alice Cooper's $125 start. Signed Alice Cooper tour program. Another special request, this time Justin Deckelman, The Cult of Caribia. Justin Deckelman. I like this, Justin. It didn't come sealed. That way there's not going to be any seam splits. I know you've been having bad luck with seam splits. Who is this actually? What is the title? The Cult of... some of this metal Justin orders, I'm like, what is this? As I usually am perplexed by metal. But there you go, Justin Deckelman. Thank you on that. Psychedelic Furs is done. Psychedelic Furs is sold. Shannon Mashaka, $95. And now Alice Cooper's at $150, and Jesus and Mary Chain's at $165. $165. Okay, so there's 2 pretty cool auctions. Whoops, I just knocked a spotlight in my face. That blinded me. Blinded by the light. And here's another pre-order that Laura posted. Thank you, Laura, for posting pre-orders, or I would have missed this, and we wouldn't have sold about 10 copies. Carriage Angren. Yeah, that's what it said on the spine, I'm pretty sure. I'm just not familiar. Here is another pre-order. Florence and the Machine. Florence and the Machine. So, $49.99. This is new for Friday. Let's put up another auction. And the next auction over here is going to be, we got some Clint Eastwood movies. I don't have, let's see here. Well, there could be. Let's do this one. Let's do Coogan's Bluff, Clint Eastwood. Very cool. Too bad that's not signed. That'd be really cool, wouldn't it? Coogan's Bluff, a $10 start for the Clint Eastwood film there. Okay, so over here, we have Florence and the Machine. Now, the first person that already got tagged for one's Patrick Lear, and he might have already been on the pre-order too. He's not. Okay, that's good. So, Patrick, you're going to get the first one. Your name's already on it. $49.99. Next is Autumn Betts and Mike Massey. Autumn Betts and Mike Massey. There's two more. Autumn Betts, Mike Massey. Next is Clifford Umstead and Kelly Vlodarchek. Clifford Umstead and Kelly Vlodarchek. Sherry Darnell and Chris Kirkley. Sherry Darnell and Chris Kirkley. Scott Smith and Rob Fordham and Natasha Pickett. I've only got one extra, Florence and the Machine. So all three of these are sold, and there's one extra. Everybody that got one was Patrick Lear, Autumn Betts, Mike Massey, Clifford Umstead, Kelly Vlodarchek, Sherry Darnell, Chris Kirkley, Scott Smith, Rob Fordham, and Natasha Pickett. Okay? There's that. Now, update. Jesus and Mary Chain, $175. Alice Cooper is about to sell to Sarah for $150. Nice. And Coogan's Bluff is at with George Jones 10. I'm working a deal right now on another signed Clint Eastwood photo. It's pricey, but I think I can make a little bit on it. It's authenticated, and you know, it's not like I've ever got a deal on a Clint Eastwood autograph. When I buy them, it's like I'm buying them from other dealers and collectors, and I make a little bit on them. But I've got another one coming that I think is going to be pretty cool. All right, Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over, limited edition 1000 gold vinyl. This is new for Friday. I'm going to show it again, part of the recap. But we started with 100 copies. I bet we have less than 30 now, probably less than 30 now. Faster Pussycat, $39.99. We've sold about 70 tonight. I would love to sell all 100. That would be amazing. Okay. Over here is Florence and Machine. Jerry, that's called Everybody Scream. I think that's a new album for Friday. Florence and Machine, one left, $49.99. Gregory says he'll take a Faster Pussycat. And Coogan's Bluff is a laser disc. That is a laser disc. That's for a laser disc player. That is not on vinyl. Hope nobody hops on and accidentally buy that. It happens about once every night we do laser discs. There's at least one person accidentally hop on at the wrong time and think they're bidding on a soundtrack. Sarah, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Alice Cooper for $150. Nice. One of our authenticated and advertised autographs tonight are gone. So that's sold. Thank you, Sarah. Tanner's boarded and bagged that. Nice. Coogan's Bluff is up to essentially Brent Robley. So George Jones's bid came in first. Let's start a new crate. That one just filled up. I'm going to go ahead and lay this autograph in here along with this other miscellaneous stuff we sold. The only autographs that hadn't sold yet are the Wasp. We're about to recap this crate. And we're about to get into some of the newest stuff that Paul marked for tonight. Nice. I love it. Because we got Laura and Paul here today marking pre-owned stuff. Plenty of new vinyl came in tonight. And boy, have I ordered a lot lately. Tomorrow should be a lot. I order stuff just for Metal Night and other stuff showing up tomorrow as well. Okay? Let me mute my mic for 1 second. I got to take a drink of blue juice. I'm all hopped up. I'm on a different caffeine level than I normally am tonight. I'm kind of talking pretty fast, and I'm starting to see spots. I'm winded. Whew. Okay, don't want to drink all of that yet. Now, when I'm going to put that, it'll be sometime, if I get a deal done, George, it'll be in a couple weeks. Okay, here's my question. Travis Wade has this for this is a big auction. We got to make sure we know what's going on here. Travis Wade has this for $175. Mr. Moore, I think it was up to you. Okay? $175 of Travis Wade. That is the high bid. He has that. He's watching over on Twitch. No, he's on Facebook. Travis has it for $175. Final call. Okay? Next is Clint Eastwood in Coogan's Bluff. So did George Jones for $10. I've got a couple more Clint Eastwood Laserdisc over here. New auctions are going up. We got a lot of cool 80s, you know, new wave, mostly like goth top stuff to auction tonight. There's this. And we have Jerry Stone on Florence and the Machine. Thank you, Jerry. Okay, we need to go ahead and get another auction. Final call to Travis on Jesus and Mary Chain, $175. We have Screaming Jay Hawkins. What that is. Screaming Jay Hawkins is a 69 USOG. It is super clean, though. For this record to be like this, unusual. The cover does have some wear and tear. Laura made a note, some cover wear. So we'll call the cover VG just because of that. And this, $35 start. Okay? We sold out of Florence and the Machine. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. One Captain Fantastic left. Brown Dirt Cowboy, 2 LP colored vinyl, Anniversary Deluxe Edition, $69.99. Eminem Recovery, one left, double LP, $39.99. The Sundays, after all the hype, we still got all 3 copies, $33.99, silver vinyl. The Beatles Yellow Submarine song track, $44.99. And Elton John Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, $44.99. That's a trifold jacket, double LP, just like the original. Next, Laserdisc. Get into a little bit of a new thing over here. Ooh. Wow. Look at this. The Rolling Stones, Gimme Shelter. At one time, it was $75. I guess maybe even pre-owned. The Rolling Stones, I'm just going to leave it in that baggie with that old price tag. It looks like all the wear is on the sleeve. Yeah, I bet it's going to be really nice when you get it out of that baggie if you want to take it out of that. We'll leave it in there. Laserdisc, that's a Laserdisc, not vinyl. $10 start on the Rolling Stones, okay? Next over here is Knocked Loose, green, yellow, black splatter, $33.99 for Knocked Loose. And then the new Tyler, the Creator, Chromocopia, $44.99. That's die cut. His eyes are die cut, and it's on clear white vinyl, $44.99. And we have the Sundays Blind, double LP, $39. Congratulations, Travis. I know that's on some people's like grail list, some of these OG Jesus and Mary Chains. Thank you, Travis, $175. William, you just missed it. Dang. Stephen Parton wants one each of the Sundays. Can't go wrong there. Put that one on first. You'll love it. I've got plenty more for anybody else. Screaming Jay Hawkins does not have a bid. $35 start. The Rolling Stones is at $20. And anybody else, okay? Anybody else. Now, before we show the first crate of the newest new stuff, we're going to do a quick condense. And I'm going to show some other stuff, okay? And let's do that right now. That way you didn't miss anything out of all the newest new stuff. First, I have all 3 Twilight movies on vinyl. First is Eclipse. That is Twilight Saga Eclipse, $44.99. They're all on colored vinyl. New 10 Years After, which is an anniversary reissue of Shh, remastered with bonus tracks, $38.99. Let's go ahead and add a third auction. Earlier, I sold 5 Chris Ledoux CDs. Here's 3 Chris Ledoux CDs. One Man Road, Stampede, and Western Underworld. 3 Chris Ledoux CDs, $15 start. Those are now up for bid. And that's the last ones I have. Depeche Mode, Some Great Reward. Depeche Mode is $29.99. Also got 2 copies of New Order, and that one's Brotherhood. New Order Brotherhood is $29.99. There's 5 Twilight movies. Boy, my bad. I thought there was 3. I thought that was a trilogy. My bad. Thank you, Laura. Y&T. Y&T is $29.99, live at Sherwood Hall, California. That's new. We had 10 of these. We're down to 4 copies. Y&T has none of their albums in print. So if they do put out something, it's like demos, it's like live stuff, but that's a vintage concert from '83 and good track listing. Depeche Mode and Ministry on deck. The Dang Yankees on blue vinyl, last copy, $39.99 for the Dang Yankees. And Twilight, that's the first one, $29.99. Twilight, the first one, $29.99. And then we had Reba McEntire's Greatest Hits. Reba McEntire, $33.99. Calvin Ward on Y&T, Carl Berger on Y&T. And I knew those were going to sell out tonight. We started with 10. There's 2 left. Believe it or not, George isn't at home, so please leave a message after the beep. Screaming Jay Hawkins is a buy it now. I can't believe it. Believe it or not, it's a $35 buy it now. Screaming Jay Hawkins, $35 buy it now. The Rolling Stones, Carol Puckett, $23 final call. Chris Ledoux, final call, $15. And let's introduce another one of those auctions over here. Ooh, look at all this stuff. Pavement, Toad the Wet Sprocket, a real David Bowie, the man who sold the world. Guided by Voices, Ministry, Yardbirds, holy moly. Ministry, the mind is a terrible thing to taste. Ministry, an 89 OG press. Whoa. Gold stamp promo too. White label promo does not exist. EX condition, a $65 start. It has the original inner sleeve, and it's a gold stamp promo. It has a hop sticker, contains language which may be objectionable to some listeners. An old retail price. At one time, you could have went somewhere and bought that pre-owned for $4. Right now, we're starting at 65. If it brings 120, I won't be surprised. Next thing over here is Screaming Jay Hawkins. Sold to Danny Thomason for $35. And then Carl Berger wants a Faster Pussycat. I'm about to start showing more of those in just a second. There is Faster Pussycat. These are limited edition 1,000 gold vinyl. One sold to Carl Berger. Y&T is $29.99. We have Sebado, that's coming up soon. Nobody bid on Chris Ledoux. Those 3 CDs for $15. He has nothing in print on vinyl except for like a hits comp. And Rolling Stones is sold to Carol for $23. All right, thank you on that. We got plenty of cool lasers. Looks like we had just hit a bunch of music-related laser discs. Music. Dr. Evil. Movies. Ministry, $65 start. That's now up for bid. And we have Bon Jovi's $149.99. Liquid Filled Disc, Slippery When Wet. We have one left, $149.99. We've sold 3, one left. Next auction is going to be The Cult. Oh boy, The Cult. The Cult. The Cult is an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG club with the original inner sleeve. EX edition. Let's go ahead and start it for $35. The Cult. Ministry is a $65 start. There's the original inner sleeve for The Cult. There's the shrink wrap for The Cult. And The Cult is a $35 start. Record guy on Y&T, there's one left, okay? And let's bring over one more crate. I'm trying to get everything condensed, all the new stuff together. That way, in case somebody's like, you know what, Chad? I do need a Reba McEntire in my life. I do need a little bit of Reba in my life. I'm going to be like, sure thing. Who doesn't? All right, Chad Duggan in on Ministry at $65. He has it, and he's about to get it unless somebody else bids. Okay? And then over here, Vladarchek takes the last Bon Jovi for $149.99. Thank you on that. Tim Rory's in on The Cult at $35. And then did I pull... We need a Reba McEntire, and we need a Y&T from that last crate. There we go. 33 sold, and the last Y&T is sold. Done. And for some reason, there's no price tag on Reba, so let me mark her right quick. Ministry, I think I said was EX. Let's look at it one more time. Let me slap a price tag on Reba. Almost said let's slap her. We don't want to do that. Don't want to end up in jail. We have Ministry. The mind is a terrible thing to taste. This is a 89 U.S. specialty OG. So it's OG. There's a gold stamp promo on the back. has the hop sticker and old retail. Now, we haven't tried to remove that. It's possibly could be removed. It has an original inner sleeve. It's at $65. It's a final call. Okay, and the Colt's at $38. There's all of last night's prizes that went unclaimed. Free records, free shipping, free $100. One of those could be literally a free private chartered flight to wherever you want to go. And they're just back there unclaimed. Who knows? It could be you have to pay more for a record. It's a game of chance. It could say whatever the price is, you got to add 300%. Okay, how about another Rolling Stones? Let's spend the night together. $10 start. Laserdisc, Laserdisc. Let's spend the night together. This one has a little bit more wear. How about we take it out of the sleeve, okay? Man, they've got it taped shut, though. I'd have to, like, do surgery on it. I think there's a little bit of wear on the bottom of the jacket, just FYI. $10 start on the Rolling Stones, okay? There's that. How much is Reba? $33. Carl Berger wants a 10 years after. Y'all got me running around. Boy, I feel like I've been out like doing a workout or something. I'm over here sweating. I'm out of breath. My legs are already sore. 10 years after is sold to Carl Berger. There's one left. And let's go through this other crate. And if you missed it already tonight, we got the new Faster Pussycats. Okay? Faster Pussycats. I'm glad that word cat's in there, or I can't say that word. Y'all know I don't say that word unless I'm saying it with the word cat in there. That is $39.99. This is new from Music on Vinyl. Wake Me Up When It's Over. 1,000 go vinyl. And as y'all know, OGs are kind of pricey. They came out in '89. It's typically a $75, $125 record when we get them, maybe even more if they're nice and shrink wrapped. And I have them in stock. $39.99. I'm going to keep one right there behind me for the rest of the night. So let's go back up the top. I left off by saying the Colt was at $38. Fairlane Dave Reba is $33.99. There's one left. New for Friday, a greatest hits collection. David Bowie has not sold. Ministry 7. Carl Berger got a 10 years average. The Colts at 40. Rolling Stones 15. Ministry 75. Colt 41. Ministry 80. Ministry 85. Ministry 90. And we have a soundtrack from Hans Zimmer. This is also new for Friday. If Guy Shard was watching, he would buy one. I don't think he's on right now. They're also numbered to $1,049.99. And also new is Artillery by Inheritance. Artillery is $39.99. It's also new for Music on Vinyl 1000 purple vinyl. Artillery's $39.99. I also have Radiohead, and this is Hail to the Thief live recordings 03 to 09 limited edition red vinyl. $44.99 for Radiohead. New red vinyl foil cover. New Order, that's Power Corruption Lies. $29.99 for New Order. And Depeche Mode Exciter. We've had several Depeche Mode reissues. Here's Exciter, $39.99. $39.99. And the other Twilight, New Moon, 44 colored vinyl, and the other Depeche Mode Playing the Angel, $39. That is everything that's left out of 6 crates of new vinyl right there. Those 2 crates, the one you just seen, and of course all the Faster Pussycats take up most of the material there. All right, so let's update Ministry. It's going to a final call. Mega Blast has it for $90. OG, Gold Stamp Promo, EX, Hop Sticker, Inner Sleeve. The Colt is also OG, nicer copy and shrink wrap, EX, or better with Inner Sleeve. The last bid on the Colt was Tim Rory at 41. That's OG. And the Rolling Stones is another laser disc. It's the Rolling Stones. Let's spend the night together. Da 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 da. That's Let's Spend the Night Together, in case you didn't know that. I wonder if Brent or Carol Puckett has ever listened to the Rolling Stones. Y'all think so? All right. And Bon Jovi's are sold out. We had 4 Liquid Field for $150 a pop. Sold, gone. 0 left. I wish I had more. Gone, can't get any more. Sold out, limited edition, out of print, not making any more. Just like the Jaws, just like the Friday the 13th, sold. Ministry's at $90. It's moving to a final call. We're done showing new vinyl. The rest of the night is all going to be pre-owned stuff from Paul and Laura, and that begins right now. Y'all are going to like, so we're basically starting a new segment of the show right now. Paul's got a whole crate right here marked. I'm liking what I'm seeing after a quick flip. Let's get started. I think y'all are going to like this. Your head's going to be spinning in a second. You're going to be like, Chad, please, for the love of all things good and holy, please, for the love of Oreos and milk, please stop. We can't take this anymore. You're going to have to chill on the vinyl. Okay? Rolling Stone sold to Carol Puckett for $15. Sold. First Paul crate on the table. But y'all are going to say, Chad, please stop. And I'm going to be like, no, we're not going to stop. We got to keep going. This is what y'all signed up for. This is what my job is. We got to keep going. We have the Cult, sold to Tim Rory for $41. Okay? Ministries at 100, Mega Blast 9. Kevin Johnson, you've been outbid. Remember the old AOL, you've got mail? You've been outbid. It's now at 100. A Benjamin Franklin. That's it. I'm going to drink some more blue juice. This stuff is like electric. Holy moly, folks. What have we got into over here? Oh my gosh, look at all these records. We have, let me see if I can pronounce this. Sebadoh. Boy, my body's making some funny noises. I'm officially getting old. Sebadoh. 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 This is a 1993. I wasn't even born yet, folks. That's how old this is. It's a 1993 USOG VG Plus condition, a $50 start. On Sub Pop, Bubble and Scrape, $50 start. $50 start. That is now up for bid. Laserdisc time. I hadn't even really flipped through these. I just flip, I pull, I flip, and I pull. Ooh. How about an all-time 80s classic? Into the Danger Zone. Wow, it's sealed too. An original Laserdisc Top Gun. That actually might be pretty special. Tom Cruise. Wow. Look at that. Sealed too. Unopened. Brand new from the... Well, I know the movie's like 80... Yeah, movie's 87. Made in Japan. Made in Japan. I don't know when this Laserdisc was made. It might have been made around that time. I think most of these are like early 90s, though. Tom Cruise, Top Gun, that's a Laserdisc, $10 star, sealed, unopened. All right, here we go. Let's see what Paul's got here for us. Give me 1 second. All right. Let the games begin. Willie Nelson Stardust, a CBS Master Sound audiophile half-speed master, near mint, no condition notes, $29.99. These are sticker price. You can take them or you can leave them. I prefer you to take them. I don't want anything left, but it's up to you. Okay, Ministry, the last thing, Kevin Johnson. Let me know if you want back in. No, it's John Durden. No, John Durden, 110. 110. John Durden, Kevin Johnson, you're out on Ministry. The Sebadoh, how do you say this? I don't know why I just don't say it normally. Here we go. You ready? The name of this album is Sebadoh. The Sebadoh album is at 55 with GMB, and the sealed Laserdisc Top Gun's at 20. Troy wants that last Reba McEntire. I did read that, and I forgot to pull it. Let's pull this for Troy Robinson. If anybody else wants one, let me know. It will now be a waiting list, okay? Also, we have Heartbreak Hotel. Cool. The original motion picture soundtrack. Heartbreak Hotel, 88 US original. Nice. $14.99. Slow Hand. Cocaine. $29.99. Does have a stain up here, but Paul didn't leave any condition notes, so it must be, it is. Nice. Cocaine. Wonderful Tonight. Lay Down Sally. 3 first tracks classics. I also love the song The Core. That's a good one. $29.99 on that one. Sebadoh's at $65. Final Call on Top Gun for $20. And Ministry, Kevin Johnson, let me know if you want back in. He might have already set out. Final Call to John Durden for $110. Cake, he's going the distance. This is a new sealed remaster, $24.99. Not bad at all on that one. And we have the Cars Greatest Hits. Just what I needed. In the original under sleeve, there's Elliot Easton. Wow, what a lineup here. These guys were good at what they did. They were known collectively as the Cars. They made great music, $29.99. And Santana, feels like it has a poster with it. It does. Santana Abraxas with poster. Clean copy, $24.99. Boy, this crate is cool. And there hadn't been any claims yet. No claims out of the cool crate. Still got Santana, Cars, Cake, Clapton, Heartbreak Hotel, and a Willie Nelson audio file pressing. Ministry is sold to Durden. Mega Blast 9 for $110. John Durden for $110. Sold Empty Mat on Santana. One of my favorite Woodstock concerts to watch. Oh man, y'all ever watch them doing Soul Sacrifice at Woodstock? Holy moly. Next thing over here is Sebadoh. It's at 20 now, it's 70, 73, 75, 75. And Top Gun, surprisingly, just one bid, James Vasquez, $20. $20. No, let's see. Prize for in here. Let me see. I guess I could hide something in here, right? Yeah, I forgot to. See, y'all got to remind me. But first, let me introduce another auction. I still got J.D. Crowe with Keith Whitley. I got Crocus, AC/DC, Accept, Gene Loves Jezebel. I don't know who that is. R.E.M., The Strangers, No More Heroes, Sparks, Japan, Echo, XTC, The Damned, Rough House, Superchunk, Roxy Music, Seduce. There's been some people asking for this. Seduce, Too Much Ain't Enough, Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker. The best rock band from Detroit, in addition of the MC5, Iggy and the Stooges, and the Nuge. This is an 88 US OG Pickneyville with the original under sleeve. It's EX, and Seduce is a $20 start. $20 start over here. Let's see here. Sebadoh, Missed Willie, and 7880. And Heartbreak and Sebadoh. Yeah, let me actually take this off the table right quick. I'm going to flip ahead, and we're going to try to do, I'll do a little hider, okay? I'll do a little hider. There we go. I've made my pick. That was quick. I've made my pick quick. All right, let's do a little free token of appreciation here. Now, this could be anything. This could be $5 off, $10 off. It could be you get to come here and punch Seth in the face. We video it, and you don't have any criminal charges against you. Whatever. You can come step on his foot and spit in his face. Or it could be whatever. If you claim the record, it could be you have to pay double the price. Okay, it could be something bad. It could be that you have to escape a pond of alligators. Okay, so over here we have Sebadoh for $85, Seduce 20, Seduce 20, and we have, where are we? We were right here. Now there was a couple questions. Somebody said, can I get a better look at the Willie? Okay, we have Willie Nelson Stardust, a CBS Master Sound audio file pressing, near mint minus and pristine. Willie Nelson is $29.99. That's available. And Fairlane Dave asked to see it. And then Heartbreak Song List. We can get Craig to help me on that one very quickly. That's Heartbreak Hotel soundtrack. And then down here at the bottom, we have this right here. First thing is this. We have Boston. That is Third Stage, $24.99. That has the original under sleeve. Boston, $24.99. And Aerosmith, Rockin' a Hard Place, a Euro import. That is $24.99. A Euro import, $24.99. He's been in our store before. Buying comic books. $24.99. Also, Todd Saw says Willie sold. This is sold to Todd Saw. Thank you on that. And then Carl Berger, Aerosmith, Boston, back to back. He gets Aerosmith and Boston. Aerosmith from Boston and Boston from Boston. Must be a Boston guy there. Carl Berger, sold and sold. Seduce is at 25. And we're ready for another auction. We're ready for another auction. And some people may be saying, my God, Chad, what possibly else could you be putting up for auction? This is starting to get out of hand. My head is starting to swim. I'm actually starting to get short of breath. And I've got something a little bit different. Do we have anybody that's a fan of the show The X-Files? This is a signed script from The X-Files. It's a $175 start. It's signed by, bear with me on these names, the first one, David Duchovny, and then Gillian Anderson and Chris Carter. So those two, Gillian, what's her name? Gillian and David are two of the main stars of The X-Files, and then Chris Carter was one of the writers and producers. And this is an original script. It's signed. It's the pilot episode, too. Now, I think this is pretty, like, not just significant because of their autographs, but the fact that it's the script for the pilot episode. How cool is that? An original script. It doesn't say whose it was. I don't know if it's actually, usually if it's one of their scripts, it's like highlighted and it has notations in it, but it's a script of the pilot episode. That is pretty dang cool for it to be the pilot episode, and it's signed and it's JSA authenticated. How cool is that? It's Jillian. Thank you. I knew I was going to struggle with those names. Now, everybody's told me, Chad, you got to watch The X-Files. People know me well, and they're like, Chad, you got to start watching The X-Files. So it's on my long list of to-do stuff, okay? That is pretty dang cool, though. It's a pilot. Now, I can't guarantee it's like, you know, something that was on set or anything. I can't authenticate it being a real, but, I mean, it's obviously a script. Somebody printed it. It looks pretty dang authentic to me. I don't think somebody would go have this made at Office Max just to get them signed to sign it. So I can't actually authenticate that it's a, you know, real script that was used on set, but it's obviously a script and it's signed. So there's a good chance it is. It was somebody's. It could have been a stagehand's. It could have been one of theirs, but there's no way to actually confirm that. But I can confirm that they did sign it, and those are authentic signatures. 175, and Brent's already in. Okay, so let's go back to the top. The big auction over here. This is a crazy crate, too, by the way, so far. Really good titles. The last bid over here on Sebadoh was Sean Bailey at $85. Sean Bailey, Sebadoh, $85. Seduce, $28, and then another $28. X-Files, $175, okay? There's that. And Samantha Harrison on Heartbreak Hotel. Let's keep going. First thing is this. We have Jimi Hendrix, Isle of Wight. Really cool live show here. I love that cover. Hendrix is an import, $29.99. Ooh, what's Paul doing putting out Zeppelin imports? It's a new remaster. Boy, it feels like a UK import. $22.99 for Led Zeppelin. That's a new remaster. Jimmy Page remaster, official, of course. $22.99. X-Files is at $180. Sebadoh, $86. So new bid on Sebadoh for $86. New bid on X-Files for $180. And Seduce is a final call, $28. Brad Waits, James Vasquez, just so you know, you tied him, so you're out. We have Willie Nelson, Angel Eyes, sealed, a sealed original copy, $19.99. And we have Madonna. Madonna is $24.99. And Laura just dropped off the crate. Could this show get any more crazier? Madonna is $24.99. X-Files is at $200. Kevin Cassidy on Led Zeppelin. And Josh Brown next on Led Zeppelin. Seduce and Sebadoh details. Jim B., Sebadoh is a 1993 USOG. It's in VG Plus condition, conservatively graded. Some copies have sold for as much as $245. It's in shrink wrap. Overall, a nice copy, but she has conservatively graded at VG Plus, okay? Seduce has a new bid for $29. Kevin Cassidy got Led Zeppelin. Josh Brown second. And X-Files is at $210. Cake. Comfort Eagle. Cake is a 2023 remaster, $22.99. And we have Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits 3. That's in shrink wrap of Hype sticker, $19.99. John McPatriot says John McPatriot was first on Led Zeppelin. Nice challenge flag. Let's review that. John McPatriot first, then Kevin, and then Josh Brown. McPatriot was first on Zeppelin. Thank you. Sorry, the feed is moving fast. Feed is moving fast tonight. John McPatriot got Led Zeppelin, Kevin second, then Josh Brown, Seduce 32. And then over here, Poison, CC Autograph gone. We're not going to sell the album tonight. We're going to do the album tomorrow night. But I do have some of the 45s we can sell tonight. Whoa, a lot of stuff all of a sudden. Melanie Jennings on Madonna. Bob Riger on Hank. Westfield on Cake. Seduce is at 35. X-Files is at 210. And somebody wanted to see over here. All right, so X-Files, it says the pilot episode. So it says the X-Files by Chris Carter pilot episode. And it has the different revisions here. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not too much of an expert on authenticating scripts. But and then of course it's signed by David, Gillian, and Chris Carter himself. So yeah, that's, let me see if there's anything in the very back. I mean, it looks legit to me, you know, but like I said, I can't authenticate, I don't think there's anybody out there actually authenticating like scripts. But like I said, it would take somebody a lot of trouble to have to make something like this. I'm sure this is probably, my guess, somebody that had something to do with production that got them to sign it. You got to think everybody that was probably on set that possibly had access to them. Could have been a stagehand, could have been somebody in management. You just never know. So there's that. So, but I can confirm the autographs are authenticated by JSA. All right, next thing, Seduce was at 37, X-Files 225, Matt Nichols gets the Hendrix record, Ryan Eaton, you were third on Cake, X-Files 230, Seduce 37, Seduce 38, X-Files 250. The signatures are on the paper. Yeah, they're definitely on the paper. They're actually on the script, and then there's the JSA sticker. Yep, very cool. Hollywood memorabilia. We sell everything here at Coletco. Sebado, Seduce. Wow, some of these auctions still getting bids. How about we show a few more buy it nows? Jackson Brown, running on empty. Nice copy in shrink wrap, $19.99. John Lovick Turner. Promo sticker, 1973 Country Rock, $9.99. $9.99. John Lovick Turner. We have Grover Washington Jr. The best is yet to come. That is $9.99. Grover Washington Jr. And John Mayall. Some of my best friends are blues. John Mayall, $19.99. And North Carolina is my home. Worlds by Charles Curlat. Music by Lunis McGullhon, McGlohon. A 400th gift birthday to Tar Heel State. Sealed. Anybody from North Carolina? That's pretty cool. Sealed, $9.99. Now, I have no idea where we're at on Sebado, and Jim B wanted to know why exactly is it VG+. Let's see here. It looks like sleeve scuffing, okay? So you see like that right there? You have to hit it just in light. So this came in a paper sleeve. It has some of that sleeve discoloration, mostly just sleeve damage, okay? One of the worst things for records are the inner sleeves. That's why we sell these. Inner sleeves are, if records back in the day were all put in these, it would be a lot more near mint records out there. But yeah, it's really just sleeve scuffing. It's going to go higher. VG Plus is being super conservative on that one. Okay? Super conservative on that. Now, who is the high bidder on Sebado as of this moment? I don't have a clue because I see bids and I see people asking questions and also seeing some people wanting to know what my middle name is. No one's asking that. I just made that up. Sebado. Gosh, I don't know who has the high bid. I feel like it was 20 hours ago. But there's more questions still coming in. I think Sean Bailey has it for $85. And this is crazy. I think he has it for like 12 minutes at $85. But for the last 12 minutes, there's been questions about it. Then Kevin Johnson bid 86. There we go. Then Kevin Johnson bid 86 6 minutes ago. And then another question. And then another question. And then there was another question. So Kevin Johnson has it for $86. Kevin Johnson has it for $86. Kevin Johnson now Jim B has it for $95. Jim B has this $350 record for $95 right now. Okay? This $350 record is at $95 right now with Jim B. $95. Everybody else is out. I hope I've covered all the bases. Now, Seduce is at 40 with Brian Campbell. He's saying he would be in debt to me if I could read off the track listing. The track listing is this: anytime or place, watching, no use, been so long, too much ain't enough, crash landing, empty arms, accusations, and the slider. Seduce is an 88 USOG Pickneyville with the company inner sleeve. It's in EX condition, and Seduce has a high bid of $40 with Brian Campbell. Sebadoh has a new bid for $105 with Chris Knapp. Chris Knapp and Kevin are bidding. Jim B says he's out on that $350 record. The X-Files soundtrack, which is a signed script, I can only say that the signatures are authentic. It's on a pilot episode script. And Stephen Parton has it for $330. $330. Now, there was a question on Grover Washington Jr. The best is yet to come. Troy Robinson, $9.99. And George Jones wants JM. And that's for John Mayall. That's so to George Jones. We'll say the Clash is on deck. All right. Now we know we're on all of our auctions. Kevin Johnson, you're out on Sebadoh. Brian Campbell, you're about to get Seduce. And the X-Files is at $330 with Stephen Parton. And we're hot and heavy right in the middle of a Paul crate. We're only like 20 records in out of 70. Small Faces, Wham, Bam. 1970 German import. There is cover damage. That is with Steve Marriott. That is Faces. $19, Small Faces, that is. And Peace. Walt Dickerson Trio, cool. A 1976 Danish import, free jazz. $29.99 for Walt Dickerson Trio. Let's see if our jazz people's watching. Yes, the X-Files are signed. David, however you say his last name, Gillian Anderson and Chris Carter. David D, okay? Yes, and they're authenticated. There's the JSA right here. And we just had this authenticated on Sunday. There's the card, okay? All right, there's that, and there's that. Brent says he's done. Troy says he will take Grover. Moving on. Cool stuff in here. What is the current price on Sebadoh? Chris Knapp at $105. What is Sebadoh at right now? $105 for that $350 record. $105. Where am I coming up with that price? I have no idea. I do know it's at $105 though. Cake, Pressure Chief. Cake is a 2024 remaster, $22.99. The X-Files is at $350. Stephen Parton, you've been outbid. Bobby Gentry, The Delta Suite. 68 Jacksonville Press, VG Plus, $24.99. Always been a desirable album. Bobby Gentry, The Delta Suite, $24.99. Sebadoh has a new bid for $108. Is Walt Dickerson U.S. or Denmark? I believe that was Denmark. Danish, yeah. No condition notes. It does have from the music library of Mike Williams. I'm not kin to him. $29.99. It's on Steeplechase Records. It's Danish. It is Danish. And we have Kristen Barnett on Cake. Cake is sold to Kristen Barnett. Boy, I love some good chocolate cake. A big glass of whole milk. Fleetwood Mac Rumors. VG, $12.99. That's on a second label, actually a third label. Still a 70s pressing. The Chain, VG, $12.99. And The Pretenders, get close. The Pretenders is VG, $9.99. And Waylon Jennings, that's an early one there. Folk Country, VG Plus, $19.99. Brian Campbell gets Seduce for $40. And now Sebadoh is up to one person, Chris Knapp. Kevin Johnson has it for $108. Chris Knapp, it's all up to you, sir. And that's been a heck of an auction back there. Holy moly. We posted, we had Sebadoh, and I thought the internet was going to crash. I thought with just the amount of demand that came in for this, I thought it was going to crash. This is sticker price. This is brand new stuff from Paul that just got priced today, straight out of our newest collections, okay? So X-Files is at $400 with Mike Pierce, $400 for that signed script, a piece of Hollywood memorabilia. We're about to sell it. 3 signatures, probably the 3 most important people you could have on that based on my research. And it's authenticated and it's about to sell. Okay? We're about to sell Sebadoh, $110. Chris Knapp is back in. We're not done on Sebadoh. Our next auction, Rock the Casbah. This is the Clash Combat Rock. I love this hop sticker on here. Look at this. I don't see that too often. This is an 82 U.S. Pittman OG. 82 U.S. Pittman OG. This is a 1982 U.S. Pittman OG. A first pressing indicated by the custom label. Later it was on an Epic, a regular Epic. And it has the commercial in track B5. So this is a true OG first pressing. It's in VG condition. It's a $25 start. It has the original inner sleeve. And another indication of an OG pressing, a pretty scarce hop sticker. Should I stay or should I go? Know your rights and rock the Casbah. Okay? Very cool. Now, there's 3 more questions. First, can you tell me who's in Sebadoh? What is Sebadoh? Chris Knapp has Sebadoh for $110. Did the Cold Electric sell? Yes. Sebadoh, $115. Ray Red on Walt Dickerson. Clash has a bid for $25. Clash is at $28. Clash is at $30. What is the X-Files? And X-Files, is there a red circle around the X? No. Final call, $400, Mike Pierce. $400. Okay? Back to this crate. As soon as I take a drink of blue juice, or I could pass out. All right. Sebadoh. It's up to one person. Chris Knapp. Kevin Johnson has it for $115. Continuing with this awesome crate. Bob Seger Live Bullet. Bob Seger is EX edition, $17.99. The Miles Davis Tad Dameron Quintet in Paris Festival International de Jazz, May 1949. VG, $9.99 on that. Santana. That one's called Shango. VG, $9.99. The Mamas and Papas, 16 greatest hits. VG Plus, $9.99. 16 of their greatest hits. And Tommy the Who. Tommy, a rock opera, a classic. A deaf, dumb, and blind boy sure plays a mean pin ball. VG, $14.99. X-Files, sold to Mike Pierce, $400. And honestly, I don't even know where this came from. I need to ask Paul where the provenance of this. If Paul knows, I'll let you know. Mike Pierce, I just know that it was over here in our autograph crate, like our autograph rack of stuff to be authenticated. And I seen it and I was like, wow, the last script I tried buying was a signed Seinfeld script, and it got up into the thousands, as you can imagine, because if you get Michael Richards, Jason Alexander, especially Jerry and Michael, but also Jason Alexander and Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and it was signed by Larry David, it ended up bringing it up in the thousands. It got out of my range quick that I wanted to pay. But I would like to have a signed Seinfeld script. There's a lot of them out there, but having one signed and then reputable authentication. So that's a pretty cool item. So I will try to find out where Paul got that. And if anybody ever finds any signed Seinfeld stuff, let me know. I've got almost all their signatures individually, but I'd like to have it on like one photo or one cool item or something, a poster. But it's fully signed Seinfeld stuff, especially if you get like Larry David or other people on there like Wayne Knight and all the other cast. It gets expensive. So Okay, let's go back to the top. Donna got Miles Davis. That is sold to Donna. I'm a major Seinfeld fan. Seinfeld is playing on my TV at my house right now. It's just my background music of my life. It's just there all the time. ST was second. Danny Thomason on Waylon Jennings. That is sold to Danny Thomason. ST, you were second on Miles Davis. The Clash is at 42. Clash is at 46. And Clash is at 50. And then over here we have Jay Neutra 15 Tommy. Everything in here is sticker price. So luckily Tommy is $14.99. So Jay Neutra, that's sold to you, okay? And then Sebado is sold after a long battle with a lot of people. And we can finally get back into some fast-paced auctions. This is sold to Kevin Johnson for $115. $115 on this, okay? Chad, did you sell the Povlo that was from last night? Anything that was advertised from last night is gone. Yes. Okay. So let's go over here. The Clash. Let's move that over. I got a few more things to clean up right quick. First, the record guy, Mamas and Papas. This is a straight priced new arrivals crate. Record guy got Mamas and Papas. Faster Pussycat is new. Music on vinyl comes out Friday, $39.99. Dennis, you were second on Mamas and Papas. And then over here, X-Files was for the pilot. And down here at the bottom, we are good to go. Okay, so quick update before I introduce anything else. We'll go ahead and reintroduce this one. The Clash Combat Rock, it's OG as it gets. It's the first label with the commercial track. It's in shrink and a scarce hop sticker. I haven't seen too many of those, okay? Now, the Clash, the most recent bid, and if you're higher or you want to be in higher, let me know. James Bullock, $50. James Bullock, $50, okay? New auction. We still got some cool stuff over here, including Pavement. Let's go ahead and put up Pavement. Here's something we don't get too often. Pavement is called Terror Twilight. It's a 1999 OG pressing. That's right, from 1999, and it's OG. It's nice. It has the original inner sleeve. There's the original inner sleeve, Pavement. And the cover's in shrink, and the vinyl's EX, conservatively. $125 start on that. Laura says we have not sold Povlo or whatever that's being asked about. So Chris, evidently it's still available. CCR, Chugolin, VG, $12.99. And something else crazy, we still got autographs. We still got Laserdisc. 2 more crates from Paul. And there's already a Laura crate up here, and I think she's working on more. And they're all pre-owned records like this. How about we pull out another Laserdisc and see what we have? Let's do, and then I'll do another autograph. Is this Michael Jackson? Wow, look at this. Holy moly. A Laserdisc, Michael Jackson Moonwalker. That is pretty dang cool. Michael Jackson Moonwalker. Look at that. $10 start on that Laserdisc. It's in shrink. It was $40 new. And now it's a $10 start. Laserdisc, Michael Jackson, okay? Next is Jay Neutra on CCR. Pavement, Jesse, it's a $125 start. Either I misspoke or you misheard me. It's a $125 start. And we're about to sell the Clash for $50. Great Paul crate here. Tommy Bolin, great song on here. Post Toasty. VG Plus $14.99, VG Plus $14.99 for Private Eyes, and then Share, Take Me Home. Share is in VG Plus $14.99, and Chicago Transit Authority. Whoa, a quad press, a quadraphonic press, gold label EX, $39.99. MJ Moonwalker Laserdisc has a bid for $10. Cool collectible for MJ, even if you don't even have a Laserdisc player. I've got all the Bond movies on Laserdisc. I've got all the Bond movies on Selectavision. I got all the Bond movies on VHS and, of course, DVD. But it's not like I go and play them every day. It's just something cool to collect. Michael Jackson Moonwalker. Now, I know a lot of people who watch these Laserdiscs. I've sold them working players. Steve Miller Band, Greatest Hits, 74 to 78. VG Condition, $9.99. And With Love and Kisses from Tiny Tim. VG Plus, Concert in Fairyland. Oh, Tiny Tim there. What a great record that is. Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits. And right in front of it is ELO's Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $19.99. Ooh, evil woman. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. And then the Clash is sold for $50 to James Bullock. Now, as soon as I said that, I looked down and there was a bid for $49. Well, the high bid for the last 5 minutes was $50. I got to go ahead and sell this. I got to go ahead and sell this. $50. That is sold to James Bullock, okay? Wonder why I cannot comment while on Facebook now. Anyone else experiencing this? I can see on YouTube, but nothing over here happening with anybody. Last chance to get a bid on Pavement. It's a $125 start. It's a 99 USOG. Technically, no one's bid yet, okay? Scott Arnold, what the 420, got Steve Miller. MJ's now at 14. Dennis Daly second on Steve Miller, then Tim Graham, then John Smetzer, then Petra, and then Robbie Woods. Now MJ's at 18. Okay, let's see what I've got over here. I wonder what he did with those signed 45s, because I know some people's asked for Poison. Let me figure out what he's done with those signed 45s. That was kind of the next thing on my list here. Got some still cool posters to do. And shout out to whoever came in early and helped clean up the store. That might have been Ed and G. So I was at home about 5 or 6 a.m. and I was ordering vinyl and I was researching autographs. Of course, I had all the photos. And Tanner texted me. He said, I hope you cleaned up the store before you left. And I was like, no, it's a disaster. And I was like, can you not come in? And he sent me a video, and it was his child, his newborn child, just crying his lungs out. And he's like, it's been a long night, man. Finn's been crying for about 4 hours straight. So I guess a lot of y'all know how that is. So I think, luckily, Ed, possibly my mother, or G came in and helped clean up the store, because it was basically a mess. Because on Wednesdays, customers are back in the store. And I think Tanner had a crying baby. He had a crying baby. Didn't sound too pleasant. I was like, yeah, I might wait a little bit longer before I have any kids. I might wait a little bit longer before I have any kids. All right, let's do this one. This is a signed CD from Jerry Only from the Misfits. This is pretty dang cool. It's the Misfits, Dig Up Her Bones, and it's signed by Jerry Only. It is a $55 start. Misfits, Dig Up Her Bones, JSA authenticated, and it's signed by Jerry Only from the Misfits. $55 start. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid, okay? Let's go back to the top, and we're in the middle of an awesome crate over here. MJ is at 20 with Donna. Troy, it goes back to you. Donna has it for 20. 55 on there. And we have Hales Bales, spelled like Bale, and that is a 69 Scranton. The music is by Les Baxter. Whoa, $149.99. That is pretty cool. VG $149.99. Hales Bales. Music by Les Baxter. Looks like one of those motorcycle sexploitation films from back in the late 60s. Whoa, that's pretty cool. $149.99. There's that. And Ram. Paul McCartney is VG $9.99. Ram. VG $9.99. Have you ever had any Jerry Lee Lewis? I have one right here next to me. I have one right here next to me if you want me to run it. One of my favorite McCartney albums, VG $9.99. And Willie Nelson, one of his Outlaw albums, VG $19.99. Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages. Okay, Pavement was a no bid. You can pick it up for $125. Pavement, $125. Terror Twilight, $125. It's a buy it now if anybody wants it. Dennis was in the store today, and my mom told me about you having some procedure done, maybe. And so I hope all that goes very well for you, whatever's going on. My mom, when I wake up, it says Julie Williams 39 this morning, meaning she sent me 39 text messages while she was at work today telling me what's going on. This got delivered. This person came in. You need to do this. This ran out. We got to do this. And I'm like, holy moly, Mom. We have Michael Jackson 21, Michael Jackson 22, Jim Gray for Paul McCartney. Thank you, Jim Gray. Thank you, Jim Gray. MJ has a new bid for 29. MJ has a new bid for 30. We have Misfits, signed by Jerry Only. I'll put up Jerry Lee Lewis when we make a decision on that. $55 on that one. $55 on that one. Next is the Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. Back on the Chain Gang, VG $9.99. And Merle Haggard, Going Where the Lonely Go. Merle is VG condition, $9.99. We also have CCR Revival, Creedence Clearwater Revival. How about CC Revival? CCR, the concert, VG $12.99. I messed that title up. That's like saying Michael Scott on The Office, ASAP as possible, as soon as possible. Next thing is our next auction. And our next auction is going to be what? Boy, we still got some cool titles in here. Oh man. So I told y'all the story on this. The other day, we've had 2 real copies of this. This is such a tough copy to find a real one of. So David Bowie, the man who sold the world, 9 out of 10 that come through are bootlegs. And I even think people list on Discogs the bootlegs and they don't realize that it's not a real one. One way to know is that the stampers are, the matrix is stamped. So this is the man who sold the world. The bootlegs sometimes are, handwritten because that's easy to bootleg that. 1970 U.S. Phillips. We've had 2 come through recently. I had a promo copy that I kept. Years of Bowie collecting, and I finally found a real one, and luckily it was a promo. Paul was trying to buy it. I took it out of his hands, and I said, not so fast, my friend. So here is the second one that came through. Paul was trying to convince me to buy this one so he could have the other one. And I said, not so fast, my friend. So guess what? It's now up for bid for whoever wants it. It does have cover damage. It looks like it got a little wet, but this is a tough one to get. So this is right when Bowie was transitioning. Bowie was transitioning from Darum, his first album. He was on Mercury for a brief time, US, UK, and then, of course, he went to RCA, where he was at for the rest of the 60s and 70s, and I guess a little bit of the 80s, too. So David Bowie, kind of a weird record because of a transition time with his label, $55 start, VG condition. Tough record to get, a real copy. There's a lot of bootlegs, or actually, they're called counterfeits. They're made to look like a real one. Topographic on CCR. ST was second. MJ's at 40. And Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry. Eric Clapton is VG Plus, $14.99. Hello, Old Friend. It has the original on the sleeve. We're right in the middle of a new Paul crate. There's 3 more to go through. 2 from Paul and 1 from Laura. Awesome stuff so far tonight. Nice. Alice Cooper, Raise Your Fist and Yell. VG $12.99. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears is VG $9.99. If anybody wants Jerry Only, any Misfits fans, you can pick that up for $55. It's a signed CD, Dig Up Her Bones, JSA authenticated. Scott Arnold, get Alice Cooper. That's so does Scott Arnold. We have B.B. King, There Must Be a Better World Somewhere. B.B. King is VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Robert Cray, Strong Persuader. Robert Cray, VG $9.99. And Camel, Moon Madness. Camel, EX $17.99. All right, so Michael Jackson, ESO to Troy Robinson for $40. Moonwalker, Laserdisc. Let's get that in a new sleeve for Troy. Thank you, Troy. And then David Bowie, $55 start, a real Mercury VG, $55 starting bid. Now up for bid if anybody wants to bid. If you have any auctions you want me to run, let me know. Bowie's a $55 start. Yes, Jay Nutra on BB for BB King. That is so to Jay Nutra. And then Brian Campbell was third on ACD or on Alice Cooper. Ravi Shankar, great friends of George Harrison. Great Indian sitar music live at the Monterey Pop Festival. Oh, Ravi, VG Plus, $11.99. Stevenson on Bowie, The Man Who Sold the World, which was famously covered by who? Nirvana. Ra-da-da-down, boom, 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 ba-da. They did that one at the MTV Unplugged show. All right, let's do another Laserdisc right quick. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. In glorious black and white, an unrestored, uncensored version. That's pretty cool. Laserdisc. That's a Laserdisc. $10 start on that. And I will be at McCartney Sunday in Atlanta, and I will be at McCartney Thursday night in Nashville. Paul is hosting his first ever Thursday night metal night this Thursday. Next Thursday. Yeah, next Thursday. Not tomorrow. Next Thursday, Paul's going to be doing metal night. I'll be in Nashville. Hopefully, general admission, and I'll fight my way up to the front row to see McCartney. We have Warren Bernhardt, Michael Brecker, Randy Brecker, and this is VG Plus, $11.99. Also, Seven Amusement, One Good Gamble. What is this here? It's a Danish record, a country record. VG Plus $9.99. And we have Gallagher. That is VG Plus $9.99. And the Hub of Hubbard. Must be Freddie Hubbard. It is EX $17.99, the Hub of Hubbard, EX $17.99, and Serenade to a Soul Sister, the Hoare Silver Quintet, featuring Stanley Turrentine, a 68 stereo VG minus $9.99. Let's jump over here. David Bowie 55. Oh, he was saying we are going to see McCartney Sunday. I might see you there then, Eddie. Rock and Shop, I might see you there. I haven't even bought tickets yet, but I'm going. A show like that, I'll wait till probably Sunday morning. Chad Smith 55, Bowie 60, and Bowie 65. Freddie Hubbard was EX and about a VG Plus jacket. The Misfits disc over here, the CD, let's take a look at it. Misfits Dig Up Her Bone, signed by Jerry Only, and the disc is mint. Yes, it's beautiful. 55 on that, JSA Authenticator. All right, that was the first of 3 Paul crates. It's been busy, to say the least. Donna gets Freddie Hubbard. The Dr. Heckle, Mr. Jog. What did I just say? I got that. Boy, I flipped that around, didn't I? Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Jog, $10 star on that. Michael stopped at REM. I've never heard that one. I'll have to check that out. And then Bradley Smith says he'll take the Misfits for 55. Awesome. Okay, and then Farmer Redman next on Hubbard. We passed along the stairs, spoke of was and wheres. We stand down then, down, ran down, boom, boom, da, da, da. Robbie Woods on Robert Cray. Robbie Woods on Robert Cray. You got it. All right, let's read through those again right over here. Give me 1 second and do this. Let me do one thing. Speaking of that, I gotta reach out. I've been talking to my uncles or uncle. Hey, I even had tickets pulled up right then for, all right, let me open this up and this up. Okay, here we go. What's the sign JLL? Let's find it. That's not actually something I just had authenticated. It's something that's been over here for a while that I haven't had time to really get promoted. So let me find it in here. I've got 2 crates of signed albums and signed record inserts that have not really been brought out before. Okay, so this is actually pretty cool. Jerry Lee Lewis. And let me run the numbers on JSA right quick and see. I think it's going to say signed by Jerry Lee Lewis and then other band members, probably people who toured with him or played on the album. So this is CH19945. Jerry Lee Lewis, additionally signed by 6 band and group members. Wow. So it's 7 signatures on here. Jerry Lee Lewis. So... okay, on the front, it says, "Thanks, Bud Church." On the back, it says, there's Jerry Lee Lewis's signature, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's actually Jerry Lee Lewis and 7 signatures, unless Bud Church, BC, he says, there's that guy's name, drums, that. So just additional people who played on the album or possibly toured with them. You know, a lot of times you'll find stuff, his touring band, et cetera, et cetera. But the important one's right there. Best wishes, Jerry Lee Lewis. And this is Jerry Lee Lewis, Memphis Beat. It's on Smash. The disc is actually clean. That's a $225 start. Jerry Lee is $225. Technically, 8 signatures, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the front, and then Jerry Lee. So really cool there. $225 start to get that one rolling. And, of course, it's JSA'd. All right. David Bowie, 66. David Bowie, 68. David Bowie, 70, 75. Lucas said he would do 125 on Pavement. Pavement is sold to Lucas for 115. 115, Lucas Hanoft on Pavement. Bob Panozniak's out on David Bowie. Steven has it for 75. And Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, a $10 buy it now for that laser disc, which was a no bid. $10 buy it now on that. Let me keep the party rolling. We're going to bring right over another new crate. Okay? Here we go. Let me put this right here. $225 to get Jerry Lee Lewis going. Oh. Now, let me just read the titles that's left in this Paul crate, actually, because we was on this crate for what, about an hour, probably? It feels like it. So much stuff going on, crazy auctions, etc. Bowie's about to sell for 75, and then Jerry Lee Lewis is a $225 start, okay? I put Dr. Jekyll on the sold crate. It's not sold. I do that all the time. And here we go. I'm going to read through these, some of the prices. If I skip a price, just let me know and I'll let you know. First, Eric Clapton Slow Hand was $29. Cake Fashion Nugget was sealed, $24.99. The Cars Greatest Hits was $29.99. Great titles there. Sealed Original Willie Nelson, $19.99 for Angel Eyes. Jackson Brown and Shrink Wrap, $19.99. Chris Frazier on Dr. Jekyll. That sold to Chris Frazier for $10. That was a laser disc. John Lovick Turner, White Label Promo, $9.99 on that. My North Carolina is my home. Also, Bobby Gentry, the Delta Suite. Small Faces, Wham Bam, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, The Pretenders Get Close, and Bob Seger's Epic Live Bullet EX $17.99. David Bowie is officially sold over here, and David Bowie is sold to Stephen Parton for $75. The signed Jerry Lee Lewis is a final lap for a $225 bid. Let's move that over. 8 total signatures. And we have Nick Bargeron on Willie Nelson. Nick Bargeron on Willie Nelson. That is sold to Nick Bargeron and John Smetzer on Bob Seger. Chicago Detail. Chicago was coming up, right? I think that was the Quadraphonic. That is a quadraphonic pressing. It's from 1974, EX $39.99. I feel like that was a really good price, Stephen, for the first real David Bowie I've ever offered for auction for $75. I figured that would get well into the 3 digits, but congratulations. Don't get that one too often. As in, how about never? How about no? As Dr. Evil would say. First thing we have is our next auction, which is going to be XTC English Settlement. Boy, we still got some crazy stuff. XTC English Settlement, an 82 U.S. Pitman with the original under sleeve, VG Plus, just a $20 start for XTC. This should be a $55 start immediately. So somebody go ahead and be like, boom, I'm in, Chad. $20 on that. And then we have Santana Shango, VG $9.99. Tommy Bolin, this is new arrivals. Sticker price on this crate. Sticker price on this crate. Share, Take Me Home, Tiny Tim, ELO, Hell's Bells. Also, we have Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages, The Pretenders, Merle Haggard, Eric Clapton, Blood, Sweat and Tears, Camel, Ravi Shankar, Blue Monday, also Seven, Amusnin. We have Gallagher and the Horace Silver Quintet. And I made another prize that went unclaimed. Another prize that went unclaimed. Another record in there did not get claimed that there was a free prize. Okay? Over here, Jerry Lee Lewis is a buy it now. Jerry Lee Lewis is a buy it now for $225. Jerry Lee Lewis, buy it now for $225. Okay? That's going to go right over here. Boom. XTC. $20 start, English Settlement. 82 U.S. Pitman with the original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. Chad Duggan has requested Rough House right now. Coming up, first share, Take Me Home. VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Okay? Troy Robinson wants Santana Shango. Sold to Troy Robinson. Everything right now is sticker price. Thanks for asking, Henry's Choice. But first read through on those is sticker price. Okay, Rough House. We got JD Crow, Crocus, AC/DC Accept, Gene Loves Jezebel, REM, The Stranger, Sparks, Japan, Echo, The Damned, Rough House. This is an 88 USOG. 88 USOG. Only time ever on vinyl. Never been reissued. It is a gold stamp promo. No white label promo exists. It has the original on her sleeve. Rough House is a $35 start. Okay, there's that. Toad the Wet Sprocket has not sold yet. Let's go ahead and knock out this other crate Paul has marked. Then we'll do this other crate over here that Laura has marked. But man, I see some cool stuff coming up. So let's go ahead and grab this. Here we go. Lots of cool stuff. If y'all seen the hot picture today, y'all probably would have said, holy crap, Chad's got a great show lined up. Hopefully I cancel all my plans and go ahead and walk my dog early, because there is some crazy stuff he's going to be putting up for bid tonight. Like what? Like this right here. This right here. CC DeVille. Been some people waiting on this. Poison. I Want Action, autographed by CC DeVille. It is JSA authenticated. Let's take a look at it. Here is the vinyl. It's probably VG Plus because it has some scuff marks on it. See that? Want to make sure everybody knows. I think most people's buying it or are going to possibly bid for the fact that it's autographed by CC DeVille. So there's that. It's an original single. I'm going to put it back in its sleeve here. And then there is the sleeve. Let me see if it... Make sure nobody signed it on the inside and we missed it. Okay, good. Sometimes we'll fold out something. I'm like, oh, it's signed on the inside too. So Poison, signed by CC DeVille, JSL authenticated, $55 start. $55 start. Rough House has one bid for $35. Somebody's about to absolutely commit theft for this XTC record. Okay, these are in print, new on 200-gram vinyl. They're like $40. This is an OG pressing and shrink with hop sticker for a $20 start, and no one's bid. So either somebody's about to snipe it and commit theft, and I'm gonna have to go get a warrant put out on you. Same thing for Chad Duggan. I'm gonna have to have him arrested here in a second. He has Rough House for $35, final call, and Poison's a $55 start. This is that time of night where everybody has decided to go walk their dog, read their kid a bedtime story, go eat supper right quick, and they're going to miss out. Final call on all three auctions. We have sticker price new arrivals. Russell Morris 2. That's a prog album from 1976. $9.99. Also, Baker Groovett's Army. That's Ginger Baker Elysian Encounter. $19.99 for Baker Groovett's Army. Mandrill is $19.99. Polydor Records. Also, Strange Days. This is called 9 Parts to the Wind. Strange Days is a 1975 UK folk rock prog album, $29.99. String Driven Thing, Please Your Head. String Driven Crate is String Driven Thing is $9.99. This is a brand new crate that Paul just marked. Uriah Heep, $19.99. Uriah Heep, $19.99. Crowfoot, Find the Sun. Crowfoot is $19.99. And Three Man Army 2, a 1974 promo, $59.99. Three Man Army 2, $59.99. Also, we have Jimmy Spheris, Spheris, The Dragon is Dancing, a 1975 white label promo, and the note from Paul says, underrated artist, $9.99. All right, well, there was only one bid on Rough House, and that is sold to Chad Duggan for $35. He just got a $390 record for $35. Thank you, Chad Duggan. That is sold to you, $35. Poison's a final call, autographed by CC DeVille. I Want Action, $55 start. If you want in, now's the time to bid. XTC bids for $20, $20, $25, $28. Travis has it for $28. Going once, going twice. Boy, I'm afraid to put anything else up for bid. Everybody's went to bed all of a sudden. All these $3,000 records over here. I'm kind of scared now. I'm going to have to bump up the starting bids or something. We have Toad the Wet Sprocket. Toad the Wet Sprocket Pale is a 1990 USOG limited edition milky green vinyl with the original under sleeve. Toad the Wet Sprocket is a $125 star. We got OG XTCs. Nobody else has bid. Nobody said out. The people that did decide to bid, they've went ahead and went to bed. They said, well, I tried to bid. Now I'm going to bed. No one's bidding on Poison. Toad the Red Sprocket, $125 start. Next is Ian Gillian Band, Child in Time. Ian Gillian Band is $14.99. We have Tommy Bolin Teaser. That's $19.99. Journey Escape. Journey is $19.99. Near Men Original, Don't Stop Believing. Barbara Streisand, folks. And that is Lazy Afternoon in quad. Miss Barbara in quad, $14.99. Now, Travis, you're out on XTC. Toad the Wet Sprocket's $125 start. There could be somebody commit theft on that. It's $125 start. What do we got on Toad the Wet Sprocket? $200, $300, $400, $500 record, $125. Godly and Cream, the History Mix Volume 1. Godly and Cream is $14.99. And Brand X Moroccan Robe. Brand X is $14.99. We also have Boxer Below the Belt. Boxer is $14.99. And Arthur Brown's Kingdom Come Journey, $24.99. Arthur Brown. Over here, Kevin Cassidy on Journey. That's sold to Kevin Cassidy. Sold. Nobody bid on Poison. I Want Action, autographed by C.C. DeVille. You can pick that up right now for how much, Chad? Just a $55 buy it now. Still got Jerry Lee Lewis over here for $225. And Toad the Wet Sprocket, another artist. We posted, we had Toad the Wet Sprocket, and I thought the internet was going to collapse. And it's about to be a no bid for a $125 buy it now. Final call on that. We have Ballads, Willie Nelson and Ronnie Millsap, $9.99. And we have Huey Lewis and the News Sports, $19.99. Classic 80s album there, $19.99 for Huey Lewis and the News Sports. All right, first thing is XTC, new bid for $40. Let's grab another auction right quick. Let's revisit some of the laser disc I have over here. Don't forget about the laser disc I have over here. Got some cool ones. Oh, wow. Well, I don't know. I'm kind of afraid to put these up, but we can try them. Here's some more music-related ones. Let's do Bon Jovi. We sold out of the Bon Jovi Slippery When Wet liquid filled vinyl earlier. What about Bon Jovi Slippery When Wet video disc? That is laser disc, Bon Jovi, $10 start on that. First thing we have is this, Todd Saw and Huey, that's sold, and then Travis Woods on Balance. Okay, and Balance was, Balance? What was Balance, Travis? Balance? And then we got several of these. These are sealed Johnny Cash. A Believer Sings the Truth. It's sealed. It's a double LP. These are sealed original pressings. Johnny Cash, $24.99. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sealed OG Johnny Cash, $24.99. It was Ballads. Okay. That was Willie Nelson, Ronnie Millsap. Sold. All right. Toad the Wet Sprocket did not get a bid. $125 buy it now. $125 buy it now. Toad the Wet Sprocket. Toad the Wet Sprocket. $125 buy it now. That's going right over here. The last bid on XTC was Travis at $40. Victor and Alan Hagen, y'all are both outbid. Shannon gets Toad for $125. She's like, hip, hip, parade. Now the next thing, I got to have you arrested, okay? There could be cops show up at your house tonight. Alan has Bon Jovi for $12. And that's a new bid, which means, Tom Kelly, you've been outbid. And now let's put up another auction. And that next auction is Japan. Japan is a 1982 U.S. Pitman OG. It's a gold stamp promo, VG++ EX. Japan, a $25 start. Also have the Outlaws, Bringing It Back Alive. The Outlaws is a double LP, $19.99. Journey Evolution. Journey is $19.99. And Dire Straits, self-titled, $34.99 with Sultans of Swing. Beautiful copy. Dire Straits is $34.99. And CCR, Willie and the Poor Boys. CCR is a Canadian import, $24.99. And the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Partners, Brothers, and Friends, sealed, $19.99. Okay. Next thing is Johnny Cash. Is called Johnny Cash is called A Believer Sings the Truth. We got 7 OG sealed copies for $24.99. They're sealed and never been opened. Never been opened, okay? They're brand new originals. XTC at $45 and now $49. Bon Jovi Laserdisc at $16, now $20. And Japan is up for bid. And that one is self-titled, an A2 Pittman OG Gold Stamp promo, $25 start. Coming home to stay, Ricky Skaggs. Ricky is sealed with hype sticker. Sealed with hype sticker Ricky. He is $14.99. And we have Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife. Bryan Adams is $19.99. Also, Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town. Bruce is EX, $17.99 for Bruce. We also have Tommy James and the Shondells, Traveling. Tommy James and the Shondells is VG $9.99. America, their self-titled debut, VG Plus $11.99 for America. Brent Robley on RS, and RS was for the sealed Ricky Skaggs. That's so to Brent Robley and Todd Rundgren. I love this. This is a white label promo with "Hello, it's me, and I saw the light in your eyes," and it's a white label promo. That's his best work there. $14.99 on that. Bon Jovi's at $25, and XTC, Travis Woods, $49. It's up to Victor. Japan has no bid, and Bon Jovi's at $25. I have never seen so many great records in this crate, in a Paul crate, go unclaimed until this moment right here. Plus the last couple autographs, plus the Rough House selling for minimum bid, XTC almost selling for minimum bid. I had to basically yell at everybody to start bidding on that one. Bon Jovi still getting bids, and Japan, which we never get, is about to go for a bite now. So the first thing is we ran across a stash of the sealed OG Johnny Cash, A Believer Sings the Truth. They're sealed with a 2-record set sticker. They're brand new originals, $24.99. Bon Jovi, $23.25. Brent got RS, and then Patrick Lear got Todd Rundgren. Brent was second on Todd Rundgren, and now Bon Jovi, which is a laser disc, is at $31. Vladarchek said he will take a Johnny Cash. Okay, that's so to Vladarchek. And then we have Bad Company, Burning Sky. The Sky is Burning. EX, $12.99. And Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. Original label, EX $12.99. Outlaws is VG $9.99. The Kinks, One for the Road, VG Plus $14.99. And Eric Clapton, VG minus $9.99. That is pretty cool there. His first album. All right, well, I lost a couple people on XTC, but we got to sell it. Sold for $49, and that's sold to Travis Woods. $49. Thank you, Travis. Bad Company is sold to John McPatriot. Ryan Mustaine, you were second. Stephen Parton first on Clapton. And this Bon Jovi Laserdisc, don't forget, a crate and a half of mostly music-related Laserdisc coming up with some movies. Calvin has that at 31. I got Pink Floyd coming up. I think I've seen some more Rolling Stones. And Japan's a no bid, just a $25 buy now for Japan. How much? $25. Whoa, that's just $25, Chad? That's right, just $25. Holy crap, I can't believe that's just $25. I know, I can't believe it's $25 either. Our next auction is Accept Balls to the Walls. This is an 84 Pittman USOG Gold Stamp promo with the original on her sleeve. Accept is a $30 start. $30 start. Accept Balls to the Walls. Over here we have Bon Jovi 33, and then Echoes on Deck. Bon Jovi 34. Accept has a bid for 30. Jay Giles Band Showtime. This is VG condition, $9.99. And James Gang Passing Through. James Gang is VG, $9.99. Also, we have ZZ Top Eliminator. This is VG Plus, $24.99. ZZ Top Eliminator, VG Plus, $24.99. And Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, VG minus $9.99. We buy record collections every day. We have to keep up with the volume we sell. If you got something you want to sell, just reach out via Facebook message. If you don't have Facebook, just send us an email through our website, just like you would normally be contacting Ed, just through the CollectCo page, through our website. And make sure it's addressed to Paul. He'll come buy anything you want to sell. 500 records or 50,000. We'll come get them. We buy every day, essentially. Okay, let's go back up to the top. First thing we have is Accept 30, Accept 35, Jay Neutral on Leonard Skinner. That is sold. I've almost filled up a crate tonight, but before I do that, let me show you Morrison Hotel. It's VG condition, $14.99. Accepts at 35. I think we're done on Bon Jovi. Calvin 34. Alan says he's out. And we have Big Brother and the Holding Company, Cheap Thrills. Unfortunately, it's got quite a bit of cover damage on the bottom, but that is nice. VG Plus, $19.99. First thing we have here, we have JG Price. Jay Giles is VG $9.99. And over here, we have Bon Jovi. And Bon Jovi and Accept is our final calls. I got to go ahead and swap out crates right quick. I got to swap out crates right quick. All right. Oh, my gosh. And, oh, there went my knees. I feel reconstructive surgery coming on. All right, what do we have over here? Oh, my gosh. Tear down the wall. Tear down the wall. I have a feeling. My hand felt like 2 balloons. Now I've got Roger Waters, The Wall, live in Berlin, $10 start. Laserdisc, not vinyl, Laserdisc. Dennis Daly on Jay Giles, sold. James Frank. Are you a first-time buyer? James Frank, if you're a first-time buyer, I need to get you registered, okay? Do you mind go ahead and sending me a message with your email address and your mailing address? Email address and your mailing address. We have Freddie Fender. Boy, there he is. Wasted Days and Wasted Nights. Freddie Fender, 74 US, VG $9.99. James Frank, a new buyer, wants The Doors. I just got to make sure he says he's bought before. Okay, thank you and welcome back. Accept is still getting bids. 36-37. Scott Arnold's out. And then Bon Jovi. Let's get this in a new sleeve. Bon Jovi. Sold to Calvin Ward for $34. Laserdisc. We got a Laura crate next, then Paul, and I bet Laura might have another one done by then. So that's pretty cool. All right. And then over here we have The Wall has a bid for $10. Accept is at 37. James Bullock, you're out. Jay Neutral has it. And then Gabe 25-28. Gabe 25-28 on Freddie. Who is Gabe 25-28? I'm not for sure who that is either. Can you let me know so we can make sure we get that on the right invoice? The Elvis Presley tapes. This is VG Plus $11.99. And we have, ooh, that's a tough one to get. The Moods of Marvin Gaye, a 66 mono, VG Plus $29.99. Folks, I collect high-grade Tamla and Motown records, especially Marvin Gaye. This is tough to get, even in VG Plus. $29.99 for Marvin. That just doesn't come through. How often will we put that out? One in every, 6 months? $29.99. Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind, VG $9.99. And yes, Fragile. With the booklet insert, I'll Be the Roundabout, EX $17.99. That is the George Piros cut. Nice. That's Gabe Baez on Twitch, okay? The Wall has two $10 bids. $10 and $10. Chris Frazier bid $10. Alan Hagen bid $10. Alan, you're out. Accept has a new bid for $40. James Bullock. Jay Neutral, you're out. George Scherer on Marvin Gaye. Sold to George Scherer. That is sold. Okay? All right. Wall, and then Josh Brown on Yes. Now, I can't read all these in detail again, But I am going to read the titles, and then I'm going to go right into this other pre-owned crate that Laura's marked, all right? There's only a few no bids tonight. Sign Jerry Lee Lewis, sign Poison, CC DeVille, Japan. And let's go ahead and do this right here. I am going to do this. I'm going to add a third auction. And that third auction is going to come from the high-end tab, and that's Guided by Voices. Guided by Voices is called Vampire on Titus, and that's a 94 US repress, EX condition. Guided by Voices is a $50 start. $50 start. And I didn't hide any kind of prize in this crate because there's already 5 in the last 5 crates that no one's bought, and there's a lot left in here. I might write down a little token in here for somebody, and if they claim a record, we'll give them a discount. Okay, so let me see what's in here. Okay, I know what we can do. Let me write this down. All right, now we have okay, here we go. That way, next time we read through this, it's still active. Okay, except what happened? Jay Nutra came back in at 41. It's up to James Bullock. James, you got outbid again. Lisa, my best price on Poison is $50. The 2 or 3 people that were asking for that, I never did hear from them, so they're either passing or they're not watching right now. So I'm at 50 because if I have a feeling they were watching, it would have sold for 55 or more. This is a laser disc. Let me make this very clear before somebody places a rash bid. This is a laser disc. This is not vinyl. You got to be careful tonight hopping on and asking high bids. We have been selling a lot of laser disc. This is a laser disc. And this is at $13 with topographic. Alan Hagen's out. Haven't heard back from Alan Hagen. Now Accept is at 45. Jay Nutra's out. Alan Hagen's back in at 15. Guided by Voices just got laid down. This is an 1994 US repress from 1994. It is in shrink and it's EX and it's a $50 start. 0 people have bid. 0 people have bid. If you need a price on anything in here, let me know. Russell Morris 2, which was a prog album. Ginger Baker, Baker Groovitz Army. Mandrill. Strange Days, 9 Parts to the Wind. String Driven Thing, Please Mind Your Head. Uriah Heep. Crowfoot, Find the Sun. 3-Man Army 2. Jimmy Spheris, The Dragon is Dancing. These are all sticker price new arrivals. Ian Gillan, Child in Time. Tommy Bolin Teaser. Barbara Streisand, Lazy Afternoon Quad. Godly and Cream. Brand X Moroccan Row. Boxer Below the Belt. Arthur Brown's Kingdom Come. Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash. The Outlaws Bringing It Back Alive, Journey Revolution, Dire Straits Self-Titled, CCR Willie and the Poor Boys, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Bryan Adams Cuts Like a Knife, Bruce Springsteen Darkness on the Edge of Town, Tommy James and the Shondells, America Self-Titled, Simon and Garfunkel, Outlaw Self-Titled, The Kinks Live, James Gang Passing Through, ZZ Top Eliminator, Cheap Thrills, Big Brother and the Holding Company, The Elvis Tapes, and Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. Up at the top, First Thing is Accept is sold to James Bullock for $45. Sold. The Wall Laserdisc is sold. The Wall is sold to Alan Hagen for $15. That is sold to Alan Hagen for $15. That is gone. Take it off the table. Sold. See you later. Next comment was the following. Let's go back up at the top. Current bid on Guided by Voices. It was at 50. Next thing is CCR label and condition. I don't think there's a CCR left in here. I don't think there was a CCR left in there to my knowledge. Next, did I miss When in Rome? It's gone. Did I say 50 on Guided by Voices? It's a $50 start. It's now up for bid. John Holland also bid $50. What was the Prague album? Russell Morris 2. VG, no condition notes. 1976 Prague, $9.99. Edwin Blom, all you got to do is say sold. Ian Gillan price. Ian Gillan, Child in Time, no condition notes, $14.99. Guided by Voices, $52. Ron Mustaine wants Tommy Bolin. And I think the one that was left in here, there is CCR. Here we go. CCR, my bad, Henry's Choice. It's on this 80s Canadian label. It's on this 70s or 80s Canadian label. I think it's no barcode, but it's Canadian. It's on the lightning striking cover. Okay, sorry about that. And then over here, we have Ron Mustaine on Tommy Bolin. I haven't pulled that yet. I think it's somewhere right in here, though. This one right here. This is sold to Ron Mustaine. It's Guided by Voices on Scat or Matador. How much was Journey? Journey, this was an insane crate. Half of this should be gone. Now everybody's starting to get back on the feed. They're like, holy crap, what did I just walk into? This is $19.99. It's near mint minus. Austin Latham. Godly and Cream price for Tracy McFadden. Let's go find that right quick. Godly and Cream. That was back here then. And that one was right here. The History Mix Volume 1. Shrink wrap, clip corner, no condition notes, $14.99. Cameron, these are all sticker price. These are all sticker price. Honestly, they should be more. Uriah Heep is $19.99. Can't do 10 on that. It needs to be $29.99. Next thing is Edwin Blom said Prague sold. That's what I'm talking about. Edwin Blom sold on Russell Morris too. Guided by Voices, $55. Will there be a recap? If you want snot, I'll go get you some snot right now. Just say snot sold. Guided by Voices, $57. Doug Reeder on Ian Gillan sold. So to Doug Reeder. Guided by Voices is at $60. Also, price on ZZ Top, Eliminator. That's right here. ZZ Top Eliminator. That's right here. ZZ Top is VG Plus, $24.99. Next is Dire Straits. Dire Straits price, a beautiful near mint OG beautiful copy. I don't know if it's OG or not. It's a near mint club copy for sure. $34.99. Fantastic. What is the Guided by Voices? Can I see the label on Guided by Voices? Guided by Voices 62. Guided by Voices 65. Are there any no bids? Tracy McFadden on Godly and Cream. Chad, do you have any more air fresheners? Cameron Koenig says he will take Uriah Heep. Guided by Voices 70. What is the Guided by Voices everybody keeps talking about? BMK 918 wants Bryan Adams and Bruce Springsteen price. This is right here. First thing we have is Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town, EX 1799. Cameron Koenig wants Journey. Let me make sure Austin Latham doesn't want it. That's pinning to Austin if you can let me know. Guided by Voices 72. Guided by Voices 75. For the love of God, Chad, can you please tell me more information about Guided by Voices? And then Bryan Adams was $19.99. This is $19.99. So $19.99 on Bryan Adams, $17.99 EX Bruce Springsteen, Dire Straits $29.99, ZZ Top VG Plus $24.99, CCR is on a reissue label, and Willie Nelson Sounding Your Mind with VG $9.99. Chad, I'm not joking. I'm about to absolutely freak out on you if you can't tell me more information about Guided by Voices. Golly. All right, let's update this auction. This is Guided by Voices, Vampire on Titus. This is a 1994 U.S. repress, Guided by Voices. That's what the label looks like. There's about to be some people like throw Molotov cocktails through the front door if I don't tell more information about this. Holy moly. Guided by Voices, Vampire on Titus. I'm worried about going outside tonight. Scat, S-C-A-T. Holy moly. John Holland has it for $77. It's in shrink wrap. It's a 1994 U.S. repress EX edition. Lucas Hanaft has it for $80. Lucas Hanaft has it for $80. Now, I have not heard from Austin Latham on Journey. He says he'll pass. He actually says I'll P space ASS on Journey. That's okay because it's now sold to Cameron Koenig. Holy moly. Okay, I would have been better off just reading every detail and every record of that crate a second time. I knew when I got started, I was like, oh boy. I started reading titles and nobody was grabbing them. I was like, I know what's going on. Everybody has universally decided to go take a restroom break. And when these are here, they're going to be a lot left over. Okay, let me jump over here. and do this. And let me do this. Give me 1 second. One second, please. Okay. Guided by Voice is $85. CC DeVille is still available. I shouldn't have, but I've already reduced it by $5. That's my best price. Poison, I Want Action, $50. Now, I have the album we're going to run tomorrow, and I think I have another 45, but that's my best price on that. I'll show the other no bids in just a second. I don't show no bids, but ever so often. Otherwise, I know some people are very curious. They log on and are like, holy crap, what have I missed that I possibly could grab right now for a low minimum starting bid? And that's it. And by the way, all these are free prizes, gifts, discounts for the last 5 crates, and none of them have been claimed. There's still a free something on one of these records. They're all piled up back down the back. That's crazy. Still no one got that one. So there's that. Here we go. Poison is that. If you're just logged on, you have missed so much. You probably just gonna have to go back and just rewatch the whole sale and cry. There's going to be a lot of people after the sale tonight. They're going to get back and rewatch the beginning of tonight and just start crying at all the stuff they missed. Why? Well, they decided to go outside and walk their dog for 2 hours. They missed a lot of stuff. All right, here is our next laser disc. Holy moly. This is Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1 and 2, World Tour live in Tokyo. Guns N' Roses, double laser disc, gatefold jacket, Use Your Illusion 1 and 2. That is a laser disc. That is not music. It is music, but it won't play on a turntable. It won't play on a record player. $10 start. So this is Poison, I Want Action, signed by CC DeVille. It has a nice autograph right on the front. It's in a poster sleeve. The actual record is in VG. It's signed by CC DeVille. It's supposed to be $55, but I said I would do $50. It was supposed to start at $55 and go up to like $127. But right now, you can pick it up for $50. Let's go through this new Laura crate. We still got 3 crates of new stuff to go through. Am I joking? I'm not joking. Chad, are you joking? I'm not joking. Chad, please tell me you're joking. I'm not joking. I am not joking whatsoever. You've got to be joking, Chad. Nope. Not joking at all. Okay? I am going to figure out where to put the little sticker. I'm going to try to figure out where to put a little gift, a little thangy, okay? We'll do it right here. We'll do it right here. I found it, and let's go through this lower crate, okay? Here we go. Let's do it. Chad is going to touch his toes right quick. Oh, that felt pretty good. Let me open this up, and 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 this up. Oh. Okay, let me open that up. Wow. See, tonight's flew by because I've been talking a million miles a minute. We've had all this new stuff, and now it's just crazy. Guided by Voices is sold. John Highland, no. Hold on, let me retract that. There's still 2 people hung up. $82 with John Highland. JK on Twitch, $85. John Highland, you're out. JK over on Twitch has it for $85. Lucas Hanoft is out, but JK over on Twitch has it for $85, okay? There's that. Now, GNR Laserdisc is at $50 with Jeff Brindley. And let me make sure that Jamie Butler is passing on Poison. Jamie Butler asked about this. If he says pass, it's so to David Saunders for $50. Okay? Next is this right here. We have going up for bid, without further ado. So what else I got in here? Wow, we got some cool stuff. Cool, cool. Very cool. Nice, 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 nice. Nice. What's in there? Empty sleeves. Tex Ritter. Got a Tex Ritter book. I know somebody asked the other night for Tex Ritter. Deep cut. Pretty deep cut request, but I've got them. Okay. I need a moment to like reflect my thoughts. Okay. So here we go. Poison. I Want Action is sold to David Saunders for $50. Guided by Voices is sold to JK over on Twitch, and that is sold for $85. The Guns N' Roses Laserdisc is at $70 with Travis Woods. Final call. Next auction is going to go up right now. We still got some cool stuff over here. J.D. Crowe with Keith Whitley. Crocus. AC/DC. Gene Loves Jezebel. I don't know. R.E.M. The Stranglers. Sparks. Echo and the Bunnymen. Let's do it. Echo and the Bunnymen. Superchunk. Roxy Music Ministry. And Miles Davis. So Echo and the Bunnymen and Miles Davis going up. We have a 1983 U.S. Jacksonville OG. It has the original on her sleeve. This is OG Echo and the Bunnymen. EX condition, a $25 start. It has the original on her sleeve. Echo and the Bunnymen is a $25 start. That's now up for bid. And Miles Davis, a tribute to Jack Johnson. This is a Frankenstein record. The disc is a 1971 U.S. Pittman OG. That's the disc. It's EX condition. The jacket is the second cover anywhere from 71 all the way to the current day. So that's an OG disc that I think matches that cover with like where they're like in a car. It's not bad, but this is not the original jacket. It's an older jacket, but not the original. $30 start on that one, okay? The GNR laser disc, I've never graded a laser disc. I would say, I mean, this one has some scuffing on it for sure. And it looks like it could be cleaned. And then, I mean, they're kind of like CDs when I look at them. They all have like little hairlines and scuffs on it. Some of them look like they're brand new. Some of them kind of looks like this, where it looks like they were played and used. I mean, I've never really graded. I don't know the grading definitions of laser disc, but I would say somewhere between VG and VG plus, if I were guessing. Probably. And right now, the only two no bids, the only three no bids are the following. The oldest one is Wasp, Blackie Lawless, and Chris Holmes, $175. They're signed photos with guitar picks. They're double JSA authenticated. Wasp, $175 for both of them. They're being sold together. Japan is an 82 U.S. Pittman OG pressing, gold stamp promo. No white label promo of this record exists, and we have graded it VG++ EX. Japan is a $25 buy it now, and then Jerry Lee Lewis has 8 signatures on it. His signature and then 7 other additional band members, including 1 on the front, 7 on the back, and then his. Jerry Lee Lewis is $225. That so far tonight are the only no bids. Those 2 albums, 1 autograph, 1 Japan record. The 2 Wasp autographs, those prices are firm on Wasp for sure. Very fair price. And then GNR, let's go ahead and get it off the table so we can put up another one. $70. AC/DC is Fly on the Wall. AC/DC is Fly on the Wall. That's coming up very soon. Okay? Echo, let's update these. Echo 25, Echo 27, Echo 30, Echo 33, Echo 35. And we can finally begin this crate that Laura's marked. I hear her pricing gun in the back. That means she's marking more, but I got one more autograph for us, and it's really cool. It's a fully signed Megadeth CD. Now, Megadeth can be pricey depending on what it is. CDs are not too cheap. Signed Megadeth vinyl, really expensive. especially if you get one of the older albums, then, you know, a fully signed OG lineup. This one is probably one of the more affordable ones you can get, especially for what I'm going to start it at. Should I save it tomorrow for Thursday Night Metal Night? Absolutely. Should I run it right now? Probably not, but I'm going to. This is Megadeth Super Collider, fully signed by the full band-up lineup. Megadeth is a $95 start. Megadeth is a $95 start. Full lineup, JSA authenticated, good luck bidding, okay? $95 start. We have an offer on Japan for $20. I will do that. Sell this for $20 to Alan Hagen. Okay. Let me touch my toes right quick. Awesome. I gotta stay stretched or these shows become uncomfortable. Y'all get to lay on your couch and recliners. I'm up here working, folks. Nantucket, long way to the top. Nantucket is VG condition, $9.99. New stuff that Laura's marked here. There's Nantucket. Megadeth is an $85 start. No one has officially placed a bid yet. You got to make sure you put Megadeth, and Miles Davis is at $32. And because Miles Davis and Megadeth are both commonly abbreviated MD, make sure you spell out either Miles or Mega, okay? Echo's at $42. Faster Pussycat is $39.99. Nantucket. Robert Palmer, Addictions. EX $12.99. It has an old half-price books tag on the front from back in 2017. EX $12.99 on that. James Frank is in on Megadeth for $85. Miles Davis is at $32 of Ryan Mustaine. And we have Guillotine. Guillotine is VG Plus $12.99. Also, Carl Carlton, the Bad CC. Carl Carlton is VG Plus $9.99. This is a brand new Laura Crate sticker price. Brand new Laura Crate sticker price, and Gregory Roberts goes wild. We have Teddy Pendergrass, Life is a Song Worth Singing. VG condition, $9.99. Ray Manzarek, the whole thing started with rock and roll, now it's out of control. Ray Manzarek, known for his keyboards with the Doors. Can I see Faster Pussycat? This comes out Friday. Is this available yet? No. Chad, when did you say that comes out? Friday. This is Faster Pussycat. They're numbered on the back to 1,000. Gold vinyl. We've sold about 70 copies tonight. We have about 30 left. They're $39.99. If you want one, just say sold. There was a huge pre-order. We've sold about a dozen live, and I have about 30 left. $39.99. I would love to sell out tonight. We could do it. We could do it. Miles Davis, $35. Next is Miles Davis, $35. Donna on Teddy Pendergrass, sold to Donna. Next thing over here is Chris Knapp on G for Guillotine, sold to Chris Knapp. Did Twitch run already? Twitch, I don't think so. And then, oh, Ministry. We have not sold Ministry yet. No. Ministry has not been sold. Faster Pussycat sold to Headnut 65, Charlie Marks. Cynthia Herdren also wants a Faster Pussycat. Sold to Cynthia Herdren. Sold. We have more available. Now, Megadeth fully signed CD. JSA authenticated. Megadeth is a final call to James Frank for just $85. He's about to get that for just $85. A fully signed Megadeth CD. Wow. Okay, and then Echo over here, the last bid was $42 with Stephen Parton. I want to make sure Chris Knapp said ow, because technically he hadn't. Back to the Laura Crate. Jerry Garcia. You may know him from the Grateful Dead. Cats Under the Stars. EX $22.99. EX $22.99. Jerry Garcia. EX. Anybody new out there, welcome to Collectco. If you want to buy something, this is your moment, folks. This is your moment. Marillion, Misplaced Childhood. Wow, with a press kit, gold stamp promo, VG $14.99. Now Megadeth has a new bid for $90. Miles Davis is at $36. Also, we have Disco Nights GQ. This is VG $9.99. Ryan Mustaine on Jerry Garcia. There's a new bid on Echo for $45. I still got plenty of Faster Pussycats if anybody else wants one. Let me try to turn this just a little bit more so that glares off the logo. I hope it's not going to work. What if I turn that around? How about that? I'll just turn the light off. That probably looks even better, doesn't it? Okay, and then Scott Jochemstaller on Marillion. Now, I said promo. Now, probably the label's not promo, but I've never seen a promo, and it comes with like a press kit. So definitely, quote, a promo copy, just not marked except for the gold stamp. Really cool. So to Scott Jochemstaller. Mike was second. Echo 46. Megadeth 95. Pale Communion. Yes, I got that solicitation. I'm going to be posting that very soon. Opeth, Music on Vinyl's doing that one. Yeah, I get a solicitation about twice a week from Music on Vinyl with pre-orders. And I post the top ones. Like when I seen Faster Pussycat, I was like, holy crap. I can sell probably 100 of those. And we almost have. Same thing with a lot of those metal. They do a lot of metal stuff that's out of print. Jerry Lee Lewis, this is Memphis Beat. This is signed Chuck Haley. It's signed by Jerry Lee Lewis. It says best wishes, and it has 7 additional signatures on it. Plus the guy who owned it wrote his name on it, so he even signed it. So $225. That's our only unsold album tonight. Next thing over here is Echo 50, Miles Davis. Still getting bids. Miles Davis 37. Miles Davis 37. ST, you're out. Echoes at 50. And Megadeth signed CD is up to somebody. Victor has it for 90. And James Frank 95. Victor Garrett's up to you. Next, we've already shown GQ. Hamill on Trial, The Night Guy at the Apocalypse, Profiles of a Rushing Midnight. That is signed EX $14.99. And by the way, Laura just dropped off another crate. Could this not get any crazier? I'm going to have to go up front and like smoke a Marlboro. We have Dr. Feelgood, VG Plus $9.99. Nantucket again. A different Nantucket, VG $9.99, and Loverboy. Everybody's working for the weekend so they can watch Coletco, VG $9.99, and Rush, All the World's a Stage. Rush, VG Plus $19.99. There is cover damage. VG Plus $19.99. J Neutron, MC, and MC for J Neutra was not Rush. It wasn't Loverboy. It wasn't Nantucket. It wasn't Dr. Feelgood. It wasn't Hamill on Trial. It wasn't GQ. It wasn't Ray Manzarek. It wasn't Carl Carlton. It wasn't Robert Palmer. And it wasn't Nantucket. What is MC? And we have hot tuna. I love Starkist tuna out of the can with crackers. The Phosphorescent Rat. This is EX edition, $14.99, and that is not Motley Crue. No. We have Against the Wind, VG condition, $9.99. Against the Wind. Also, Queen, Live Killers, Live Queen, VG Plus, $19.99. Okay, so let's do this. Echo is sold to Stephen Parton, $50. A Ulysses S. Grant, a $50 Federal Reserve note. That is sold. There's that. Over here, Miles Davis. The last bid on Miles Davis was $38 with ST. He outbid Andrew Eisensmith, who had it for $37. Let's lay that right there. Megadeth is a fully signed CD Super Collider. All signatures and JSL authenticated, $110. Okay? Next, we have no new claims yet. Can you tell me everything possible about Bob Seger? I'm joking. He just said Seger info. VG, $9.99. That is an OG VG. Against the Wind. What about Her Strut? That's the best song on there. She's totally committed to major independence. She's a lady through and through. That's my best impression of Bob Seger. Ooh, We still got Depeche Mode over here. Holy moly, Depeche Mode. Holy moly. Depeche Mode, A Broken Frame. Holy moly. 1982, holy moly. US Allied Original, Gold Stamp Promo. Holy moly. VG Plus, a $30 start with the original Holy Moly inner sleeve. We have a Holy Moly Gold Stamp Promo and a Holy Moly $30 starting bid. Holy moly. Miles Davis, $39.40. James is out on Megadeth. Final call. Victor Guerra, $110. Next, Genesis Trespass. VG Condition, $12.99. Jaco Pastorius, Word of Mouth. Oh, Jaco here is EX Condition, $12.99. Is I Do Love You on GQ. Let's find that out for Donna. I Do Love You, featuring the original full-length disco version of Disco Nights and Rock Freak, VG $9.99. And if Donna doesn't want it, John Smetzer does. Next thing over here is Danzig has Depeche Mode, holy moly, for $30. And now another 30, and now another 30, now another 30, and now another 30, and now another 30. And now Miles Davis is at 41. Jaco Pastorius sold to Ryan Mustaine. Speaking of Mustaine, Dave Mustaine signed this Megadeth, and this is sold to Victor Guerra. He got it for $110. Sold. Scott, I pulled that Bob Seger so fast you didn't even see it. Sold to Scott Arnold. Bob Seger against the wind, and Donna gets GQ. Thank you, Victor Guerra. Signed Megadeth. Let me put it like this, and boom. Okay, Miles Davis is sold to ST over on YouTube. No, he must have got outbid. Andrew Eisensmith, $41. Andrew Eisensmith, $41. All right, let's move that over. Wow, okay. So, for those that missed out on that last Poison, and you're like, crap, I would have bought that, Chad. I can't believe you sold that fast. I messed up. I should have bought that. Well, don't forget, because I won't forget you, literally, when I put up another Poison. This is signed by CC DeVille. Poison. It's an original single. This one happens to be Near Mint Minus. JSA authenticated. Poison, I won't forget you. Signed by CC. $55 start. That one's nice. That one's nice. Next is Jerry Lee Lewis, sold to Chuck Haley for $195. Sold $195 to Chuck Haley. Done. Depeche Mode is at $60. Done. What is the authenticated item there? It was probably Jerry Lee Lewis. It's gone now. And Poison's another chance if you missed out on that last one. Okay? There we go. Okay. Laserdisc. Laserdisc. More Laserdisc. We have, man, there's some in here I've never seen before. Ooh, this is a classic. I've never seen this on Laserdisc. Steve Martin, The Jerk. Steve Martin, The Jerk, Laserdisc, $10 start. $10 start. Okay, we're in a new Laura crate. There's still another Paul crate and another Laura crate. We hadn't recapped any new vinyl. And earlier, I hadn't pulled it yet. Joshua Cross wanted some snot. And I was like, okay, no problem. I can get you some snot. So we still need to pull that snot for Joshua Cross. It's been in the back of my mind. Snot has been in the back of my head for like 30 minutes. And I've got to clear it out. So I've got to pull this for Joshua Cross. Now, did any of that make any sense? If you don't know that we're talking about a band, it sounds like I had some allergy problems. I don't have allergy problems. I just have a backlog of stuff I have to do. Snot. Sold to Joshua Cross. I hadn't pulled that yet for him, okay? The Damned has not sold. Laserdisc. The Jerk is at 10. The Jerk is at 10. Jerk is at 12. Poison, another final call, 55. And Depeche Mode is at 65 with Danzig. Jeff Brindley, you're out, 65. And he says he's done. We're about to sell Depeche Mode OG for $65 to Danzig over on Twitch. Here we go. Maurice John Vaughn, generic blues album. Maurice John Vaughn, VG Plus, $9.99. Jerk 12, Jerk 12. The Led Zeppelin Live is Led Zeppelin, never released before on vinyl. It's a 4-track EP, In My Time of Dying and Trampled Underfoot at Earl's Court, well-known concert. Sick Again in Kashmir at Nebworth. Epic, 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 very epic. Kashmir. Oh, let the sun beat down upon my face. Stars fill my dreams. $24.99. Jerk 13. Jerk 20. Eric Van Leuven. Jocko's already been claimed, unfortunately. But I do have Kenny Neal, Devil Child. Kenny Neal is EX 12.99. And we have Public Bulletin, Broke from the Sound. Public Bulletin is signed, EX 14.99. And the last check condition is Oz, not Ozzy Osbourne, not the Wizard of Oz, just Oz, no prisoners. VG, $9.99. And that was the last check condition record, just FYI, okay? Jerk Laserdisc is at $25. Epic collection of Laserdisc tonight. $25 is the high bid. Okay, next thing over here is Depeche Mode's about to sell. What is the Depeche Mode? The Depeche Mode is $65. Final call to Danzig, $35. A Broken Frame, Gold Stamp promo OG, 1982 US Satellite OG, Gold Stamp promo. No white label promo exists, so that's what you're going to get. VG Plus on that. Michael Wood says he'll take a Led Zeppelin. Who asked about it first? Michael Wood, and let's sell one to Michael Wood, okay? I have more if anybody else wants one. That's sold to Michael Wood. Next thing over here is Jerk is at 28. Donna on Maurice John Vaughn. That is sold to D Jazzy over on Twitch. Rodney Dangerfield, The Loser. Nice. Sealed original for just $9.99. Holy moly. Also, we have Dash Rip Rock. Dash Rip Rock is sealed, $14.99. And we have Jimi Hendrix, the singles album. How cool is that? It's a double LP Jimi Hendrix, $34.99. It's a foreign import. And Huxton Creepers, 12 Days to Paris. There is Napoleon Bonaparte on the cover. Sealed, $9.99. Ivan R on RD. Rodney Dangerfield sold to Ivan R. Charlie Marks was second. And we have Depeche Mode is sold to Danzig for $65. Danzig, $65. Chris Knapp, third on Dangerfield. Is the song Smoking Pot on Dash Rip Rock. Dash Rip Rock, Smoking Pot. Pack your bags. DMZ, Endeavor, Obred, Just for Fight. Like your mama said, Hell's Scared. Operator, I saw a lot. Big Daddy Whiskey, Specialty, Berry Treasure, Shake That Girl, and Bad Dream. No pot on that one. Another no bid Poison. CC DeVille, $55. JSC authenticated, signed by guitarists from Poison. CC DeVille, $55. The last bid on the Jerk. Jeff Brindley went out. Chris Frazier has that for $28. And we have Huxton Creeper sold to Chris Knapp. Michael Ruttman grabbing the Poison for $55. And Laura, when you get a chance, well, I'll leave them on your desk. Like I said, just go ahead and pull the normal allotment for Metal Night. And tomorrow I'm going to leave you about 10 to research for the autographed ones, okay? So you can just go ahead and pull just like you're going to do a normal metal hype. And then I'm going to pull some stuff for you to tag before we go live tomorrow or after we go live tomorrow. Ministry Twitch, I'll leave them on your desk. Ministry Twitch. Ministry, wow. OG Ministry, wow. 86 US OG, wow. This is EX with the original inner sleeve. Ministry is a $35 start. It's OG, it has the original inner sleeve, always desirable. $35 on that. Back to this Laura crate, Justine. This looks familiar. Yeah, this is a really expensive OG. It's sealed, it's a reissue, $49.99. It's a 2008 UK Acid Psych Rock OG sale from 1970. up to $667. So this is a reissue of a sock record, Justine, $49.99. Okay, Steve Martin is sold, and Steve Martin is sold for $28 to Chris Frazier. Let's revisit our Laserdisc collection. Very excited to see the next Paul crate. Very excited to see the next Laura crate. All that's coming up right now, plus plenty of other auctions, okay? Ministry is already opened up at $35. We have next in the crate, Kenny Rogers, What About Me? Sealed original, $9.99. Drama, Scenes from a Distance, a sealed original. Drama, $9.99. And Yasmin, Wanna Dance, a sealed original, 12-inch single, $9.99. Okay, let's try another hair metal. Earlier, we had Wasp, those two photos. Well, I've got one more Wasp item, and this one happens to be fully signed, which is a premium, but it's signed by everybody. This is really cool. So no one's bought Blackie Lawless and Chris Holmes. What about one signed by all of them? This is Wasp, I Wanna Be Somebody, a UK import, VG Plus or better, and it's fully signed, which carries a premium. Very cool to have that complete. A $255 start. Pricey one there, but anything like that fully signed, very cool. Looks like it was probably signed by the same, looks like it's possibly used by the same marker. Probably signed at the exact same time. $255 on Wasp, okay? Next is Loretta Lynn, Making Love, sealed for $14.99. Sylvia, Lay It On Me, sealed original, $9.99. Crystal by Crystal Gale, sealed original, $9.99. And The Impossible, the sensational Alex Harvey band, cool cover, $14.99. Ministry's up for bid. It's at $40. Wasp is a $255 start. And our next laser disc. Let's mix it up a little bit. Let's do a Disney one, but this is cool. Walt Disney's Aladdin, laser disc, $10 start. Walt Disney's Aladdin, laser disc, $10 start. Okay, this is Ministry Twitch. It's an OG pressing, nice, and this is Faster Pussycat sold to Cameron Koenig. He wants a Faster Pussycat. Let me see how many I have left, just out of my curiosity. We started with 100. We got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. Count the one on the table. So now we have 27 left. Sold to Cameron Koenig. Okay? Cynthia Herdron on Impossible. That is sold. And we have Billie Eilish. Nice. $69.99. Billie Eilish is the 2020 Record Store Day exclusive. Limited to $1,700 on blue vinyl. $69.99. Rufus, Party Till You're Broke. $9.99. Two Guns, Balls Out. Sealed, $9.99. Hillbilly Casino, Red, White, and Bruised. White vinyl, $14.99. Mike McCoy's Trompe l'Oeil, a Gala Pression. Not for sure what that is, but $14.99. Cynthia on Billie Eilish. So does Cynthia Herdron. Danny Croa, Angels Watching Over Me. Sealed, $14.99. And Lord of the Highway, Joe Eli, $9.99. So, quick update. Sorry. All right, I had to check on something. Ministry is at 45 with Charlie Marks. Victor, you tied him, so Victor, you're out. Wasp is a final call for $255, and nobody's bid on the Aladdin Laserdisc, $10 start. Jim B, Billie Eilish got claimed quickly. Okay? Now, what we're going to do is, that's a lower crate. I'm going to read through those titles again. Not everything, and I'm not going to read every price. Just letting you know, we're going to kind of breeze through those, and we're going to go right into that other Paul crate, and then that will leave one more lower crate tonight. Okay, so 2 more crates of new arrivals still to go through. We have Nantucket, Long Way to the Top, Robert Palmer Addictions, Carl Carlton, The Bad CC, Ray Manzarek from The Doors, Hamill on Trial, Dr. Feelgood, Not Motley Crue, Nantucket Self-Titled, Loverboy Get Lucky, Rush, All the World's a Stage. If you need information, just let me know. Hot Tuna, Queen Live, Killers, Genesis Trespass, and we'll pause right there at Kenny Neal. Next thing is Now Ministries, definitely a final call. Charlie at 45, Victor, you're out. And we also have Public Bulletin, Broke from the Sound. We have Oz, No Prisoners. Jimi Hendrix, The Singles Album. Rush, All the World's a Stage is VG Plus, $19.99. It is a damaged cover, stained and damaged. Vinyls VG Plus, $19.99. Dash Rip Rock, Justine, that reissue of a rare psych album, sealed, $49.99. Kenny Rogers, all these are sealed right here. Kenny Rogers Drama, Yasmin, Loretta Lynn, Sylvia, Crystal Gale, Rufus, Two Guns, Hillbilly Casino, Mike McCoy, those aren't sealed. Danny Croa is, and then Joe Eli. Okay? All right, so first thing we're going to do is make the Aladdin Laser Disc, a $10 buy it now. And we're going to make Wasp, fully signed, I Want to Be Somebody, $255. JSA authenticated. And I've got the other wad. The only autographs I haven't signed is Wasp, which is surprising based on their fan base. Wasp has a huge fan base. Ministry is sold for $45. Seems like a good price on that. $45 to whom? $45 to Charlie Marks, okay? Let's go right into another new crate and all new auctions. I still got J.D. Crowe with Keith Whitley. I got Crocus Headhunter, AC/DC Off the Wall, Gene Loves Jezebel. Let's do this record that I keep saying I don't know what it is. It is called just because I can't read it. Maniacs. Gosh, I couldn't read the font like that. You know, words aren't supposed to be written like that. They're supposed to be written like this. Maniacs, I can see it better now. Maniacs is an 84 German repress. It has book and inserts. It looks very punkish to me. The Maniacs is VG Plus. It has an inner sleeve. It has inserts and a book, and it's a $25 start. $25 start. Some kind of wild cover there on the back. Maniacs, $25 start. Okay? And I know the Jerk movie, but I don't think I've ever seen it from beginning to end thoroughly. So I've seen some scenes where they're like at a gas station shooting and stuff like that. But okay, here we go, folks. Here it is. The Wall, Pink Floyd, Laserdisc. Laserdisc, The Wall, Laserdisc. This is a Laserdisc. The Wall. $10 start. The movie The Wall, $10 start. That's now up for bid, okay? And let's see, Aladdin's a buy it now. Let me lay these autographs back over here. Don't forget, I had 3 Chris Ledoux. Chris Ledoux, all 3 for $15. That was technically another no bid. Laserdisc has a bid for 10. Let's go to another crate. Okay. I have a feeling. One second. Okay, here we go. Wow, The Wall just has one bid for $10, final call. And we have Maniacs, no bid, $25. our next auction is The Damned. And The Damned is Phantasmagoria. The Damned is an 85 US OG Jacksonville press. Gold stamp promo, VG Plus condition, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. The Damned Phantasmagoria, $25 start on that one, okay? Condition of the wall Laserdisc. Well, the cover's in shrink wrap. The actual movie here, I mean, looks pretty nice to me. It's just got a few hairlines, like any gigantic CD-looking thing would have. I've played a lot of these. When we had a player, we used to have a player hooked up right here. I'd be back here working, and I was playing all the Bond movies we had before I sold them. You know, I just put them on in the background, and I never had one skip or anything. Some of them looked just like that, you know, like little hairlines and stuff. Okay. Damned, and let's go through that other crate. So 2 more crates of new arrivals. They're all going to be sticker price, and let's get right into this other one, okay? And I still got a few more autographs over here to run. But first, I'm going to squat down here and take a look at this. And once again, guess what? I had another prize on another record in that crate, and no one still bought it. I don't think I'm going to do one for this crate because the last 7 crates I've hid, it would be the same thing as like a Laura sticker. No one has claimed it. The last 7 crates, no prizes have been claimed. So I'm just going to pause. I'm not going to do one for this crate because they're all stacked up back there. I honestly don't know what goes to what, but last 7 crates, no prizes were claimed. All the hidden prizes I put in, nothing. Can you believe that? Okay, here we go. Let's start. This is Paul stuff that was marked earlier today, sticker price. And we have another crate over here from Laura we'll do right after this one. Let's get to it. Let's try to read through these. I know it's getting later. Some people's electing to go to bed. We better get through these fast, and we still got other auctions, and we got a bazillion laser disc. I've got a few more autographs I can throw up too. First thing, though, is the Chambers Brothers. The Time Has Come, a classic. The Chambers Brothers is VG Plus $14.99. That has the original Columbia 2i label, VG cover. We have Crack the Sky, Safety of Numbers, EX $17.99, Crack the Sky. We have Mother Earth, Living with the Animals, Mother Earth, and there is a track on here. No, Paul made a note. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what this is. Paul left a note here. He says, I just met Tracy Nelson yesterday. That's what it says. Paul has a note here. I just met Tracy Nelson yesterday. EX edition, $12.99. And Bale Arc, Graham Bale, John Turnbull, Mick Gallagher, Tom Duffy. Bale Arc, or Bale and Arc, a 71 Blues Rock, VG Plus $14.99. And Black Pearl, very much a Paul crate. Cool looking stuff in here. Black Pearl, VG Plus $14.99. Okay? We have Maniacs. Maniacs did not get a bid. This is a $25 buy it now. It is available. $25 buy it now. A 1984 German repress with the original inner sleeve books and inserts. VG Plus, $25. Okay? The high bid sold to Cynthia for $25. The high bid on this Pink Floyd laser disc is Chris Frazier for $25. The Wall, $25. The Damned has one bid for $30, Phantasmagoria. Okay? One bid for $30, and that bid is with Chadwick Smith for $30. Chadwick Smith. Victor second on Maniacs, Craig Thomas third, Charlie Marks fourth, Chris Knapp fifth. Wow. Just one person got it, though. Victor, you were second. Cynthia got it. Then you were second, then Craig, then Charlie, then Chris Knapp. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $26. New auction coming up right now as soon as I show you Blonde, B-L-O-N-D, a 1969 pop psych album. Blonde is VG Plus $14.99. And Voyage of the Acolyte, Steve Hackett. Steve Hackett, the guitarist from Genesis. EX edition, a promo marked label. Promo sticker and promotion not for sale on the label. Phil Elliott is in on Pink Floyd at $26. That's a laser disc, by the way. That's not vinyl. That's a laser disc. I want to make sure everybody's clear. If you just hopped on and you bidding on some of these, you might end up with a laser disc thinking you're buying vinyl. Fair warning. Next, MT Matte on Voyage. Next is Strap Secret Damage, a 1977 Hard Rock EX 1299. Sweet Linda Divine, a 1969 funk soul album produced by Al Cooper, EX condition, $44.99. Never seen that before. Next auction, REM. Fables of the REM is a 1985 USOG Club, near mint in shrink wrap with the original on her sleeve. REM is a $35 start. Round 1, Scrubbelow Kane. This is VG Plus $9.99, a 1973 blues rock. New bid on the wall for $27. Phil Elliott, you've been outbid. And Snafu Situation Normal, a 74 US blues rock, VG Plus $9.99. I better sell the damned. Chadwick Smith has had it for $40, the only bidder for like, or $30 for like a half hour, I think. That was an exaggeration, but he's had it for a long time. So did Chadwick Smith for $30. CDs tonight. No, because I don't have any more. We've went through all the newest CDs we could come up with. We went through them the last 3 days. So sorry. If I find more, it'll be a surprise at the end of the show. But as of tonight, we have went through probably about 500-600 CDs the last few nights. I've ran out again. Well, we go through them fast. You can have big tubs, but boom, 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 they're all gone. Maniacs just sold. Yep, Jackie Reynolds on Strap. And that was for this right here. So did Jackie Reynolds. Pink Floyd's at $30. Faster Pussycat is $39.99. $39.99. And we have, that's a new music on vinyl pressing that comes out Friday. New music on vinyl pressing. We have 26 left. REM is a $35 start. Pink Floyd's at $30.31. Groundhog. Groundhog is in VG condition, $11.99. Good Rats, Rat City in blue. Good Rats, Rat City in blue. This is EX 1299, a white label promo. The 11th House featuring Larry Coryell, VG condition, $9.99. Charlie Lines, VG Plus $9.99. Final call on the Pink Floyd Laserdisc for $31. Next auction is going to go up right now. One of the last from the high-end tab. This is really cool. It's a mono copy of the Yardbirds Over, Under, Sideways, Down. These demand pretty dang good money, especially when they look like this. This is highly unusual. The Yardbirds for a $50 start. EX++ near mint minus. Highly unusual. $50 start. So it's a 66 USOG mono. Unbelievable. $50 start on that. Okay. Cynthia Herdron on GR for Groundhogs, right? GR, Good Rats. So does Cynthia Herdron. REM has two $35 bids. Two $35 bids. We have two Jews Blues, Barry Goldberg, EX 1299. We have Sweetwater Just for You. This is EX 1299. Stephen Lewis Jr. says he'll take a Faster Pussycat. Faster Pussycat is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. That is sold, and we're down to 26 copies, I think. That's nice. I bet before the end of the night we can say we have about 20 left, which means we've sold 80 copies tonight. That's going to be one of the best sellers of the whole week. Also, we have Exile. Exile is EX edition, $12.99. And Joanne Kelly. Joanne Kelly is EX edition, $22.99. And Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, Tangled Up in Blue, EX edition. Nice copy, $22.99. So, Alan Smith, it's really just up to you on the REM. There was a bid right before yours over on Twitch for $35. You tied mortgage guy Rob, so you're out. I'm going to have to sell it to him pretty soon. Pink Floyd had multiple bidders and a lot of bids, but this is sold to Phil Elliott for $31. Let's go back over here to the Laserdisc. Some cool ones tonight. Ones I don't see too often. Also got more movies. Right now we're doing lots of other stuff though. Stephen Parton on Exile. Don't see that one as often. And the year on Jews Blues should be like late 60s based on, yeah, that's like 68-ish plus or minus a year. Shrink wrap, $12.99. REM has a new bid for $36, and don't overlook this Yardbirds. A 60s record like this, you got to think the Yardbirds, a very important group in rock history. At any given time, Jeff Beck could have been the guitarist. Eric Clapton could have been the guitarist. Jimmy Page could have been the guitarist. A couple times Beck and Page was on albums together. I don't think there ever was an album, though, with Clapton, Beck, and Page. I think at one time it was Clapton and Beck, and then Beck and Page. And, of course, everybody left. Jimmy Page was the last person, and he formed a band called Led Zeppelin. Everybody quit. The Yardbirds disbanded. Jimmy Page was left, and he formed a band called Led Zeppelin. He formed a band called Led Zeppelin. Wow. Another Pink Floyd Laserdisc. Pink Floyd, The Delicate Sound of Thunder. Nice. Pink Floyd, $10 start, another Laserdisc. Yardbirds is a 66 mono, EX++ near minus VG plus cover. George Sarasota on this. Robert Barnett, you've been outbid on REM. Alan Smith did bid $36. Moving on, the Bob Seger system, Rambling Gambling Man, a 69 OG, VG condition, Bob Seger, $14.99. Flash, featuring England's Peter Banks. That is out of our hands. Flash is VG plus $14.99. We have Trace, Rick Van der Linden, Ian Mosley, Jaap van Eyck. Birds. That is 75. Sounds like some Dutch names for sure. VG plus $14.99. VG plus $14.99. And we have Brian Prothro U. I/U. Is that what that says? I/U. Brian Prothro. Folk Rock Prague. VG plus $11.99. And we have, that's a good one. Taste. VG plus Roy Gallagher. $24.99. Out on REM, sold to Alan Smith. That new $36 bid did it. Sold for $36 to Alan Smith. The Yardbirds is a no bid. You can pick that up for a great price of $50. EX++ near minus, a 66 mono. A mono copy too. A mono to boot. The Pink Floyd Laserdisc has one bid for 10, another bid for 11, and Don Harrison getting that 69. 9 out of 10 of these are some kind of reissue label. When I pull this out and it's on that label, the original press, I'm like, whoa, there is that. And that is sold to Don Harrison. Okay, now, here we go. Laserdisc 10, Laserdisc 11. We need new auctions. Okay, let's do AC/DC. Let's do AC/DC. Fly on the Wall is an 85 USOG club copy. Beautiful vinyl. This thing is near mint in shrink wrap, and it's pretty much a top copy. It's an OG club copy. Pristine. $35 start on AC/DC. $35 start on AC/DC. Pink Floyd 11. Laserdisc 15. Alan Mustaine on Trace. Sold, and Yardbirds 40. You give me 44. I like that price. 44. Sounds like I'm calling out football signals. Blue 44, and it's yours. Holy moly, look at some of these Laserdiscs we have in here. There's like some box sets or something. Let me see what these are. Look at this thing. Holy moly. For a $10 start, hope everybody's paying attention. Might need to check this on eBay. 4 feature films. Sci-Fi Matinee Volume 2. You get The Magnetic Monster, The Quartermass Experiment, The Beast of Hollow Mountain, and The Invisible Invaders. And at one point, somebody was asking $100 for it. Some B-rated sci-fi movies. $10 start. Wow. Okay, let's go back up to the top. Pink Floyd Laserdisc 15. Ron Mustaine got Traced. Pink Floyd Laserdisc 16. Stephen Parton on Taste. Alan Hagen sold on the Yardbirds for $44. Laserdisc 17. Cactus, VG 14.99. How about we call this one Pink Floyd? And how about we call that one Laserdisc? Okay? Let's call this one Pink Floyd from now on, Michael and Phil, which I think Phil is. Michael, if you want to bid on that one, let's put Pink Floyd. AC/DC, $35 start. And then the Sci-Fi box set, 4 movies in one, $10 start on Sci-Fi Matinee Volume 2. Moving on, Capability Brown, Voice, EX 17.99. That's a prog album, and it's a white label promo. By the way, this is a new Paul crate, sticker price, new Paul crate, sticker price, and I have another lore crate to go through next. Another lore crate to go through next. We have Heads, Hands, and Feet. Oh Soldiers Never Die. VG Plus, $9.99. Also, Gentle Giant featuring The Taste. I don't see that one as often. It's a 74 US reissue, and it's promo marked. VG Plus, $34.99, and it's marked on Vertigo, promotion copy, not for sale. Okay, he's out on the Pink Floyd Laserdisc, $18. I'm going to go ahead and make AC/DC a buy it now. Fly on the Wall, OG Club, beautiful, shrink near mint. And then this box set, no one's bid on this Laserdisc, Sci-Fi Matinee, final call for a $10 start. Moving on. Some cool prog stuff in here and some jazz making an appearance. Gary Burton and Keith Jarrett. VG Plus, $11.99. That looks interesting. I've never seen that one before. Atlantic Records, 1971. Man, imagine being in Atlantic Records in 1969, 70s, everything that was going on. They were cranking out some music. Taste is already sold. Also, we have Lie Back and Enjoy It. Oh, Juicy Lucy there. Juicy Lucy is a 1970 white label promo. VG Plus, $24.99. Seasons, Magna Carta. Seasons is a 1970 US folk rock, art rock. VG Plus, $14.99. And The Last Ritual, a 1969 prog album. VG Plus, $19.99. Man, there's some cool stuff in here. If you like this obscure, like, prog and blues rock, and there's some jazz mixed in here. We've had Taste and Juicy Lucy and Gentle Giant. Cactus is still in here. This stuff should be flying out of the crates if this is up your alley. VG Cactus, $14.99. So the Laserdisc has a bid for $10. Who else is on the Gary Burton? Gary Burton and Keith Jarrett with Sam Brown, Steve Swallow, and Bill Goodwin. And then over here, we have Sci-Fi has another bid for 10. Phil, you're out. MT Matt, first to claim Cactus, and George Sheriff first on Juicy Lucy. Let's go ahead and sell the Pink Floyd Laserdisc. Laserdisc alert. Sold Pink Floyd. And this is sold to Phil Elliott for $18. Phil Elliott for $18. That is sold. Okay, let's go ahead and put up some more vinyl. I got more auctions over here. Right now, Phil Elliott, you're out on the Sci-Fi box. It's at $10. We also have over here Gene Loves Jezebel. That's something I don't say too often. Gene Loves Jezebel, The House of Dolls, and that's a 1987 USOG Club copy. Gene Loves Jezebel, and it's nice. EX, a $25 start. Covers in shrink wrap. $25 start on that. Next is the Neon Philharmonic, The Moth Confess. This has their big song, Morning Girl, on it. That was a big hit. Morning Girl. VG Plus, $9.99. Alan Hagen said he would do $30 on AC/DC. Sold. Alan Hagen, $30. Sci-Fi 10, Sci-Fi 12. Elegy, The Nice. That's with Keith Emerson on keyboards. VG Plus, $14. Victor Guerra, second on Cactus. It's already sold. Southwind, Ready to Ride. Southwind is VG Plus, $11.99. That's a 1970 U.S. country rock psych album. Gene Loves Jezebel, $25 with Cynthia Herdron. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is, oh, she marked one of my Bond records. Yeah. So John left this out for me, but I actually already have a copy. It is everything I've got, which is Honor Blackman, who played the. Okay, I'm gonna let one slip here, because it's in a James Bond film. Honor Blackman, who played the title character in the smash 1964 hit movie Goldfinger. She played the character Pussy Galore Goldfinger. A sultry new voice, the sensational star of the latest James Bond film. Pretty cool. I've only ever seen two. The one I kept, especially because it had a hop sticker that mentioned Goldfinger and James Bond. But she actually started, after that film, she started trying to sing. Honor Blackman. VG Plus, $10 start. She played the character, a ridiculous name, but it's a James Bond film. Doctor, reminds me of some of the parody names from Austin Powers. $10 start on that. Okay? Honor Blackman. Next thing is the sci-fi box is at $12 with Phil Elliott. Jerry's out, final call. Victor Guerra, never mind on that. And then Gene Loves Jezebel, just one bid for $25. Wow. All right, let's keep rolling here. I got Quicksilver. Quicksilver is VG Plus, $11.99. And Spooky Tooth. Wow, that one's early. Don't get that one as often. 68 Monarch, EX $32.99. EX $32.99 on Spooky Tooth. Glenn Coe, a 72 Prog album, VG $9.99. Roy Harper, as in Led Zeppelin, hats off to Roy Harper, 1978 US, VG Plus $19.99. And we have Stories. Stories is EX $12.99. Speaking of Honor Blackman, we have Faster Pussycat back there for $39.99. All right, so this sci-fi box, 4 movies in one, is sold to Phil Elliott for $12. And we have Gene Loves Jezebel, just one bid to Cynthia Hurtron for $25. Honor Blackman has one bid with Weasel for $10. Everything I've got, James Bond related. We have Hiram Aponte on Spooky Tooth. And Honor Blackman has another $10 bid. So two $10 bids on that. About the only flaw is somebody a long time ago was trying to sell it for 50 cents. Who knows? That could have been in 1966, pre-owned somewhere. So there it is. It's now $10. And that is with Weasel and Jerry, you tied them. Okay, this is actually pretty cool because this is J.D. Crowe with Keith Whitley. So J.D. Crowe, legendary bluegrass and the New South, and Keith Whitley plays on there. He sings and he plays. And it's the only time this has ever been pressed on vinyl. It's in shrink wrap, EX edition, $30 start on J.D. Crowe. $30 start. Who Needs Faces? Ooh La La. I got the best of Jimi Hendrix. All Along the Watchtower. Little Wing. Voodoo Child. Slight Return. Red House. We're talking about Hendrix. Some people say I can play guitar just like him. I'm like, please, I'm not that good. But that's what people tell me. $29.99. It's a double LP. Faster Pussycat. $39.99. Same price for Faces. Ooh La La. Dear Old Granddad. Okay? Jerry, let me know if you want back in on Honor Blackman. And J.D. Crowe, let me know if anybody wants to bet on him. Okay, J.D.? Our next laser disc. Oh, wow. Look at this. The Golden Age of Science Fiction Thrillers, Volume 2. Holy moly. The Land Unknown, Monster on the Campus, The Leech Woman, and The Monolith Monsters. The Golden Age of Science Fiction. 4-movie box set, laser disc, $10 start. Here we go. I'm going to read through this Paul crate one more time, just hitting the titles, maybe a few prices, and then we're going to go through this last crate, Laura marked. Who's ready? I'm ready. Hope you're ready. If you're not ready, you should be ready. We have the Chambers Brothers, The Time Has Come. Safety in Numbers by Crack the Sky. Mother Earth, Living with the Animals. Belle and Ark, which was blues rock. Blonde, B-L-O-N-D. Black Pearl. Sweet Linda Divine. Round 1, Scubalo Kane. Snafu, Situation Normal. Groundhogs, Black Diamond. The 11th House featuring Larry Coryell. Charlie, Lines. Sweetwater, Just for You. Joanne Kelly. could be John Denver's sister. We have Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, Flash featuring Peter Banks, and Brian Prothro, I/U. Okay, first thing we have is this. Honor Blackman got a new bid for $12. Guess what, Curtis Marachi, you're out. JD Crow has one bid for $30, final call. Sci-Fi Box Set has a new bid for $20. Sci-Fi Box has a new bid for $20 with Michael Ruttman. Everybody else is out. Donna Turner's already asked about CDs, Jim B. They're right now CDs are MIA, meaning I don't know where anymore. At some point, I'm probably going to step up front and grab a bite to eat before we transition to part two. Transition to part two will probably be discount stuff, comics, autographs, posters, Funkos, until normal stopping time. But when I went live earlier, I had Chick-fil-A. I ate about half of the sandwich before it got cold and nasty. I ate about half of my fries before they got cold and nasty. And so I haven't had very much to eat and all day. Of course, boy, I really didn't eat before I went to bed early this morning. So I think I might go front, take a legitimate 5-minute break and grab something to eat right quick before we get into like discount crates and that kind of stuff. Capability Brown. That was a white label promo. Heads, Hands, and Feet, Old Soldiers Never Die. Gentle Giant, Acquiring the Taste. Seasons, Magna Carta. The Last Ritual, Gary Burton and Keith Jarrett. The Neon Philharmonic, Elegy the Nice. Southwind, Ready to Ride. Quicksilver, Glencoe, Roy Harper, and Stories. Okay? Right now, Honor Blackman is sold to Weasel for $13. Sold. Let's go through the new lore crate. JD Crow is sold to Alan Hagen for $30. And the Golden Age of Sci-Fi is sold to Phil Elliott for $22. Okay, can I see the Gentle Giant cover again? The Gentle Giant is called Acquiring the Taste. Acquiring the Taste. Gentle Giant is VG Plus, $34.99. Acquiring the Taste. It's in Vertigo, and it's marked a promo. All right, let's go through this new crate that Laura's marked over here, folks. All right. Dun, 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 dun. I saw Jimi Hendrix blink earlier, too. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Well, I stand up next to a mountain. Boom, a da da down, a da 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 down. We could just leave faces back there forever. That could be a permanent staple of Coletco. All right, more Laserdisc coming. Let me take a peek in the lore crate. Now, that crate, I didn't leave any prizes because the last 7 crates, no one got the prize. I'm going to put a prize on this crate because it's a lore crate. She's been trying to mark more records, so she's only doing like 1 sticker a night. It's pretty time-consuming for her to make those stickers, so I asked her could she price, more records every night, which I think more people would prefer, and there's a lesser chance of getting a sticker every night. So I think everybody's okay with a slimmer chance of a lore crate sticker with more opportunities to buy more records, right? Yeah, that's what I think too. So she's been able to mark maybe except 1 crate, 2 or 3 every night, and we've just had 1 or 2 less stickers, which makes them more rare, right? I am going to put a prize. It could be $5 off, $10 off. It could be free records for life. It could be you get to come down here and pet Otis and play fetch with them at no charge. Whatever it may be, I'm going to write something down here. And let me write down this. And we'll see who gets it, okay? If it gets claimed. High chance that it does. GMB says he guarantees it's not free records for life. Okay. It's tradition lost. No, there was one already given away tonight or last night. You just missed it. You just missed it. Well, I have noticed this. More people have said any Laura crates a lot more than any Laura stickers, right? I get that question a lot more. Is there any more records that's Laura's priced rather than is there another opportunity for a Laura sticker? So it's got to be a substitute for one or another, right? It's got to be a substitute for one or another. Let's figure out what laser disc we want to do next. There's some cool ones in here. All right, let's go to the front and let's do this one right here. A Clint Eastwood movie for a few dollars more. Laserdisc. Laserdisc. Laserdisc is a $10 start. Laserdisc is a $10 start for a few dollars more. Next auction is this. Crocus Headhunter. Crocus is a 1983 US Hauppauge original. This is an OG pressing of Crocus with the original under sleeve, a $25 start. Few dollars more, a $10 start. Crocus, a $25 start. Okay? Is that wasp to the right? Left. There's only 3 no bids tonight. Technically 4. Blackie Lawless and Chris Holmes sold together with guitar picks, $175. Wasp, I Want to Be Somebody, fully signed by all 4 members. UK import, $255. The only laser disc that hadn't sold is Aladdin. Aladdin is a $10 buy it now. Aladdin is a $10 buy it now. And 3 Chris Ledoux CDs, $15. That's our only technically auctions that have not sold tonight. Let's get started with this Laura crate. Hope everybody's ready. I'm going to go put some of these autographs away so they don't fall. We've already sold Poison. We sold Megadeth earlier. We sold another Poison autograph. And we sold a Misfits autograph. Those have all been sold tonight. I'm going to go ahead and put those in here. On top of the X-Files, we sold the X-Files script. We sold Eli Wallach from Good, Bad, and the Ugly. We sold Alice Cooper autograph. Been selling some cool stuff tonight. And there's a lot more where that came from. Let's get started. My crate over here is almost full. First is this. Ego is Not a Dirty Word by Skyhook. Skyhooks, EX $14.99. The Laserdisc has 1 bid for 10. Final call. Crocus is at 30. Creedence Clearwater Revival live in Europe. VG $12.99 for CCR. Duke's Up, Duke Tomato, or Duke Tomato. You know, I read it as tomato, but everybody tells me it's pronounced tomato. So evidently, VG $9.99. Steven on CCR. The few dollars more Laserdisc has a new bid for 11. Cameron, you're out on Crocus. Night Watch is EX $12.99. And here comes the Judge, Shorty Long. Here comes the Judge, EX Edition, $14.99. Todd, you were second on CCR. Our next auction is going to go up right now. That's Ultravox, a 1977 Terre Haute OG VG Plus with the original sleeve. Ultravox is a $15 start. Next is Jackie Lee Walken Cochran, Swamp Fox, EX 14. What a name. Jackie Lee Walken Cochran, Swamp Fox, EX $14.99. Imagine him having to write that as a kid in school. Jackie, will you write down your name on the board for everybody? Sure thing, Miss Jones. And then he's got to write his name on the board. Jackie Lee Walken Cochran. These are new arrival sticker price. Bill Nelson's Red Noise. EX $14.99. Crocus is up to one person. Cameron Koenig. It's up to one person. Laserdisc is at 15 and now 16. Ultravox has a new bid for 15. OCBcia is VG condition, $9.99. Malice in Wonderland, Pace, Ashton, and Lord, EX condition, $19.99. The Last Puff, Spooky Tooth featuring Mike Harrison, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Illusion, Out of the Mist. Illusion is EX condition, $14.99. Does the Wasp have Tony Richards' signature? Let's go to JSA and find out before I even try to figure it out myself. This is certification number CJ 12356. Signed by 4 members. I know that's Chris Holmes. I know that's Blackie Lawless. Tony Richards, possibly up here. I really don't know. If they don't tell me, it's hard for me to really figure it out unless I take time to look up. Let me do a quick Google search on what a Tony Richards Wasp signature looks like. Tony Richards Wasp signature. Okay. Images. Looks like that could be the one up in the top right, possibly. Hold on a second. So the personnel on this song doesn't really say on Wikipedia. I really don't know. Could be that one right there, but I honestly don't know. It says signed by 4 members. I'm assuming the 4 members that played on this track. So, but I can't really make that one out up there. So this one looks like something else over here. Okay. All right, so over here on the Laserdisc, the last bid on this was Phil Elliott at $21. First thing we have over here, Laserdisc, Phil Elliott, $21. Michael Ruttman's out. The last bid on Crocus, there was a bid for $25 and $30. And I never did hear back from Cameron. He decided he had to go walk his dog, and so this is sold for $30 to James Hicks. That is sold to James Hicks for $30. We're right in the middle of a Laura crate, by the way. Sorry I had to take a pause there. So last night, I got to a certain point where I was looking these up on JSA, and, I was looking up what they put, and then I was looking up what I could find out, and I knew, like, if the question's asked who all signed it, unless I've taken time to figure it out, a lot of times I'm be like, I don't know, unless it's really important. Unless it's like, a $500 plus or maybe something of a letter. But then they actually list it and tell you. Otherwise, man, trying to figure out who signed something, even if it's authenticated, Mike Owen, you get Ultravox for 15. And then over here, the Laserdisc is sold to Phil Elliott for 21. Okay, and my crate's full, and I got to start a new crate. But first, let me show at least 3 more records out of here. Good Rats, From Rats to Riches, VG Plus $12.99 on that. City Boy, Young Men Gone West. City Boy is EX $14.99. And Sister Sledge, Love Somebody Today, VG Plus $9.99 for Sister Sledge, okay? First thing I have is this, The Stranglers, No More Heroes. The Stranglers is a U.S. Monarch OG from 1977. EX condition, $20 start on that. $20 start on that. And then Sparks. Sparks is our next one. Sparks Indiscreet. 75 U.S. Santa Maria OG VG Plus condition, $20. A lot of times on albums like this too, or artists will say signed by Blackie Lawless and Chris Holmes, plus 2 additional members. They'll do that. They'll list the big people that most people care about, like Blackie and Chris, and then they'll say 2 additional members. So that's what happens a lot with those. Okay, and we have Matthew Wilder, Bouncing Off the Walls. Matthew Wilder is EX condition, $9.99. More Laserdisc coming. But first, I got to swap out crates because we have just filled up another one, and this thing is full. It is really full, so let me put that right there. Let me grab a new empty green crate. Let's fill up this nice empty green crate, and while I'm walking by that, I'll grab another Laserdisc to put up. And this is... let's do Quest for Fire. Here we go, a little bit different one here. Laserdisc Quest for Fire. $10 start. Quest for Fire, $10 start. The Damned is already gone. Yep. Okay, here we go. We have Ruby Star and Gray Ghost, EX $17.99. Also, Jack Wagner, All I Need. Jack Wagner's VG Plus, $9.99. Genesis Nursery Crime. Genesis is EX edition, $19.99. Also, Straub's Deep Cuts. Straub's is VG condition, $9.99. Amanda Darby on Jack Wagner. That's sold Amanda Darby. We have $17.99. Rock and Other 4-Letter Words, created by J. Marks and Siffen Ledbezelter. What? I don't know what this is, but it's $17.99. Also, Night Ranger 7 Wishes. Night Ranger is VG $9.99. And Deborah Allen, Let Me Be the First. Deborah Allen is EX condition, $9.99. Also, Survivor Premonition. Survivor is VG, $9.99. So, final call on the Strangers, No More Heroes, $20 start. Final call on Sparks, Indiscreet, VG Plus $20. And Quest for Fire, Laserdisc, $10 start on that. Okay, next is Eric Clapton's Slow Hand. We had a near mint copy earlier for $30. Here's a VG copy, $12.99 for Eric Clapton's Slow Hand. And we have Procol Harum, VG $9.99. Let me check my spreadsheet of autographs, see what else I had actually prepped and ready to go tonight, and what's actually sold. Megadeth, we sold Megadeth. We sold Misfits. We sold Alice Cooper. Everything that I've kind of prepared tonight has sold. Just the Wasp haven't sold. Mastodon, Quiet Riot, Striper, Ween, Huntress, Blondie, Mastodon, Isis, Zach Sabbath, Every Poison, Dangerous Toys, all of those are tomorrow. Those are all albums that are autographed, and honestly, the autographs are worth just as much as what the actual album is. So that's some stuff coming tomorrow. So I'm left, honestly, with very little that's been prepared for tonight. But I do have a head start on the signed albums for tomorrow. So, I mean, I do have other stuff over here, but it's not really being thoroughly researched for comps. But we could do that later. I could literally try to show some of them tonight, and I plan on doing that later, just trying to offer some for buy it nows. We have Carole King Tapestry, VG $9.99. We have Sparks. Chris Knapp's in at 23. He also has the Stranglers at 21, and Phil's in on the Laserdisc for 10. We're about to sell all 3 of those. Final call. Genesis is EX $19.99. This is Nursery Crime. Genesis Nursery Crime, EX $19.99. Also, we have Bobby Womack, The Poet 2. This is VG condition, $9.99. and Steve Harley and Cockney Rebel, The Best Years of Our Lives. That's VG Plus, $12.99. We're still right in the middle of a new crate that Laura marked from all this newest stuff we've bought. That one is... that was the last check condition record. Donna on BW for Bobby Womack. The Stranglers has a new bid for 22 of Fred Knoop. So, Chris, you've been outbid on that, but you're about to get the Sparks. Sonindo and Benito. That is Los Temporios, and that is sealed, $14.99. The Laserdisc is Quest for Fire. We have sold a lot of Laserdiscs tonight. I think some have slipped through cheap, like some $100 ones for like $10 and $20 for sure. Quest for Fire has one bid for $10. Next is Jim Reeves. That is a sealed mono copy, $19.99 for Jim Reeves, self-titled, and Ma Ta, One Touch Too Much from the Connery, from the dreaded Connery collection, $9.99. What does that mean? The guy wrote his name on the cover, but the vinyl is like new. $9.99 on that. And we have the Hillbilly Moon Explosion raw deal, sealed, $19.99. Sparks is sold to Chris Knapp for $23. But Chris, you've been outbid on the Stranglers. You just got Sparks. The Laserdisc is sold for $10 to Phil Elliott. Let me get that in a new sleeve. Let's get some more up. And let's finish this Laura crate too. Let's go ahead and put up another new auction. Okay, let's go right over here. And we got this. All right, I got that. And I got this. I got Super Chunk. Super Chunk is a 93 USOG EX condition, a $30 start on Super Chunk. That's now for bid. And I've got Roxy Music. And Roxy Music is a 72 Terre Haute with the original inner sleeve and the insert, the matching insert. VG Plus, $20 start on that. Next is Juice Newton, Old Flame. Juice Newton, this is sealed, $9.99. Sealed, $9.99. Also, Commodores in the pocket. Folks, we're talking about Lionel Richie. This is sealed for $14.99, the Commodores. Also, Twin Peaks, Down in Heaven. Twin Peaks is the name of the group. It is sealed, $14.99. And La Cathedral, D. Winchester, Los Temporios, that is sealed for $14.99. And the Stranglers, Chris, it's all up to you. Fred Knoop has it for $22. You bid $21. Just FYI, you were outbid, okay? Just an FYI, you were outbid. Also over here, we have Stevie Nicks, Belladonna Live, 1981. Stevie Nicks is sealed for $44.99. Sealed for $44.99. That was for Stevie Nicks. And Black Moon Mother, Illusions Under the Sun. Black Moon Mother is sealed, $19.99. Red and green vinyl. We got Stephen Parton on Stevie Nicks. Cynthia Herdron was second. Also, the Motels, all for one. The Motels is $14.99. The Motels, all for one. And Amy Grant. Amy Grant is Age to Age, sealed for $9.99. Ten Angel is $12.99. And we have Russian. It's Cliff Richard's Best Songs. Unknown release year, a Russian reissue, $19.99. And Los Fugitos, that is sealed for $19.99. Josh Brown wants Genesis. Genesis is sold right here. And Genesis is sold right here. Where are you, Genesis? Genesis is sold to Josh Brown. Okay, so Chris Knapp, wow. I was about to say, I lost Chris Knapp. He just bid $23. Chris, you must have a wicked delay. Chris Knapp has Stranglers for $23. Fred Knoop, you're outbid, okay? And now Super Chunk has bids for $30 and now $35. Either the feed just got hung up or everybody has a really, really bad connection all of a sudden. Roxy Music is a buy it now for $20. Roxy Music is a buy it now for $20. 2-0 on Roxy Music, okay? Stranglers, he can have it sold to Chris Knapp for $25. Super Chunk is at $35 with Jason Fornerat. Everybody else is out. Hallbrook gets Roxy Music for $20. Our next laser disc is going up right now. You may ask yourself, Chad, My goodness, these laser discs have been pretty dang sweet tonight, buddy. What other ones do you have? And I'm like, don't worry about it. Just sit back and relax. I've got Clint Eastwood and Heartbreak Ridge. Heartbreak Ridge is a $10 start. That's now going up. And we have Chris Knapp on TP. And TP for Chris Knapp was Twin Peaks. That's so to Chris Knapp. Now Super Chunks at 37. Now Super Chunks at 45. That's where we're at right now. Just FYI. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do this. And let me jump over here. Let me see what this message says. Chris Knapp, if you're on YouTube, you're either watching a few minutes behind. You're either watching a few minutes behind or you've got a really bad delay. All right. One second. Make sure we're getting some payment from some people. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Stevie Nicks goes to Cynthia Herdron. Cynthia, do you still want Stevie Nicks? If you do, just say yes. All right. We're going to read through this lower crate one more time. Chris, you won the Stranglers. He basically said you can have it. He went out. It was so do you. Right now, Super Chunk is at $65, and the Clint Eastwood Laserdisc has one bid for $10. All of the advertised auctions are gone. That is the last one, Super Chunk. Here's the agenda for about the next 10 minutes. Stevie Nicks is sold to Cynthia Herdron. Okay. All the advertised auctions are gone, except maybe, yeah, that's it. Here's kind of what we're going to do. I am going to wrap up these two auctions, wrap up this lower crate. I'm going to take a legitimate, like, 10-minute food break, which I rarely do, but I want to because I think we can do a lot for part two. The first thing is we need to recap all the new vinyl, which was great. Second thing we need to do is go through some discount half-off crates. And I'm going to try to do some live autograph pricing. I'll show you exactly what I do, how to price some of these autographs that we just had authenticated. Kind of show you my process. Now, some of them might be for sale. Some of them you may see me do research, and you can see how I can price. I'll show y'all very transparently how I price a lot of these autographs. So, but I legitimately, it's like I got to have some energy. So I'm going to go up there, and I have food from last night I didn't eat. It's going to take me like 10 minutes. But let's go ahead and wrap up these auctions. We're going to continue with Laserdisc and other miscellaneous stuff anyways. And I think everybody might like that. Everybody else can grab a snack. Everybody else can go use the bathroom. And when you come back in about 10 minutes. But first, let me read through these, and let's go ahead and wrap up Super Chunk. Final call 65 and final call on the Laserdisc. If you need a prize or anything, let me know. Now, there is a sticker prize, I put on one of these records. So if you bought something, stick around to see what happened. Skyhooks, ego is not a dirty word. Duke's Up, Duke Tomato. If you need a prize, let me know. Night Watch, Here Comes the Judge, Shorty Long. Jackie Lee, Walkin' Cochran, Swamp Fox, Bill Nelson's Red Noise, O.C. Becia, Roger Dean Artwork, Malice in Wonderland, Pace Ashton Lord, The Last Puff Spooky Tooth featuring Mike Harrison, The Illusion Out of the Mist, Good Rats from Rats to Witches, City Boy, Young Men Gone West, Sisters Sledge to Love Somebody Today, Matthew Wilder Bouncing Off the Walls, Ruby Star and Grey Ghost, Straub's Deep Cuts, Rock and Other Four-Letter Words, that was EX 1799, Night Ranger 7 Wishes, Deborah Allen Let Me Be the First, Survivor Premonition, Eric Clapton Slow Hand, Procol Harum Exotic Birds and Fruit, Carole King Tapestry, Steve Harley and Cockney Rebel, Lost Tempo Rios, Jim Reeves, Mata, The Hillbilly Moon Explosion, Raw Deal, Juice Newton, Old Flame, Commodores in the Pocket, La Cathedral de Winchester, Los Temporios, Black Moon Mother, The Motels, All for One, Amy Grant, Ten Angel, Cliff Richard, Russian, Los Fugitavos. Don Harrison wants to see Ruby Star. Chad Snyder says, can I see Ruby Star? Ruby Star and Grey Ghost is EX condition, $17.99, self-titled Capitol Records. Stephen Parton claimed The Motels. So does Stephen Parton. I never did even see that. The Clint Eastwood Laserdisc is sold to Phil Elliott for 10. Phil and everybody else has been bidding on Laserdisc. I would recommend y'all not going anywhere, okay? I wouldn't go anywhere. So there's that. Let me put that in a new sleeve for him. And Super Chunk is sold to Jason Fornerat for $65. All right. Anybody else before we take a quick timeout? Okay. Anybody else before we take a quick timeout? Going to make sure everybody's before, in case some people don't come back. I hope you do, because you're going to miss the half-off crates. You're probably going to miss recap of new stuff. And we had 5 new vintage arrival crates from Paul and Laura tonight. They are epic. I bet everything left is in like 2 or 3. Motels was already claimed by Steven. And guess what? Y'all finally actually claimed a prize. So here was the prize. Not that one. Steven, I got bad news. Stevie Nicks, $5 off. Steven had that in his hand and gave it to Cynthia. And now Cynthia gets it $5 cheaper. Stevie Nicks, $5 off. So make sure that goes in for $39.99. Nice. Steven's like, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. But that was a kind gesture, and Cynthia just got a $5 discount. All these back here are discounts and free stuff that hadn't been claimed in previous crates. Some are from tonight, some are from last night. Okay? That's it. I don't have rap. I'll tell you some of the music ones I have coming up. Well, let me just read some of them. Lord of the Flies, Airport, E.T., Olivia Newton-John, Paul Simon, Madonna, Pink Floyd Pulse, Oklahoma Casablanca, Mission Galactica, Battlestar Galactica, Stevie Nicks Laserdisc, ABBA Japanese, Madonna, more ABBA. These are all Laserdisc. Lost Continent, more movies, Cream, Eric Clapton Cream, Death Wish, some early looking sci-fi stuff, okay? So what I'm going to do is, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. All right, so I'm going to set a timer on my phone in case anybody hops on and they're like, what's going on? And I think by the time I go up here and warm up this food, eat it quickly, drink something, and clean up, you'll hear me unmute my mic. I could go up there and talk to you the whole time, but y'all would hear me chewing and it would be kind of disgusting sounding. So what I'm going to do, let me say, I was going to try to come back at 11:30, which is in 12 minutes. So let me start a 15-minute timer. I'm going to come back in, hopefully when that expires, and that's when I'll be back. Hopefully before when that expires, okay? So don't go anywhere. So you'll want to come back and check that timer, because when that gets pretty close to expiring, that means I'm going to be back doing half off. We still got to do a nonsense crate, and we still got to do, what else do we got to do? We got to do a lot of stuff, okay? I'll be right back. I'll leave my mic right here too. I'll be back in, well, you see the timer. One more thing, you can, get a chat going. Y'all can tell everybody, y'all can have a conversation. Hey, when's your next concert? When's your next concert? When's your next show? When's the, where are you watching from? That way you don't have to leave the chat, right? You can at least say, hey, I'm going to see, Led Zeppelin next week at the Forum. Just let everybody know. Perfect. Welcome. All right. Thank you for allowing me to do that. I can't tell you how much joy eating apples and peanut butter and spaghetti and meatballs. wild combination, but yeah. Here we go. Okay, so all the advertised auctions from tonight are gone. The only no bids tonight is just some higher end autographs that probably won't sell tonight until we find the right buyer, but I'm always optimistic. Wasp is $255. It is signed. I still got 3 Chris Ledoux CDs. 3 Chris Ledoux CDs, $15. These 2 Wasp, which were being sold together, Blackie Lawless, Chris Holmes, $175. And then Aladdin. Aladdin is $10. Walt Disney Classic Laserdisc. That's the only Laserdisc we hadn't sold. So Aladdin, 3 Chris Ledoux CDs, and the Wasp autographs. That's the only thing that went up for bid tonight that did not get a bid, that went up for auction that did not get a bid. Okay, so right now what I'm going to do is kind of like what I did last night, play a little cleanup with some of these crates because I want to make sure we have all this Laura and Paul stuff over here together. It's been a very exciting night, lots of cool stuff, and I am ready to go. I feel like I've been revived. I feel vigorous. I lifted a dumbbell today. Frank Costanza from Seinfeld, he said, I lifted a dumbbell today. I feel vigorous. All right, so these air fresheners are still available. Grateful Dead, Ghost, Pink Floyd, and a few Aussies. The 3 Chris Ledoux CDs. Let's sell those to Stephen Parton for $10. I'd been better off selling those individually, eh? Let's go ahead and start part 2 here. So we're officially in part 2. I'm probably going to be here maybe an hour or hour and a half or maybe even 2 hours. It just depends on what happens. I honestly have a lot to do, but sometimes if we start doing the stuff I have to do live here, like sometimes like, man, I got a lot to do. A lot of that's like research and document autographs. So a lot of times I can show those here. We can knock out some of that later tonight. Let's sell the 3 Chris Ledoux CDs for $10, but we got to do at least one half off nonsense crate, which we're about to do. We're about to do at least one half off nonsense crate. Let me move all the prize stuff over here. And the prize stuff from tonight that didn't sell. And there's all the prize stuff from last night that didn't sell. And then there's all the leftover flip crate stuff from today. We're about to show that. There's a crate of new stuff tonight that didn't sell. There's a crate of new stuff tonight that didn't sell. There is puzzles from yesterday. Still got puzzles. And let's move over here. Here's a crate of new stuff that didn't sell. And I kind of need to start by showing y'all the newest, really the newest vinyl from tonight, like new sealed stuff. That's always popular, right? And here was the first thing. Don't forget, we got the new Faster Pussycats. That's been the record of the night, and honestly, it will be the record of the week because we're not too far away from selling 100 copies tonight. Wake Me Up When It's Over, limited edition gold vinyl numbered, $39.99. Always get music on vinyl, limited edition when you can. The Thin Red Line, original motion picture soundtrack by Hans Zimmer. That is $49.99, The Thin Red Line. And honestly, like I said, I bought these because a couple people I know buy soundtracks, but I don't think they're watching tonight. Guy Shard or who's the other person? Some people buy these soundtracks just because they're Hans Zimmer and John Williams. They collect those artists. Artillery is a metal album, new from Music on Vinyl, $39.99. Radiohead, Hail to the Thief, live recordings, 2003-2009, $44.99. These are part of that new reissue series from New Order. These come out Friday. They've reissued Brotherhood, Low Life, and Power, Corruption, Lies. So there's the first of the New Orders. That one's $29.99. And then they've reissued some Depeche Mode for this week. And the first reissue Depeche Mode is Exciter, $39.99 for that. I've got 3 of those. And this is the soundtrack to the Twilight movies. We got the first 3, and these are on colored vinyl. Twilight is $44.99, and the other Depeche Mode is Playing the Angel. Depeche Mode, $39.99. When are you going to make a Japanese, or can you get me Godzilla, Ultraman, and T-Rex? On Japanese vinyl, like with Obi, I can probably try. Sometimes we don't get to do much picking and choosing with Japanese, but I can try. So Depeche Mode, Twilight, the movie Twilight, New Moon. Antonio, let me know which of the 2 Depeche Modes. I haven't had Exciter before, and I don't think I've ever had Playing the Angel. And then we have New Order. We got Radiohead, Artillery, The Thin Red Line, and then all the Faster Pussycats you could want. All right, and then there's one more crate of like new stuff over here. Let me go ahead and condense. So Paul and Laura collectively combined priced 5 crates. If I can condense everything, full packed crates, there'll be about 2 left, which would be pretty packed, but condensed, that's pretty amazing. So that means we've moved a lot of their price stuff. Tomorrow is Thursday night metal night. We're going to have featured metal auctions that Laura's already sent me a picture of. We're also going to have the signed albums that we just had authenticated. And then Friday night, Halloween night, is going to be new vinyl on sale. It's the last day of the month, and because it's Friday night, and because I'm not going to be here Saturday because of the football game, we have Antonio on both, okay? So he gets 1 of each. Chris Kirkley, if you're okay, I got to reorder more anyway. I'll have to put you on a waiting list for Playing the Angel, Chris Kirkley. So Antonio was first, and he did want both. And then Chris Kirkley, waiting list on that one. All right, let's move that around. So Friday night is all of our old stock new vinyl on sale. And as y'all know, that usually turns out to be a old-fashioned slobber knocker, especially Halloween night, because I feel like most people will be in. Most people will be off on Saturday, and we'll have some late night fun on Halloween night. And I even come dressed like Gene Simmons. Friday's Halloween, and we expect a big crowd. Some of my biggest shows ever have been on Halloween night. Why? Because most of the time after all the trick-or-treaters are gone and everybody has done whatever they do, they're tuned in to Colecco because there's nothing else to do. And then Saturday night, I'll be in Neyland Stadium for a big football game. It is officially dark mode. Nice dark mode. Dark mode. Dark mode. All right. I feel like most of the trick-or-treating nowadays is done before the sun even sets. I mean, and they do all these trunk-or-treats. I'll probably drive by 3 big churches between my house and here, and I've seen already 3 big churches do trunk-or-treats, and I think a couple churches did trunk-or-treats tonight, like local churches that I know well, and I know people who go to them. So I feel like a lot of people probably have already told their kids, well, Halloween's over. We're not going out Friday night and the craziness. So you've already been trunk-or-treating 10 times. So, and yeah, most of it's done by by 9 o'clock when we're prime time here, everybody be done with their Halloween stuff. So we'll have a big night to sell vinyl. Here's some of the other new stuff for tonight. This is that new Elton John Captain Fantastic 2 LP. It's on colored vinyl. It's a deluxe edition, $69.99. Eminem Recovery, $39.99. $39.99 for Eminem Recovery. That was a waiting list. So was Elton John. We got those back in. And the Sundays, Reading, Writing, Arithmetic, $33.99 on that. And we have the Beatles Yellow Submarine Songtrack. The Beatles is $44.99. And Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, $44.99 on that. And Knocked Loose, You Won't Go Before You're Supposed to. Green, yellow with black splatter, $33.99. And Chromacopia, this is new Tyler the Creator. Die Cut Eyes, clear white vinyl, $44.99. We have 3 of those. And we have the Sundays Blind. The Sundays is $39.99. The Sundays Blind. And Twilight Saga Eclipse. That is $44.99. A double LP gatefold of that. Shh. 10 years after. Their 1969 album, remixed, remastered, $38.99. And Depeche Mode, Some Great Reward, $29.99. New Order Brotherhood is $29.99. And then the Dang Yankees on blue vinyl, $39.99 for the Dang Yankees. New Devo, the soundtrack from the Netflix documentary on red vinyl. It's essentially a greatest hits. Whip It, Uncontrollable Urge, Girl You Want, and the first Twilight movie. And by the way, these soundtracks are, pretty well-known artists like Linkin Park, Muse, Paramore is on this one, $29.99. It's not just like score music. That's actual music on those Twilight soundtracks. Laura or Paul, I got to text them. I got to figure out who wants to do it Saturday. There's a good chance it's Laura. Good chance the show hosted Saturday by Laura. I have not actually even discussed that with them because I was going to make sure I am obviously going to the game, which I wouldn't see anything stopping me, and it doesn't look like anything's going to stop me. So I'm obviously going to be there. The away games are iffy. We usually go to them. Last couple, my friends get discouraged because we've lost a couple games. They only like traveling when we're undefeated or one loss, and I'm like, psh, well, we're not going to go to a whole lot of games then, but away games, but we'll go to the early season ones, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, guys, Tennessee's not always going to be undefeated all year. We missed some good away games. Kentucky. I mean, Alabama would have been not too fun to go to, but I still like going to them. It's cool to show. So, and then next Thursday is McCartney, and Paul will definitely be doing the show. All right, it's time for a half-off crate. Let's find a nonsensical half-off crate, and let's do it. I actually have this. Let me take these because these have already been shown. This is the only little handful of leftovers. And of course, I don't usually do much on Sundays, and luckily there's a show on Sunday. And that show on Sunday doesn't interfere with me doing a show here, so that's always fun. Okay. Get Otis to do it. That'd be cool. Metal and Halloween comps. Well, we probably have very few of those left. Not metal, but never have enough metal. But man, all of our Halloween, we've almost sold out. Well, we are sold out of Halloween records. And honestly, we're done with... We've went through about every good Christmas record up until maybe a little closer to Christmas. So, all right. So this is a really recent crate. These were priced on the 25th. So just 3 days ago. And what I did is I pulled out a lot of stuff for the flip crate this morning. It's still left. It's still left in here. And then the rest of these are going to be half off. So what I'm trying to say is whatever's left in here is about to be half off. So let's read through these, and we'll probably do one more, and then we'll see what y'all want to do as far as miscellaneous, okay? Yeah, Paul plays back-to-back. He plays Sunday night in Atlanta and Monday night in Atlanta. And, of course, Sunday is much more logical for me, so. All right, here we go. The Who face dances. The Who is $10. The Who has the original on her sleeve. The vinyl is really clean, and that is $10. The Who face dances. These are half off, no more, no less. Wishbone Ash, Nouveau Calls. Wishbone Ash is a gold stamp promo, $10 on that. Also, this is Smash Palace. Smash Palace Gold Stamp promo, $5. Anybody still tuned in, interested in Laserdisc? Before I spend any time trying to pick them out and put them up. Anybody still watching, remotely interested on Laserdisc? Also in here is Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, a classic. Half off price is $7.50. Here's to You, Mrs. Robinson, $7.50. Also, Silent Running. Silent Running is $5. Silent Running is $5. Michael Ruttman. All he had to put is LD. Folks, he's here. All right, let's do it. I know Jim B is, because one of these I'm about to lay down is probably going to be like $3,000, and Jim B's going to bid $10 on it, and then I'm going to absolutely lose my mind. I'm going to be like, oh my gosh, Jim B's bidding on this. It's probably a $10,000 laser disc. Oh my gosh. But first of all, we're going to do this one right here. The Gauntlet with Clint Eastwood. Laser disc, if you want to bid on it, put LD, and that's going to be a $10 start. $10 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we have Santana Caravansari. Santana is $10. Also, we have the nice in shrink. It does have an edited cover, but with hop sticker. The Rolling Stones just $20. Right, dun 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 dun. Gonna miss you. Michael Ruttman. I do have ET. We already sold one earlier tonight, but I have another one. How about we roll another one then? ET. I had one right here. ET. Ooh, it's sealed. Do I have two? Is one of them open? What's going on here? Okay, this one's sealed, but it's nicer. There's no dings. There's just a couple corner smushes. So up here, this corner is kind of, I mean, it's never been opened. It's sealed. So ET, it's sealed, $10 start. So LD, he's putting LD for Laserdisc. ET for ET, we're in a half off crate, no more, no less. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow, $10. Easy peasy on this crate, half off, no more, no less, and it's recent. Literally nonsense. I've not really, other than people possibly making offers, have discounted these any further. Jeff Beck, $10. Iron Butterfly, In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida, in shrink wrap, $10. $10 on that. That's a reissue. It's a club copy from the 70s or early 80s, but no barcode. And we have Ice House Sidewalk. Ice House is $10, gold stamp promo. Stephen Parton on Jeff Beck. Clint Eastwood has one bid for 10. ET has a bid for 10. Those are final calls. A Day in the Life of Captain Sensible. Captain Sensible, $7.50. Also, Carly Simon, Anticipation. Carly Simon, $5. And Hunter's Collectors. Hunter's Collectors, gold stamp promo, $7.50. Boom Crash Opera. Boom Crash Opera is $7.50. It's called These Here Are Crazy Times. Boom Crash Opera, $7.50. Fred Knoop on CS for 10. Carly Simon. Captain Sensible. Which one is CS? And by the way, this is a half off crate. So if you're buying something out of the crate, one thing, you don't have to put the price. Otherwise, it might mess me up. I think maybe you're bidding on something. Number two, whatever price I'm saying, you don't have to pay any more, and you definitely aren't going to pay any less. He wants Captain Sensible. Captain Sensible, Fred Knoop, was only $7.50. I'm actually going to sell it to you less than what you offered because the half off price, no more, no less, is $7.50. That's sold to Fred Knoop. Donna Summer, Bad Girls. Donna Summer is $7.50. And Hip Sway. Hip Sway is a gold stamp promo, $7.50. And this is Seduced and Abandoned, Hue and Cry. Hue and Cry from 1987, $7.50 on that. And Renaissance Prologue. Renaissance is $5. ET sold to Peter Haas for $10. Oh my gosh, Travis just bid $12. Man, that was like splitting an atom. That's how close that was. I got to give it to Peter, though, for 10. And then Clint Eastwood is sold for 10 to Michael Ruttman. But Travis, I have another one over here. I'll sell it to you for $10, which you may be okay with. I looked like I had two sealed ones over here. The other one that I passed on had like a couple more dings. Okay, so this one, your lucky day, though. I've got another one here. I'm going to show you. So it has a very similar kind of smush corner, but a little bit more severe. But it's sealed. Other than that, maybe a little bit of a wrinkle right there. It's $10. I'll sell it to you for $10. Phone home. Okay, if you want that one. Next over here, and we have Robin Trower for Earth Below. Robin Trower is $10. Also 10cc, the original soundtrack, $7.50 on that one. And this sold to Travis for $10. Antonio just asked to see it. Sold to Travis. I have to give that to him as the backup bidder on that one. So that one sold. So another ET for $10. Make sure Travis gets that second one, okay? There we go. Moving on in this crate. Rod Stewart is $7.50. Let's try two more. Let's get back to... Let's see. Let's get back to this crate. I kind of want to open... So some of these are like wrapped up and they taped them shut. So I kind of want to open one of these up, but it's Target Earth, which looks like a pretty rare sci-fi movie, 1954. Kind of want to get it out of these sleeves because all these have been kind of taped up and shut. Let me see if I can get into one of these without causing any crazy damage on it. I mean, they're not sealed. They're just like wrapped up in a sleeve, like almost like a record. They've wrapped it up in a record sleeve and like took shipping tape and taped it shut. So it's kind of a mess to get into, but I want to kind of just make sure these are really nice and clean. I've almost got it. Let's go up here. And it's still wrapped in plastic. They've took care of them. So that's the actual sleeve. This was a sleeve they taped it shut in. All right, so now you'll kind of know these here. And then this one's like sealed, maybe? Nope, it's in another sleeve. Okay, there we go. Wow, yeah, these are nice. These ones that's been like triple wrapped, see, that was $50 new. Beautiful. That is like a perfect one there. Target Earth. $10 start, 1954 sci-fi. Okay, $10 start on that. Gives you an idea what's going on with some of these. More half-off LPs. Thin White Rope. I don't remember showing that one. I feel like I would have remembered that cover. And The Spanish Cave. Thin White Rope is $10. And Weather Report. Weather Report is $7.50. That's Joseph Zawinul, Wayne Shorter. And we have Human Drama. I don't remember that one either. Shrink Wrap and Hop Stickered. Goth Rock from 1989, $17.50. Was I here the night they went through this crate? Human Drama, $17.50. Target Earth has a bid with Michael Ruttman for $10. He's bidding on that one. That means we can put up another one. And the other one I'm going to put up over here is this right here. Enemy Mine. This one has an old price sticker stuck to it. Someone's tried to recently peel it off. You're going to have to get some Goo Gone on that one. Enemy Mine, $10 start on that one. Okay? Eric Van Leuven wants Thin White Rope. And let's read through that half-off crate one more time. This was pretty recent titles. No more, no less. Just FYI. When I came back from my break, there was 81 people still watching. And now there's 128 people watching. So a lot of people's got back on. And these Laserdiscs are going up for bid. Wayne Shorter plays in Weather Report. He plays in Weather Report. The band Weather Report. So does Joseph Zawinul. Big jazz musicians. $7.50. Half off crate. No more, no less. One more read through. We have The Who Face Dances. $10 on that. Stephen Parton wants Human Drama. Donna, if you don't want Weather Report, Ryan Mustaine does. Wishbone Ash, Nouveau Calls. Wishbone Ash is $10. We also have Smash Palace. Smash Palace is $5. Also, Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, $7.50. Silent Running is $5. We also have Santana, Caravanserai. Santana is $10. And the Rolling Stones Some Girls. Now, it does have the edited cover. The price is $20 on that. And Iron Butterfly, In-A-Gadda-Vida, $10 on that. Donna does want Weather Report. Ryan Mustaine second. Ice House Sidewalk. Ice House is $10. Carly Simon was $5. And Hunter's Collectors was $7.50. Michael Ruttman gets both laser discs, $10 and $10. That was easy for Michael Ruttman. $10 and $10. Picking out some cool ones over here. Picking out all the most looking sci-fi, horror-looking ones I can find over here. And space and, you know, that kind of genre stuff that everybody is like, Chad, that's what we want. That's what we need. I'm like, coming soon. All right, there's that. There's that. Also, Boom Crash Opera is $7.50. We have Donna Summer Bad Girls. Donna Summer is $7.50. Hip Sway still available, $7.50 on Hip Sway. Hue and Cry is $7.50 from 1987. Renaissance Prologue was $5. Robin Trower is $10. That is For Earth Below. Also over here, 10cc, the original soundtrack, $7.50. And Rod Stewart Camouflage. Rod Stewart, $7.50. Ryan Mustaine threw up a question mark, so he must be confused on what happened. So earlier I said Weather Report, $7.50. It has Wayne Shorter. And then Donna said, did I hear Wayne Shorter? And then you claimed it. And then she said she'll take it. So she had first dibs, so she got it. Now, if you would have said, did I hear Wayne Shorter before she did, then you would have got dibs. She got to it first. Now, if y'all want to settle that out in the parking lot, that's okay, but it has to go to her. Next laser disc. We have so these are wrapped in plastic, kind of like the other ones did. Were Tarzan the Ape Man, $10 on Tarzan. And Quartermass 2, they had this one marked $50 at one point. Quartermass 2, $10 start on that. And then Peter Haas does want 10cc. Sold to him for $7.50. Anybody else? Pretty recent good titles in here that has not been discounted any other time. So not for sure if I want to make those a bundle, especially with some stuff like the Stones in there. So if anybody does want anything in there, right now would be the time to let me know before these disappear. Okay, these could disappear. There are no unsold auctions except Wasp autographs and an Aladdin Laserdisc. Thin White Rope is already sold. There's 2 sets of Wasp autographs and an Aladdin Laserdisc. That's it. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to try to find one more discount crate of vinyl. And that might be the last crate of vinyl for tonight. And then we're going to figure out what to do for miscellaneous. I know a lot of people's itching for more CDs. I don't think I know of any. I'll make a lap around the store and see if I see any laying anywhere. And then I said we was going to go through some autographs. And, you know, we had somebody ask, could we read through the CDs the other day? And I was like, maybe. And maybe not. Who knows? I have some tubs over here. The lids have never been cracked off of them. So no telling what's in those. You could easily open one up and it's full of CDs. So I probably should look. Anybody else? Any oldies or soul autographs? Possibly. That would be more in the Fred Goodwin department. Some of these I don't know really who they are yet or what they are. So I kind of have to figure them out and find them and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. That's what I got to do. I literally got to go through them with you. They'll be kind of revealed all together. They'll be revealed together. Scott Arnold, DS, $5. Pass. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Scott knows that. Scott knows that. $7.50. I wouldn't take $7.49 for it either, Scott. Could I sell it later in a bundle for $2.75? Possibly. Am I going to take $5 for it right now? Absolutely not. Now, Scott, what's $2.50? It's nothing. That's nothing to you. You have that laying in your couch cushion. The couch you're sitting on right now, that's down in your couch cushions. Final call on those 2 laser discs. Let me see if I can find another crate of vinyl. One that's... there are some Paul crates here. Or is this John stuff? I'm not for sure. This kind of looks like Paul's handwriting. I mean, he did mark some, I think it's half and half, and this might be stuff we hadn't took offers on. Because if it's some of Paul's handwriting, then if it's Paul and Laura stuff, that means offers never did happen. And so this might be a great crate to do best offer before they get discounted in the flip crate, okay? And I'll be very much open for offers. Let's do it, okay? Larry Gonzalez says he'll take Donna Summer. He just snatched that right out of Scott Arnold's hands. He just snatched that right out of Scott Arnold's hands. That's so to him. Wolverine, don't go anywhere. Hey, Wolverine, there's a Christmas crate you've never seen. It sounds like I need to sell Wolverine. I need to sell Wolverine some more Christmas records and some Oldies autographs tonight. And some Beatles. You know, I've been waiting for you to say I'll take those Beatles autographs. You know, I still got those. I still got the 4 Beatles, and then I got this thing over here signed by George Harrison and Ringo Starr. You know, don't forget about that. George Harrison, Ringo Starr, and I've got the 4 cuts. Just waiting for Wolverine to say, Chad, I'll take that. I'll take the 4 cuts you got, and I'll take all the Christmas records you can find. The Laserdisc. Quartermass 2, Tarzan the Ape Man. $10 and $10. He's in San Diego tonight. Wow. All over the world. Here we go. 10 years after, A Space and Time, VG Plus, $14.99. A Terre Haute pressing. 10 years after, VG Plus, $14.99. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment, VG Plus, $17.99. Chad, you missed Eric's question. Eric, hey, Chad, got a bad record? Do you guys do returns? Absolutely. Just make sure you reach out to us via message. Ed will get to you in the next 24 hours. Ed will get to you in the next 24 hours. Just make sure you reach out to him. These are very much open for offers. 10 years after, Rod Stewart, King Crimson, nice. In the Wake of Poseidon, EX condition, $47.99. That's an OG Atlantic. EX $47.99. We also have Crosby, Stills & Nash, VG Plus $24.99. Textured cover, gatefold, original pressing, $24.99. Sweet Judy Blue Eyes, it's getting to the point. Hall & Oates Voices, EX $17.99. Hall & Oates Voices, EX $17.99. And Eric Burden and the Animals, Love Is, VG Plus $29.99 on that. Loverboy Get Lucky. Loverboy is EX condition, $17.99. And Argent all together now. Argent is EX condition, $17.99. Hold your head up. These 2 laser discs are buy it nows for $10 and $10. Phil Elliott says he'll take Tarzan for $10. Boy, you got that at the right time. That's so to Phil Elliott for $10. And we have Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood. That's VG $9.99. And Neil Young, everybody knows this is nowhere. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. VG Plus $24.99. Stephen Parton gets Argent for $13. We got the Pretenders 2, EX $17.99. And Foghat Boogie Motel EX condition, $12.99. Our next laser disc is right here, and that is going to be what? That is going to be what? Let's do Stevie Nicks. This could be pretty good. So this is Stevie Nicks laser disc. That's pretty cool. And then an ABBA Japanese laser disc. Sounds pricey. This is More ABBA Gold. Volume 2, that's a laser disc, $10 start. And Stevie Nicks Extended Play laser disc, $10 start. Okay. Hall & Oates, $11, and that was Peter Haas, and I'm assuming that was for this here, right? $11.99 on that. John Mayall, The Turning Point, EX $19.99. What's in the no-bid pile? Essentially nothing. Culture Club, Kissing to Be Clever. Culture Club is EX edition, $22.99. Hall & Oates, Bigger Than Both of Us. Hall & Oates, another EX, $17.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Bruce, The Boss, Tunnel of Love, Shrink and Hype. VG Plus, $14.99 for Bruce Springsteen. And Robert Palmer, Double Fun. Robert Palmer is EX edition, $17.99. It does have the original under sleeve, $17.99 on that. Antonio's in on both Laserdiscs for $10, $10. Foghat Night Shift, VG Plus, $9.99. And Grateful Dead is VG Plus, $34.99. The no bid pile, Quartermass 2, Laserdisc, $10. Wasp Autograph, $255. Wasp Autograph, $175. Aladdin, $10. That is the only no bids. So essentially no vinyl. Everything has sold tonight. The Best of Joe Walsh, $19.99 for Joe Walsh. Top Loader, a Greatest Hits, nice. $19.99 for Joe Walsh. And Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire, $24.99. Nice copy in shrink wrap. By the way, these are final calls to Antonio, 10 and 10. Joe Walsh is sold to Stephen Parton for $14. We have Elvis Costello and the Attractions, Get Happy, $24.99. That's in shrink wrap. Original under sleeve, $24.99 on that. And we have Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery. Jethro Tull, $19.99. Phil Elliott has bid $12 on Stevie Nicks. There's a new bid from Phil Elliott on the Stevie Nicks Laserdisc. Antonio Villanueva, it now goes back to you. Just FYI. Also, Journey, Looking to the Future. Journey is a 1976 Santa Maria press, $34.99. It has the original under sleeve. And Yes, Fragile, $19.99. That is a 4-digit OG pressing. Nice. $19.99. You got to have that one. Jerry Rock on Jethro Tull. Todd Saw, you came in second on Joe Walsh for $15. So that means I shot myself in the foot over $1. I shot myself in the foot over $1. That sucks, but that's okay. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. Lou Reed is in shrink wrap, $29.99 for old Lou Reed here. Rock and Roll Animal, nice. And we have Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust. Nick Lowe is in shrink wrap, $19.99. And Noiseworks. Noiseworks is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And Al Quinn, Nobody Can Wait Forever. Al Quinn, $12.99. Phil Elliott, you've been outbid on both Laserdisc. Antonio bid 15. Antonio bid 15. Phil Elliott, you've been outbid. Phil Elliott, you've been outbid. Next is this. Jules Shear, The Eternal Return. $14.99 for Jules Shear. Also, we have The Origin. The Origin is $19.99. That's from Virgin Records, 1990. Is that what that says? 1990 for The Origin. Also, we have The Beach Boys Close Up. The Beach Boys is $29.99 and 10 Years After. Or you can buy the brand new remaster that just came in today. 10 Years After is $17.99. Antonio, you've been out on Stevie Nicks. Antonio, you've been outbid on ABBA. Those are both Laserdisc back there. Laserdisc. Think about that, folks. George Harrison and Ringo Starr held that piece of paper and signed it. Can you believe that? Just think about that. George Harrison, the guy who wrote Here Comes the Sun, the guy who wrote Taxman, the guy who wrote Something in the Way She Moves. He held that piece of paper and signed it. So did Ringo Starr. Incredible, right? I also got John Lennon, and I got Paul McCartney, and I got another George, and I got another Ringo. And I can tell you almost exactly when that was sold or signed. Mid-1963. These autograph experts can track, and they know exactly when this was signed. Look at that. Info on King Crimson. EX, $47.99. In the Wake of Poseidon. EX, $47.99. In the Wake of Poseidon. Stevie Nicks, 18. So King Crimson. Now, a quick glance at the label. This is OG. That's just me quickly looking at the label. It's got the right address and the right catalog number. So if this address was anything different, it would be a later pressing. Now, could it be like a repress from 1970? Sure, but it's definitely from around the year of release. It's either OG or the year of release for sure. That address label would be very indicative of a first press. Ringo has a cool star. They also did that thing back in the day. They did the hugs and kisses, the XX. They did that on... the guy I bought that from had another single piece of paper signed by all four of them, which I should have bought that. It was expensive, but he was needing to sell it because he was buying a check signed by... and now he's selling that. I should probably go ahead and snatch that. He's got a check, a personal check of Paul McCartney's, and John Lennon signed it. So John Lennon signed it because he endorsed it. It was royalties that Paul McCartney was paying him. And I should probably go ahead and buy it, but it's expensive. Oh my gosh. Just because it's a check and it's like from the account of Paul McCartney. So Mr. I Wear the Face. Mr. is $17.50. King Crimson sold to Stephen Parton for $30. We have Kinks Greatest Hits. $10 on the Kinks Greatest Hits. Frost the Music is $24.99. Sorry, I did a couple half off prices there. Mr. is $34.99. And then the Kinks is $19.99. I was in my half off groove. And these are best offer. Mood 6, I Saw the Light. Mood 6 is $9.99. The Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream. That's in shrink wrap. Nice, $14.99. And we have Cruel Story of Youth. $9.99, Polly Rock, $19.99, and Lines and Ghost, $9.99. So it looks like they split these auctions. Stevie Nicks went to Phil Elliott for $18. Yep, that went to Phil Elliott for $18. Looks like they split these auctions. And it looks like ABBA went to Antonio for $17. So almost like they reached a truce there almost. Something in the way she moved, boom, 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 tracks me like no other lover. Something in the way she moves me. Don't want to leave her now. No, I believe in how. Wherever my love goes, I don't know. I don't know. You stick around, it may show. ABBA, gold, a laser disc. ABBA, gold, a laser disc. Laser disc, $10 star. And Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind, $10 start. Nice. 50th anniversary edition. Nice. There's a note. Watched Saturday, September 11th, 2010. A great movie. At first I thought that said Saturday 2001, and that would be really weird. Gone with the Wind, 50th anniversary, $10 start. The last time that was played, there's a good chance the last time this was played was 15 years ago. $10 start on those. Okay. Scott throwing out some movie references. I've seen parts of Gone with the Wind, but not the whole movie. Let's flip through this new collection. New collection over here that hadn't been processed. Led Zeppelin, KC, Aerosmith, Led Zeppelin, Steppenwolf, George Thorogood, AC/DC, Jim Croce, Big Brother, Joan Jett, ZZ Top, James Gang, Tommy James, Bob Seger, Grand Funk, REO, Journey, Kansas, John Cougar, Hart, Greg Allman, ZZ Top, Roy Orbison, Pink Floyd, Marshall Tucker, Rolling Stones, AC/DC, Knack, The Animals, AC/DC, Pat Benatar, Kiss, Woodstock, George Thorogood, Tommy Two-Tone, Woodstock, James Taylor, ZZ Top, Don McLean, The Judds, Bob Dylan, Beatles, Elton John, Beatles, Montrose, Skinner, ABBA, Pink Floyd, Beatles, Clint Eastwood, Marvin Gaye, Dio, or Rio, Trio, Beatles, Pink Floyd, Waylon, Willie, Beatles, Waylon, Willie. Is this a butcher cover? Uh-oh. This is not a butcher cover, or is it? This is not a butcher cover. No, not a butcher cover. Willie, Paul McCartney, Nielsen, Skinner, Pink Floyd, Pure Lee, Doobie, Linda, Waylon, Dolly, Willie, Waylon, Dolly, George. That's a tough George Jones to get. Judd's, Johnny, West, Johnny, Credence, Bob. All Bobs are Seegers. That's what a crate of unprocessed records looks like over here from a new collection. That's what a new collection of unprocessed records looks like. So those will be for sale not tonight because they're not clean, they're not priced, and there's that. Laserdisc. We have sold all of our Laserdisc players. Chad, just take that crate, we'll price them for you the spot. Oh, I know y'all would buy them all, but they got to be clean, they got to be inspected. You know why? Because you know what we don't want happening? We don't want y'all to get one and there's a scratch I didn't see because I'm pricing them on the fly and then we have to do a return, blah, 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 or yada, yada, yada. I let them clean them, price them, inspect them. The big thing is inspecting them because I've sold a lot of stuff on the fly and Chad, that was warped. Chad, that was scratched. Chad, you didn't see this mark on the back. There's literally a drill hole right through the vinyl. I'm going to take a drink of water. Y'all be voting on what you want me to do next. The polls are open on what y'all want me to do next. I vote autographs and miscellaneous. The polls are open. Hot sticker, hot picture for tomorrow, sure thing. Hot picture for tomorrow, Metal Night. Laura. Nice. Pantera, Black Sabbath, Dangerous Toys, Savatage, Black Sabbath, Exciter, Sanctuary, Black Sabbath, Fist, Speed Metal Hell, Picture, Metal Church, Queensryche, Motley Crue, Motorhead, Venom, Def Leppard. Uh-oh, that record there, that usually, like, people go crazy for that one. Great White, Hanoi Rocks, Babylon AD, Skid Row, Apocalypse 84, King Diamond, Iron Maiden, Beyond Metal Zone, Bullets, Judas Priest, Easy-O, Salty Dog, Michael Schenker, Voivod, Rat, Whitesnake, Battle Axe, Rocks Gang, and I have a lot more coming. Okay? So first thing we had was we had ABBA and Gone with the Wind. Antonio bid 10 on ABBA. Burt Jordan bid 10 on Gone with the Wind. Phil bid 10 on Gone with the Wind. Phil bid 12 on Gone with the Wind. 14 on Gone with the Wind with Burt Jordan. We got a request for CDs, a request for 90% off, more LPs, CDs, autos and miscellaneous, 50s records, miscellaneous, autographs, prizes, and Beatles and Hessen session. Yeah, I've got two. Wow, it's pretty split. But see, it's not like I don't have any CD. It's not like I'm holding CDs. Y'all have seen them all. I mean, we'd have to go back through old ones. Y'all need to give me 24 hours to go cherry pick like the best CDs up front that no one's bought. I mean, because everything, there's 2,000 or 3,000 up front, but y'all have already seen them here. I'm sure not everybody has, but also they've been picked through up in the store now. So it's not like I have a new batch unless I start. Can you reveal the unclaimed prizes? Well, no, because I can remember what they are, and the next time, if it shows up in a discount bin, I'm still going to hand it out to somebody. I know what they are whenever I see the records, so they're still eligible. I might void some of them if they end up, missing. Like, they could accidentally get pulled, but I don't see that happening. Let me walk through the back. I've got records, posters, records, toys, posters, beer mirrors, candid photos of Bruce Springsteen, CDs, thousands of them, but I can't even get to them. I promise I can't physically get to them unless I move half the store around. 8 tracks that I can't get to, 45s I can't get to, billions and billions of records. I'm back here near the incinerator now. Billions of more records. Millions and millions of records. Millions of records. Billions of records. Billions of records. You got to sing that like Band on the Run. Billions of records. Billions of records. Did they actually cut that? Uh-oh. Hope they did a good job. I wanted them to cut that, but I wanted to supervise it. What did they do with that? All right, so who had the high bid on these laser discs? The last bid on the Gone with the Wind was Burt Jordan at 14. I did not hear back from Phil Elliott unless he bids pretty soon. And then ABBA was just one bid with Antonio, and we're going to go ahead and sell that to Antonio for $10. I basically just walked through the entire store looking around. I didn't go to the left side of the store. Y'all heard me humming and looking. I just realized that there was a expensive autograph over here. They trimmed it, which I hope, let me go look at it because I'm kind of nervous. I hope somebody supervised that. They knew what they were doing. And we had a large, like Crosby, Stills, and Nash poster. Y'all probably seen me post a picture of it. It's signed, but the bottom part needed to be trimmed off because it was a space saver. But I think they did it right. I hope so. Okay. And here we go. Okay. What can I sell y'all? What can I sell y'all? That's the question. All right, let me grab this stuff. Yeah, here's the unclaimed prizes. I'm going to get these off the table before I lose them, actually. I'm going to lay them right up here. I've got rare, like, soul and funk 45s. They're all going to be looked up on Discogs because they're about $500 a pop. But I don't think there's any buyers for those watching. And let's see what we got over here, okay? Let's go ahead and sell this to Burt Jordan. I lost Phil Elliott. That sold to Burt Jordan for $14. That was probably the last auction of the night. All right, so here's some stuff that was recently authenticated that is eligible for grabs. And let me see what's left in this crate here. So I've got, and fair warning on this stuff. Most of it, I'm going to say, you know, some of it I could price, but some of it we need to, I told some people it's being auctioned tomorrow. So some of this can be bought right now. A lot of it I've promised to people in the future for auctions, okay? So don't be disappointed when I say I can't auction that to you or I can't sell that to you right now. But this is signed by Alan Parsons. To Travis, best wishes. He signed this Dark Side of the Moon DVD. And if you want a price on something, I literally got to find out. Okay, some of these I honestly don't know. This is definitely being auctioned, probably tomorrow. I got some people waiting for this. Def Leppard, signed by 3. It's a magazine's insert. Def Leppard, signed by 3. Okay. So, Alan Parsons, Def Leppard. Y.A. Tittle, legendary Hall of Famer football. Ace Frehley. That's pretty dang cool. Ace. This is being auctioned tomorrow. Ozzy. Ozzy is signed by Ozzy, Zach Wilde, and Randy Castillo. ZZ Top El Loco is available. Monty Irvin. Monty Irvin. I got a couple wrestling autographs. Hurricane. This is, I forgot. And then Al Snow. I forgot on that one too. And we have plenty more. For those that bought Shirley Eaton autographs last week, here are now they're all officially authenticated. So Shirley Eaton, Shirley Eaton, Shirley Eaton, the Golden Girl from Goldfinger. The Golden Girl from Goldfinger. So the other night I showed an Ace Frehley poster too, Oso, and no one claimed that. Let me jump over here and look up an Ace photo. I'll go ahead and sell it because nobody had any interest in the Ace Frehley poster the other night, which like blew my mind. Let me see what I can do that on. The poster, let's see. That signed photo, I will say that signed photo for $175. $175. I got a signed poster for $275. Yeah, let's look this up on JSA. $275 on the poster, $175 for that photo. Let's look this up on JSA. JSA, and this is CJ. $12,489. This is signed by I think they made an error on this one. Yeah, they made an error on that one. I'll figure it out in just a second. They made an error keying that one into the system. It's not the right number on it. Let me make sure these are right. CG 12363. Okay, that's right. That's Al Snow. We knew that one. And let's see. CJ, let me make sure these are right. CJ 12362. All right, that's Raven. Al Snow, Raven. We know that one. Okay, so there's that. Okay, those should be good. And let me make sure. 12. Let me make sure this one doesn't say Tim Conway. All right, so this is CJ 12488. Okay, that's Shirley Eaton. Yeah, I think there were so many Shirley Eatons. I think they put too many into the system. This one shows up as Shirley Eaton. So, yeah, Tim Conway. Let's look up his signature. And let me show Oso this. Tim Conway signed. This is from Fred Goodwin's collection. Tim Conway, JSA. See what shows up. Anything from McHale's Navy. I can probably do this one for $55. $55 for that. Okay, the poster. Let me pull it up over here on my monitor. That way, so you can see it. The other night, man, I guess you were just off and on. I was like, every time I caught your name, I think even Stephen Parton was like, Oso, are you seeing the poster? Oso, are you seeing the poster? And I think it's just like you kept missing it. You kept on, you was off on just the wrong time every time. And I was like, man, I think he's getting off right the wrong time every time. Hold on one second. Let me open it up over here. So, okay. There we go. There we go. So it's about a 24 by 36. JSA authenticated, rolled with JSA. It's an actual promo poster. It's an actual promo poster. There it is. Oso's got a really bad connection out in Los Angeles. Like sometimes he gets dropped. I don't know if it's just in LA, but Los Angeles has some horrible internet. You would think that city would have the best in the world, but evidently not. Other people I know that live in LA, horrible connection. Okay, look. More Shirley Eaton, more Shirley Eaton, more Shirley Eaton, more. These are all the Shirley Eaton photographs. Golly, I got to get these on eBay. Look at them all. So there's one with her, Sean Connery, and Ian Fleming. There's one her painted in gold. Okay. There's her also from Goldfinger. There's her in that iconic shot. These are all JSA authenticated now. There's her and Sean in bed, a.k.a. James Bond. And there's her also laying in bed. And there's her dead laying on the bed. So those are all signed by Bond Girl. I have now hundreds of signed Shirley Eaton. And like I've been told, I guess if you was going to have a Bond Girl, you had probably one of the most iconic. So that's good we got all those. So if any of these others, if anybody wants a price, or if you're curious on what it's going to be auctioned for tomorrow, let me know. I need to find out. Let me send this to JSA right now and let them know we got an error on this one. Let me make sure I didn't key that in. Let me try it one more time. Verify certificate. CJ 12489. It shows up as Shirley Eaton. Okay, let me send this in right quick. Let me photograph it. And let me go ahead and do this right now. We want to get that changed so whoever buys it, it shows up. Tim Conway. Okay. All right, so Tim Conway, which it's authentic, it just got keyed into the system wrong. I already priced that one at 55. Some of these I'm already pricing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and definitely write them down so I don't ever have to look a lot of these up again. And of course, this is Tim Conway, and this is a photo from McHale's Navy. And I said I would do that for $55, okay? I'm going to keep that over there. And then we had Monty Irvin. Ozzy's definitely going up tomorrow. That's going to be a big one. Y Tittle, Def Leppard definitely going up tomorrow. That's going to be a big one. I'm about to figure out who signed those and really what to price them. Alan Parsons, and then the wrestling autographs. All the wrestling. And then these are pretty cool. These are signed by the members of America, or at least 2 of them. So there's America. There is a book that this is for my collection, sorry. Fred gave me this. Obviously, I can't sell it. He gave me this book. It's about Goldfinger, and Shirley Eaton signed the inside of it. So I think is this the one signed by a bunch of people, or just Shirley Eaton? Just Shirley Eaton. I have another one signed by a ton of people. Oh, no, this is the graphic novel. Yeah. Yeah, this is really cool. It's a graphic novel adaptation. So there's that. Sorry, I got to keep that. That was a gift from Fred, and it's signed by Shirley Eaton. Okay. There's that. I've got Ween and Isis looked up. Ween and Isis. Give me 1 second. There's another book signed by America, or at least 2 of them. Another book and another book. Now, America really got down to just those 2 main guys that I think signed that one. So there's those. And there's that. Lita could possibly be tomorrow because I've already got her photographed, and I kind of know what to start that for. Now, the Ween and the Isis, the albums are worth almost as much as the autographs. So Isis is going to be about a $225 start tomorrow. That album is out of print. Isis is signed by all 5. It's out of print. And the actual record itself is not cheap. And then the Ween autographs are going to be around Ween. It depends on what the record shows up. But right now, Ween is going to be also about $255. I got a bunch of stuff tomorrow that's $255 starts. That's one of my favorite autograph prices. So Ween's about $255. Mastodon's going to be like $225, and these are starting bids. Zach Wild's going to be $225. Isis $225. Isis is going to start out at $225 tomorrow. $225 on Isis tomorrow. Zach Wild $225. Baroness $175. Michael Sweet is going to start tomorrow at $55. Mastodon is signed by the guy, of course, that just died. Blondie is signed by Debbie Harry. Huntress is signed by, the lead singer that passed away. I think she killed herself. That one is coming up tomorrow. I got Tex Ritter. Who else did I got over here? I'm almost done with this first crate. I got Tex Ritter. I got Tex Ritter. I got Shirley Eaton on a Life magazine. I've already sold one of those on eBay recently. There's all those. Now, of course, Ozzy, we've been selling the fire out of signed Ozzy albums. Those go for, between $1,200 and $2,500, depending on what album and how nice it is. This is KK Downing. Probably going to run that tomorrow. It is signed book plate, signed by KK Downing. And then Tex Ritter. Denise, I had that authenticated just for you. I mentioned it a couple times the other night. I said, where is Denise at? I was trying to find Denise. I said, Denise, where are you? I got Tex Ritter, and it just kept on going silent. I was like, oh, Denise is asleep. She's on her couch snoring. Let's see here. Tex Ritter, $55. It is what do you call this? It's like a lyric book. Yeah. A tab book. Boom. Boom. Okay, KK Downing tomorrow. Let's see here. Let me figure out. Let me check this out. Down the run. Dee dee dee. Do do do. Reepy bop bop bop. All right, tomorrow we're going to start KK Downing at a $55 start tomorrow. Okay. That one's going to be ready. Let's go over here. Boom, 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 boom. What's next? This and this laptop's about to fall off if I'm not careful. I could just set it right here. How about if I set it right here? There we go. Okay. Ba-da-da. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, there's that. There's this. There's that. Okay, now the albums over here. What else? This is an empty sleeve. That's an empty sleeve. Okay, I just need to go ahead and take that home with me. Otherwise, it's going to accumulate over here. What was these? This is, let's see here. This is Shirley Eaton cut Bob Feller Baseball Hall of Fame card. Yeah, these are pretty popular. They're like, they sell these at the Hall of Fame. You can, a lot of people have them signed. They're like little postcards. Let me check on Bob Feller here. He needs to be putting a little bit better sleeve too. Bob. He's not too expensive, but JSA authenticated. Yeah. He's honestly probably one of the better deals I have right now. 25, and I'll make that a buy it now price. $25 on Bob Feller. If not, probably throw it up for a starting bid tomorrow of 25. JSA'd. 25 on Bob Feller. It's what they call a Hall of Fame card. He's not too much. And then KK Downing. I got those tagged for tomorrow. Okay, and then this is Armored Saint. It probably is going to say signed. Jersey Devil wants Bob Feller for $25. So Armored Saint is probably going to say signed by, can message. You can message the Collectco page. You can message the Collectco page, and Ed he can do that. I got to get Laura set up on the Collectco page. She's not on there yet. I'm having trouble adding her for some reason. She can't get the notification, so I'm trying my best. Now, Chris Knapp, I have another one by Feller. Here's some cuts we had authenticated. I think I've got one more, or maybe I had some. Let's see here. I got a big stack of $10 autographs that we can go through right now. It's stuff that's authentic, but it wasn't worth us paying to have it certified. So Ed has access to the CollectCo page, obviously, and then Laura does too after hopefully tonight. So here are $10 autographs. I mean, I've got a bunch of them. And these are just these are all authentic autographs that just aren't, they're going to be $10. So if I had them authenticated, they would be $25. And I think like most people would rather just buy them raw for $10 to collect them. And if you ever want to have them certified, you can pay that fee, blah, 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 blah. I'll let you do it. So, I mean, I've got all kinds here. And luckily, Fred wrote on the back who they were. Like, here's Frankie Lane. Frankie Lane, $10. We have Angie Dickerson, $10. Francis Langford, $10. These are all from Fred's collection. Janet Lee, Janet Lee, Janet Lee, Janet Lee, Janet Lee, Janet Lee, Janet Lee. Milds. I don't know if I can read that one. What does that say? I'll have to come back to that one. Earl Holliman. A lot of actors, a lot of musicians in here. Betty Holton. Betty Holton. Something Hunter. I'm not for sure on that one. Frankie Lane. We have John Amos. John Amos from Good Times. Sherma Hensley, maybe? Peace and Love, Sherman Hensley. Isabel Sanford. Joan Fontaine. Spanky McFarlane. Candace Towers. Connie Towers. Rand Brooks. Patty Page. Joe Frazier. I'm not for sure on that one. Let's see. Tab Hunter, is that what one of these were? Sure. Lauren Bacall. And we got Haley Mills and Haley Mills. Let me pause there because I think a few claims have come in. MIT Lab was just letting me know, right, that wasn't a claim. And then I think Levi Hilton on Patty. Patty Page. You want a Patty Page Levi Hilton? I can hook you up. Let me figure out what I've done with that one now. Let's see here. There it is. Right there. Right? Patty Page. That is sold to Levi Hilton. And the Joe Frazier. No, I don't think it's that Joe Frazier. I think it's a different Joe Frazier. And then Chris Knapp said Sherman. Was that a claim? So Frankie Lane, Angie Dickerson. Janet Lee. I think she signed the front and back of that one, honestly. I think she did. She signed the front and back of that one. Y'all might have to help me out because sometimes I think y'all might be helping me with the names or you might be making a claim. Let's go back and look at that Joe Frazier. Let's go back and look at it. That's what it looks like. It just says Joe Frazier. So that's what Fred wrote on the back. Man, I've got these crisscross now. Lauren Bacall, Haley Mills, Frankie Lane, Angie Dickerson, Frances Langford, Janet Lee. That's what messed me up. Janet Lee signed on the front and back. Another Janet Lee. I can't tell if that's which one's her signature. Janet Lee, Janet Lee, Janet Lee, Janet Lee, Janet Lee, Janet Lee, Earl Holliman, Betty Holton, Frankie Lane, John Amos, Sherman Hensley, right? Chris Knapp wanted Sherman Hensley, Isabel Sanford, Joan Fontaine, Spanky McFarland from Spanking Our Gang, and Rand Brooks. Okay? That's not Frazier. That's not the Joe Frazier. I think that's a different Joe Frazier. I think that's a different. And Chuck wants a Haley Mills, okay? We probably need to do a Google search on the different Joe Fraziers right quick. Because if that was probably the Joe Frazier, we would have had that one certified. And Haley Mills. There's Haley Mills. All right, Haley Mills sold to but it could be, I don't know, does his signature just not sell for very much? Maybe not, maybe so. Joe Frazier. Man, it looks pretty good to me. I don't know, maybe one slipped through. It probably did. A cut JSA. Let's see here. There's not actually a cut. Yeah, it looks like that for sure. Let me look at it a little bit closer, though. Yeah. Looks like it to me. Yeah. Probably one just slipped through. This is what happens when you have hundreds. I mean, I have stacks of these. I'll sell it for $10 if anybody wants it. All right, let's do some more. Gene Pitney. Juice Newton. Bobby Goldsboro. Brian Holland. Tommy Sands. Another Patty Page. Another Patty Page. Frankie Lane. Frankie Lane. Tommy Kirk. John Kerr. John Kerr. Lillian something. So what I'll do, I mean, the only other thing I could think is maybe this is secretarial and they just didn't pass it or didn't think it was worth authenticating. So what I'll do this is Stephen Parton. I'll sell it to you for $10. If you ever go to have this thing checked and they say possibly it's secretarial or bad, that also might be why it's in this pile. But everything in this pile was supposed to be good because I ripped up about 5. I had 5 or 6 I ripped up and threw away Sunday night. So Stephen Parton asked about it first. We got to sell it to Stephen. He asked, is that Joe Frazier? So it goes to Stephen for 10. Then Chuck's next to that. But Stephen, if you ever have that at a second opinion, and I'll give you your $10 back, okay? But these are supposed to be authentic because there were some secretarials we discarded. I ripped them up. I ripped up, who was that? It was a couple male Hollywood actors. They were secretarials, and I ripped them up. So, yeah, Joe Frazier. These are $10 autographs. These are all authentic. I'll guarantee it. And if you ever go and they won't card it somewhere or slab it, I'll give you your $10 back. But these are all good. We threw away, man, Fred had hundreds of fakes. Y'all know that. These are good for $10. They're just not worth having authenticated, except for Joe Frazier. I think Joe Frazier slipped through. So Chuck Haley wants Bobby Goldsboro. Let's go back a few. So, and then let's look at those Patty Pages again, okay? So back here, we got Chuck Haley. Let's go ahead and tag him Bobby Goldsboro for 10. He also wants Brian Holland for 10. I mean, these are cool. You get a picture of Brian Holland, frame it with this. Awesome. And we have Joe Sontag on John Amos. John Amos. Let's go find that. Boy, these are tough for me because I almost have to look. Here we go. That's so to John Sotong. Whoever's watching this sale is going to have to be careful because these can get, they should be written on the back, okay? Fred wrote who they are on the back. I'm glad he did, or I would be lost as last year's Easter egg. And then there was a Gene Pitney we already sold, or excuse me, there was a Patty Page we already sold. And that Patty Page was sold over here, right here, it says to Nancy, hello from Patty Page. Now, Levi, I got another one that just says Patty Page. And then we sold, so that was sold to Levi unless he wants to swap it out. And then Sherman was sold to Paul Brothers. Sherman was sold to Chris Knapp. Haley Mills was sold to Chuck Haley. Joe Frazier was sold to Stephen Parton. Bobby Goldsboro was sold to Chuck Haley. Brian Highland was sold to Chuck Haley. And we have John Amos sold to John Sotag. Okay? And then, time out there. Let's swap out this Patty Page. We're going to give him a different one. We're going to give him the one that just says Patty Page. Okay? And some of these I got duplicates of. That was in this stack. Gene Pitney. Give me 1 second. All right. There's that one. And then there's another one she personalized. And there was another one in here too, I think. Nope, there's not. All right, I'll give you that one. So sell that to him. That should be first one. These are $10 a piece. Samuel Kopech was next. He wants Gene Pitney and Patty Page. Gene Pitney and Patty Page. I got it. I got a Patty Page, if you want that one, that says with love. With love something, Patty Page. I've got that one. And then Gene Pitney, go ahead and for sure sell that to Samuel Kopech. Was the last one Lillian Gish? I'm almost positive. Tommy Sands, Juice Newton, Lillian Gish, yes. Chuck Haley also wants Spanky McFarlane. Spanky McFarlane, which was, I think, in this pile. That's so to Chuck Haley. Spanky McFarlane. Did you say Angie Dickinson? Maybe. I'll have to read through them again in just a second. Stephen Parton also wants Lauren Bacall. That's the two Patty Page I have. Let's see here. Boy, I got stacks of these still to go through. Holy moly. Frankie Lane, Betty. We'll read through them in just a second. Let me get out all these Janet Leighs confuse me because it looks like she signed the front and the back. Let me pull out all the Janet Leighs. Those are getting confusing. And then there's Angie Dickinson. Angie Dickinson, $10. Okay. Next. Who got Frazier? I claimed out. Steven asked about it first. He got it. Okay. And then Levi says, can I swap the one with love? All right, so one more swap on Patty Page. He wants to get the one that says with love. Okay. So I think without a doubt, we can give Samuel Kopech that one. Samuel, you'll be greatly okay with Patty Page just by itself, right? Now, Chuck, there's one Patty Page left, and it says, to Nancy, hello from Patty Page. That one's available, Chuck, if you want it. Denise wants to see Lillian Gish. Lillian Gish. These are all signed on index cards or cuts. They're $10 a piece. And then there's Angie Dickinson. And I'm going to read through some more. Here's the ones that I kind of didn't identify. I'll read those again in just a second. Now, quick time out. Quick time out. I think I've got everybody taken care of. The last couple claims was Spanky McFarlane, Lauren Bacall, Gene Pitney. Did I get a Lauren Bacall for... I hadn't got a Lauren Bacall yet for Stephen Parton. Okay? Denise wants Lillian Gish. And I don't think I pulled a Lauren Bacall yet for Stephen. I haven't. That's sold to Stephen Parton for $10. The only thing pending right now is Angie Dickinson. And if Chuck Haley wants the personalized Patty Page. There could be another one pop up. All right, let's read out some more. Troy Donahue. 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 Hillary Brooke. Hillary Brooke. Connie Francis. Connie Francis. Connie Francis. Tommy Sands. This one's with a notation. The other one just says Tommy Sands. This one says, God bless you, Tommy Sands. Chuck does want the personalized Patty Page. There is the whole reason I grabbed this stack. There's an unauthenticated Bob Feller. We just sold one JSA for $25. There's another Bob Feller, $10. Joan Fontaine. Douglas Fairbanks Jr. I thought about having that one authenticated. I thought that was pretty cool. Douglas Fairbanks Jr. Legendary Bobby V. Look at that. Bobby V. Annette, as in Annette Fuccinello. Annette. And I've got two Annettes. And let's pause at Rosemary Clooney. Those are all $10. Okay? $10. Cuts that are, you know, valued probably between $10 and $20, maybe $25. So it's not really worth the JSA fee to go ahead and sticker them. I did on some. I'll show some of those in just a second. These are the ones Sunday that I went ahead and JSA'd. So we'll probably go through these. I might have to check a couple, but I've got a bunch here. And those have cards with them. So there'll be a little bit more, but they're certified. And I promise and I guarantee these to be as well. Okay? We have Chuck Haley on Troy Donahue. I'll give you the best looking one in my opinion. That one's nice and centered and blue. Sell that to Chuck Haley, Troy Donahue. Chris Knapp. I was about to say Chris Knapp was back up on Feller. Sold to Chris Knapp. Chuck Haley wants a Connie Francis. Connie Francis was right here. Boy, she signed in a small, she signed small. Let's give you that one right there. Samuel Kopech wants an Annette. Chuck Haley wants a Douglas Fairbanks Jr. Chuck Haley also gets Bobby V, and he gets an Annette. Those are all sold. All right. I got to figure out who those are in a second. Let's read some more. I don't know. I'm going to put that in the I don't know pile. Lauren Bacall. We've already sold one. We've already sold one. Artie Shaw. Artie Shaw. I don't know. Whoever that is, I got a bunch of them. Hunts Hall. Hunts Hall. Somebody Faye. A Faye. Another Angie Dickinson. That's the second Angie Dickinson we have. And let me pause right here with another one of those. Let me pause right there with another one of those. Let me pause with another one of those. Let me pause with Elizabeth Scott. 5/11/55. Is that when she died? Did she die in 1955? That'd be wild. Okay. Let's go back up the top. So Annette, and we have Chuck Haley wants one of the Lauren Bacalls. All right, so that's sold to Chuck Haley for $10. He also got Artie Shaw, band leader Artie Shaw. That was Hunts Hall, my bad. Artie Shaw, so to Chuck Haley. Mickey Spillane is this one back here. Thank you. And Alice Faye. Chuck Haley wants Hunts Hall. And Chuck Haley wants the Alice Faye. And he wants an Angie Dickinson. Sold and sold. So he got these two here. All right. So we got a bunch of Mickey Spillanes. That's what these all are right here. I'm going to put these back here with the ones I got a bunch of. I got a bunch of Troy Donahue, a bunch of Mickey Spillane, and a bunch of Janet Grace. Right? Gene Simmons, not Kiss. Jay, I think that's the jumping Gene Simmons, right? Gene Simmons. Another Gene Simmons. Roy Walton. Roy Walton, Walston. Debbie Reynolds. Tom Wopat. Another Debbie Reynolds. Another Debbie Reynolds. Rosencroft. Something Rosencroft. Phil Foster. Ira something Saint. Ira, there we go. I can read it better on the front. Ira Marie Saint. And another one. Those are personalized. Let me pause there because Chuck has come on another binge of claims. First, he wanted a Mickey Spillane. Let's go pull one of those from back here. Mickey is sold to Chuck Haley for 10. Chuck Haley also on a Ray Watson. Okay. Ray, this one here. He also got a Debbie Reynolds. He also got Tom Wopat. And Chuck Haley on Eva Marie. I'll give you this one right here in color. That's Gene Simmons, an actress, not The Exercise. Okay. Well, there's another guy that had a hit song, Jumpin' Gene Simmons, like from the 60s too. Tom Tom N from Lassie. Tom R, what does that say? Redditch from Lassie. I don't know. It doesn't say here. What's ever stamped on the back has nothing to do with that. Martha Heyer, when she signed this, she was still alive from 1924 because they didn't have a death date. See that? Martha Heyer, probably signed in the 90s, I bet. Gordon McRae. Boy, people wrote. Somebody tried to help us out on the back, but their handwriting is just as bad as the signature. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Helen Reddy. And I have no idea. That's I have no idea. Chuck Haley wants Tom R. That was the one from Lassie. That's so to Chuck Haley. And that's what's left. Except my... Wait a minute. Wait a second. What did I do? I set it down in here. I've been so... Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, we're not done. Got a whole bag full of them. And then I got all the ones that we certified. Now, what's more amazing is this. All this stuff came from Fred Goodwin. Y'all have heard me talk about him for years now. He passed away earlier this year. Think about how much time we've spent, just hours here, going through the man's records, movie posters, books, and autographs. I tell it to people, and people that understand, the time it takes to collect. How did he obtain all this? It's incredible. So his full-time job was collecting and buying stuff. 100,000 albums, 20,000 books, 50,000 movie posters and lobby cards, tens of thousands of autographs. I've been selling stuff for years. We still haven't scraped the surface on his books, and we still find envelopes full of autographs. He had a full-time job mailing people asking for autographs and going to conventions and just over. It's amazing, isn't it? All right, so Chuck Haley got Helen ready. That's so to Chuck Haley. Samuel, you did get an Annette. Yeah, we had 2 of them. You got one. I mean, this is like, I don't know if we'll ever find anything like this. I mean, you know, if somebody had like that many cut autographs, it'd be like, wow, they've got a lot of cut autographs. I mean, he had like drawers full of them at one time. And then, of course, the first purge we did, we got all these. Now, these are $10. They're budget because they're, you know, they're a lot cheaper. But, you know, I've got stacks over here of this kind that we've already, this was from months ago or maybe even a year ago when we had all these authenticated. So you see the ones in the back from Sunday. Then you got all these. I mean, these are some good ones here. Or I should say even better. Like there's Country, there's Conway Twitty, there's Reba, there's Waylon Jennings, Charlie Prides, Loretta Lynn's. I mean, it's incredible. I'm like, golly, the time it took to, and then all of his movie posters, and he had everything sorted by actress and actor. All right, let's go through some new ones, and then we'll do a big recap at the end, okay? So that is those. Let's go through some more $10 ones. So that's stuff we hadn't shown that's authenticated. Those are $10. Those are $10. We're going to read them again. These are ones I got a lot of duplicates of. Those are ones I really didn't know off the first read through. So let's go ahead and do some more $10 ones, okay? Here are more $10 cut autographs. I guarantee them to be real. Okay? If I can figure out who signed them. Richard Thomas, John Boy from the Waltons. Richard Thomas, John Boy from the Waltons. These are $10. I don't know and I don't know. I'm going to put that, there's no ID on it either. I'm going to say I don't know and I don't know. Looks like BV. I don't know, I don't know. Jane something. Wilkins. Richard Thomas is so to Chuck Haley. Jimmy Hawkins. Rudy McDowell. He definitely met him at a Holiday Inn at a hotel. No, that doesn't say McDowell. What does that say? I don't think that says McDowell. Patty Page. This is on a postcard. Patty Page. My best and something sincerely, Patty Page. Ann Rutherford with her phone number. Gail Storm. A cut part of a letter. Charles Farrell. There's another Mickey Spillman. Another Mickey Spillman. Another Mickey. He must have met Mickey Spillman and said, "Will you sign your name 20 times?" I mean, that's what he had to have done because they look like they're all cut off the same kind of paper. Rodney M. So to Chuck Haley. Is that live ink? Those aren't signed. That's facsimile. That is not. No, wait a minute. That one is. I thought I was like, yeah, that one's signed. Whoever that is. Who is this? Something to do with Benji? I have no idea. I'll put that up here. I have no idea, Paul. That's just a facsimile. Vera Miles. Joan Fontaine. Gail Storm. Gail Storm. Gail Storm. Joan Fontaine. Joan Fontaine. Gail Storm. Gail Storm. I have no idea. Bob Crosby. Debbie Reynolds. Letter. He bought this guy's collection here. If you Google the name Chaw Mank, if you Google that name and put in maybe autograph, this guy named Chaw Mank, Fred bought his collection. He was like a guy that was a revolutionary, a creator of fan clubs. He was one of the first people that really started assembling fan clubs. And he really was trying to help people manage their fan clubs and their fandom. So obviously he had a lot of letters and stuff like that from big name people. But I think that's the connection. And I think that's what happened here. See Debbie Reynolds. Let's see what Debbie Reynolds said. Thank you for my favorite. My favorite. Yeah, I mean, Fred had boxes full, and I think that's how he obtained a lot of these really older ones. Okay, back up here we have Chuck Haley on Vera. Chuck Haley on Vera, which was the Hollywood-looking one here. He wants to also go ahead and grab a Joan Fontaine. And we're also going to give him a Debbie Reynolds. And I think this envelope goes to it. I think this is all together. So give Chuck Haley this Debbie Reynolds with the letter. And that's the original envelope from 1954. Okay. There's that. I think the one he didn't know was Angelica Houston. It very well could be. It looks like an Angelica. All right. Next is, I don't know, Gina Davis. That's what it looks like. Marina Hay, the old-time actress, Marina Hay. Cesar Romero. See, made out the Chaw Mank. Cesar Romero. He wants the Angelica Houston. Patty Page. Cut with a small photo. Minra Hoy. Myrna Hoy. Thank you. Stephen also on Gina Davis. Where'd you see that at? This right here. Is that what that says? I'm just assuming. That's a guess on that one, Stephen. So do you. Jersey Devil wants the Cesar Romero letter, made out the Chaw Mank. Chuck Haley was second. Do you have another Debbie? Debbie Reynolds. I feel like we had one earlier. Give me 1 second. Jerry Rock. Robert Culp. Alice Faye. These starting to look old. These are like from those old autograph books people used to carry around. John Garfield. Betty Hutton. And Janet Leigh. Which, oh, and somebody signed on the back too. Dottie L'Amour. Good luck, Dottie L'Amour. This was signed January 21st, 1956. And Janet Leigh, 1956. Okay. Robert Haley wants Robert. Or Chuck Haley wants Robert. Chuck Haley gets Robert Culp. John Garfield is right here. And Chuck Haley wants Janet Leigh. That's this right. We had a bunch of Janet Leighs earlier, but this one's, you get a double on that one. It's also signed on the back by that person. Okay. But wait, there's more. All right, here we go. This one's cool. Buddy Knox. Yep, Buddy Knox. To Steve, thanks from a friend. Buddy Knox, 1989. Kevin Dobson, number 10. Possibly an athlete. Kevin Dobson. Elizabeth Scott. Margaret Whiting. Or Whiting. K-Star. K-Star. Another Troy Donahue. We've had a bunch of those. Rita somebody. Betsy Palmer. Troy Donahue for the 9th time. Vera Ralston. R-A-L-S-T-O-N. And let me pause right here with another Vera. She wrote possibly a maiden name too. Herba Ralston. Okay. Chuck Haley on K-Star. These are $10. Chuck Haley on Rita. The unidentifiable Rita. Evidently he knows. Only you know and I know. What happened to that? Vera, Betsy, Rita. So to Chuck Haley. All right. Hey, another Patty Page. Constance Towers. What does that say? Constance, what a name. Constance Towers. Golly. There's another one from him. And Denise wants the John Garfield. Okay. Era Saint. Jim Morrison. Jimmy Rogers. Betsy Palmer. By the way, I'm just joking about Jim Morrison. I'm going to say who's paying attention. Let's see who's paying attention. No Jim Morrison. That's on my grail list. Constance Towers. So to Chuck Haley. Betsy Palmer. So to Phil Elliott. Chuck Haley wants a Jimmy Rogers. $25,000 maybe. There's another Rita Monero. Jimi Hendrix. Now I'm just messing with y'all. This is Mitch Miller. Hey, Mitch Miller. And we have Stephen on another Betsy Palmer. Let me see if I got another one. Let's see here. I know I just sold one to Phil Elliott. Stephen Parton. Did I have another one? I don't think I did. I'll read through these again in just a second. And then Chuck Haley on Mitch Miller. Okay. And then Richie Lander on another Jimmy Rogers. I had two Betsy Palmers, okay? That was Betty Holt and Rita. Elizabeth. Let's see if I can find that other one then. Buddy Knox. I think I just accidentally shuffled these. Gail. All these Gale Storms out. Yep, I think I just accidentally shuffled them. Give me 1 second. Oh boy. There's only been one claim for one though, right? Second. Hold on 1 second. Let's read this last handful. Johnny Mathis, Judy Canova. Boy, that looks like an old signature. Vaughn Monroe. That's done with like a, a kind of different pen. That's just a Fred Goodwin business card. Who is this? I don't know. Mitzi Gaynor. Joanne something. And Stu Irwin, Along Came Youth. Oh, wow. Sources note that his collection spanned more than 50 years and included over 200,000 records plus cassettes, autographs, posters, etc. That sounds like that's straight from the obituary of Fred Goodwin. That is this guy's collection we're going through right now. I bought 98% of it. I didn't get a last few things out of one of his garages, and I bought almost everything he had. Hundreds of thousands of items. It took me years to sell it. Johnny Mathis, Chuck, you were second. Jersey Devil was first. Okay, now I think we're on the hunt for some stuff. The best way for me to do this is just read them again. And there's more, so don't go anywhere. There's more, but you may have missed one, okay? Let's start right here. Margaret Whitting. What can I say? Whitting. K-Star. Whoops. K-Star. Patty Page. These are all $10. Constance Towers. Now, some of them we've already sold one, so there's another one. Mitch Miller. I do have another Mitch Miller. Have a holly jolly Christmas, everybody. I've got Jimmy Hawkins. I've got Jane Wilton, I think. I also have Charles Farrell, Gale Storm, Ann Rutherford, another Patty Page, Betsy Palmer. There you go. That is sold to, we sold one to Phil Elliott. There's one sold to Stephen Parton. Okay. We have Vera Walton, Bob Crosby, Rita Monero, Eva Marie Saint, another one of hers, Elizabeth Scott, Kevin Robson, Buddy Knox, Alice Faye, Judy Canova, Vaughn Monroe, Mitzi Gaynor, Betty Holtzen, and Stu Edwin. Okay? And then from earlier, we had, boy, I don't remember that one. Jenzelle Minzy, perhaps. Gordon McRae, Martha Heyer. That was unidentifiable. Eva Marie Saint, Phil Foster, Thuris Rosencroft, something with a T, Rosencroft. Debbie Reynolds, is that what Mr. wanted Jerry Rock wanted Debbie Reynolds. Okay, I'll give you this green one right here. Jerry Rock on Debbie Reynolds. Debbie Reynolds. Chuck, you haven't got a Betsy Palmer yet. There was 2 people ahead of you. I had 2. You haven't got one yet, unless another one shows up. Gene Simmons, spelled Jean. Gene Simmons. Elizabeth Scott. Angie Dickinson. Rosemary Clooney. And that was Joan Fontaine. And I got a bunch of those whenever we come across more. Chuck Haley wants Rosencroft. That one was right here. Rosencroft, so did Chuck Haley. Tommy Sands. Connie Francis. Hillary Brooke. Earl Holliman. Betty Holton. And let me pause right here with Frankie Lane because Chuck Haley wants Angie. Angie. Where did you? Oh, no. Angie Dickinson. So did Chuck Haley. And then we have Isabel Sanford, Joan Fontaine, Rand Brooks, Frankie Lane, Tommy Kirk, John Kerr, Tommy Sands, Juice Newton, country singer, Haley Mills. Now, some of these we've had duplicates of. Some people's already bought. Frankie Lane, and we have Frances Langford. Rosencroft was the voice of You're Fine with Mr. Grinch. I thought that was Boris Karloff. You sure that's not Boris Karloff? Tommy Sands, Connie Francis, Tommy. So let's see here. Tommy Kirk, right? Tommy Kirk, Juice Newton, so to Chuck Haley, and Tommy Kirk. And then Samuel wants one of the Connie Francis. So if you're just hopping on, these are authentic autographs. I'll guarantee them. If you ever try to go get one certified and they fail it, I'll give you your $10 back. But these are just not, I mean, what I could have done is, you know, like some of these I'm about to show you, I could have put a certification sticker on them, but they would have been $25. And for that price, y'all might want to just go ahead and pay $10 for them. Now, I do have some that's certified, and I'm probably going to bump up the price, obviously, on those. But before I do that, I'm going to show you some more. Chuck Haley also wants a Connie Francis. That was my last Connie. I still got some more $10 ones here before we change pace or change price point. The last Connie Francis is so to Chuck Haley. Okay. And here was ones I had a bunch of, duplicates. Joan Fontaine out the yin yang. Gail Storms out the yin yang. There's more, just Gail Storm and Joan Fontaine out the yin yang. Troy Donahue coming out of my ears. And then Janet Leigh. She's running everywhere. Janet Leigh. Look at all these Troy Donahues. I got enough Troy Donahues. And then Mickey Spillman, or Mickey Spillane. I got enough for everybody in North America, okay? Rosencroft did get Mr. Grinch. Wow, I always thought that was Boris Karloff, but I guess I'm wrong. Okay, and then here's some I had trouble identifying earlier. So these are still $10. That's another Constance Towers. I know who that is now. I have no idea on that one. No idea on that one. That's the same person. Anybody, any idea? No clue. We got 3 of them. Hilson Grand G is what it looks like. I have no idea. Something H. Grande. Patricia Neal. Boy, if it's Richard Keel, I'm going to keep one. That's Jaws. And I'll see you in the parking lot from Happy Gilmore. I think that does look like Patricia Neal. Okay. I don't know on that one. Something, I think y'all, Tab, yeah, y'all told me that one earlier. Tab Hunter, we got that one. Boy, I have no idea. It looks like Lovey Toey R. No clue. That's almost like a logo and not a signature. And then this thing related to Benji. I don't know who that is. These are like on pieces of wood almost. I don't know what that says. The B word there. And then something Faye. Joan something. And whoever that was. Okay. So a few there on top, I kind of just don't know. Chuck Haley wants Tab Hunter. Okay. Got it. We'll have to Google lens those when we have more time. Time's running out, and I want to show y'all more autographs. So here's what I'll do. I've got some that actually are certified, and if we don't know, we can look them up. But these, what I'll do for y'all tonight, since y'all are staying here late, Joe Sontag wants the Benji one. That's sold to Joe Sontag for 10. And Chuck Haley wants Brian Keith. Is that who this is? Brian Keith? Okay. If you want one, just say Brian Keith sold. These are $25. Now, let me make sure. Some of them aren't. I can look. I've seen two already. One of these in here we sold tonight already for $95. This guy right here. So he's not. And essentially, y'all are paying for the certification. There's still probably, there's a couple in here that slip through, but man, there's some pretty good ones in here, actually. Dang it. Okay, I'll do them for $25, except Eli Wallach, because, I mean, I literally already sold this tonight. We sold an Eli Wallach tonight already for $95. So I'm going to say 95 on Eli Wallach. That's, of course, from Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Brian Keith sold to Chuck Haley for 10. I'm going to have Ed, me and Ed are going to have to key these in on y'all's invoice. I know, like, my nephew and probably my sister, probably nobody here can key these in except me, because this is going to be really complex to key all that into y'all's invoice. So let's read through these, and I'm going to say they're $25. There should be some steals in here. Tonight only. And then I'm going to start looking them up on eBay, okay? And they're going to go for sale on eBay. I think that's Cab Calloway. Heidi Ho. Was that what that says? It's on a Howlin' Wolf Jimmy Rushing sticker, but I really don't know what's going on there. Let me also see. Tanner's woke up and he sent me a bunch of messages. Let me see what Tanner said here. Okay, never mind. It's just videos of Otis. All right, so 25, and if we need to look these up, we can. $25 on these. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. It looks like Jim Nolan. Jim Neighbors. Jim Neighbors, nice. Gomer says, hey, and golly. Wow, that's cool. He wrote, golly, Jim Neighbors. Gomer says, hey, Jim Neighbors. $25 for Jim Neighbors. Denver Dial. Denver Dial. $25. Let me start a new stack so we don't get prices confused. All right. He wants the golly Jim Neighbors. There's one more left. These are $25. They come JSA'd. Denver Dial. Sophia Loren. Sophia Loren. Chuck Haley gets the other Jim Neighbors. Denver Pile. Denver Dial. Denver Pile. Thank you. That's sold to Chuck Haley, $25. Sophia Loren. That was a good one. I remember looking that one up. There's another Monra Loy. So that one earlier for $10 might have been a great price, but that's a nice clean cut. $25 on that. Sophia Loren, sold to Chuck Haley. There's another Monra. Her name is tough for me. Monra Loy. Chris, there's a good chance another Sophia Loren's coming up. There's another Monra. Haley Mills. That one's JSA'd. Another Haley Mills. Another Haley Mills. Myrna. Thank you. Esther Raleigh. ESTROLLE. Esther Raleigh. Bobby Rydell. Cool. Bobby Rydell. Cindy Williams. Cindy Williams. Penny Marshall. Olivia D. Holland. DHAUILLAND. Chris has next dibs on Sophia. Chuck Haley on Bobby Rydell. $25. Chuck Haley on Cindy Williams, $25. And Penny sold to Chuck Haley. $25. And he gets Olivia for $25. There is another Sophia Loren. $25 sold to Chris Knapp. Boy, that's an old one. I can tell from the paper and the ink. I don't know who it is, though. Rosalind Russell, maybe? Rosalind Russell. Joe Sontag wants Esther Raleigh. So Chuck got Penny. Chris Knapp was next on Penny. Chuck got Olivia. Chris Knapp second on Cindy. Joe Sontag first on Esther Raleigh. Let's see here. Let's just use JSA as our friend. JSA, we're going to look up CJ12491. Oh, that's a good one. Bob Hope. Wow. I'm trying to figure out what happened here. That would probably be the steal of the night. Bob Hope. That's the steal of the night. Steal. That is theft price. I can't believe Bob Hope doesn't require almost like a full letter, because we've sold some of his albums signed for hundreds of dollars. And this last one here is, let's just look it up. But I got to make sure y'all stay on late for late night deals. I got to make sure y'all are on here for late night deals. 12493. Fess Parker. That's who played Davy Crockett. It's a handwritten letter by Fess Parker to Fred. Wrote from Los Olivos, California. A personal letter from Fess Parker with his stationery. Yeah, Bob Hope, a cut. Bob Hope still should be, what, a couple $100 maybe? Sold to Stephen Parton. He was first, $25. Then John Griffin. Fess Parker sold to Chuck Haley for $25. Did we identify this one? This is JSA CJ 12494. Rosalind Russell on this one. Rosalind Russell. And according to Google, Rosalind Russell, female, died 1976, born 1907. I can tell because that's an older signature. Okay. So Rosalind Russell, $25. Did we get a identification on, oh, those were more Haley Mills, right? Yeah, Haley Mills. So we got several of those. 3 to be exact. Anything else I just wasn't sure on. Myrna Lloyd. Did we ID this one? I don't think we ID'd that one. Let's ID this one. CJ. 1, 2. Tina Louise. This is Tina Louise. Signed a handwritten letter. And Tina Louise is still alive. She's 91 years old. That was Ginger Grant in Gilligan's Island. Handwritten letter. Ginger from Gilligan's Island. And that was Tina Louise. Louise. And this one is CJ 12492. And that is Cab Calloway. That's what I thought. Cab Calloway. Chuck does want Tina. So I think we identified all the $25 ones. Those are all sold. Okay, and then the only thing I have, which would be case by case if you want a price, is the first tier of these cuts when we had all these authenticated. And we only have 10 minutes left, but I think I can read through them. Joe Sontag wants Cab Calloway. So Myrna, Haley, the Rosalind Russell, and then I priced out Eli Wallach for $95. If anybody wants to make an offer, I'll let it roll. Okay, there's all the leftovers. And then earlier, y'all seen me with that other huge stack. These would require me to do a quick check on price. Some of them, I guarantee, though, will be 25 or 35. There's some in here that's a couple hundred. If you hear a price on one, or if you hear a name, let me know. Kathy Mattea. I'll have to price these, okay? Ashley Judd. Kathy Mattea, Ashley Judd. Farron Young. Some of them aren't going to be much more than what we've been selling them for tonight, 25 or more. Some could be 35. You know, I don't know. Let's look this one up. This is CD 02595. Slim Whitman. Slim Whitman. Mo Bandy. Eli, $75. Sold to Samuel Kopich. $75. Sold to Samuel Kopich. Eli. Minnie Pearl. That's cool. Minnie Pearl. Susie Bogus. I'm kind of familiar with prices on him. Robert Duvall. Jimmy Davis. Randy Travis. Loretta Lynn. Eddie Arnold. Jimmy Dean. Jimmy Dean. Buck Owens. Hank Snow. Brenda Lee, Rocking Around the Christmas Tree. Brenda Lee, Roy Acuff, Conway Twitty, Jimmy Dickens, Hank Thompson, Red Foley, Reba McEntire, Bobby Bear, Waylon Jennings. That's the most expensive so far, Waylon Jennings. Conway, Charlie Pride. Waylon's definitely the most out of there. That's probably several. Well, I think the last time I priced it was $400. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. Holy moly. Golly, some of these I hadn't looked at in a long time either. Some of these look like some we've had tonight. Wow. Okay, so let's do Robert Duvall. Let me find out. He's not too expensive, but he's cool because you can frame that with a lot of things. You can frame it with Tom Hagen from Godfather. You could frame it with a lot of stuff, right? Robert Duvall, come on. So let's check on that one. Cuts are cool because you can do anything you want to with it. Once you get a cut of somebody, you can frame it with from Apocalypse Now, Lonesome Dove, Godfather, of course. And I'd like to have one framed with Godfather photo. That'd be cool, right? Let's see here. Robert Duvall cut. There's photo. Okay, there's a cut, but it wasn't authenticated. Photos are like, JSA photos are $150. I'm going to say $95. $95 on Robert. Next is Chris Knapp on Buck Owens. That's a good one to check. Duvall, we'll say $95. There he is. Okay. And then Buck Owens. Buck Owens. Okay, there's Slab Beckett, 100. Of course, the slabs carry a premium. A lot more cost to have those done. I'd say Buck Owens. I'm looking at JSA stuff. There's not much that's actually stickered. I'm going to say if a slab sold for 100, Buck Owens. Okay, there's a cut. We're going to say 55 on Buck Owens. 55 on Buck Owens. I'm going to write down these prices while I'm doing this because I'm sure we might can even sell them tomorrow. That's a nice cut, though. Look at that. That's pretty dang nice. It's on like yellow with blue. Conway. Conway is around 100 and something, I think. I have sold some of those already. We had a bunch of them. And by the way, how much time do we have left? This feed is about to end. Okay. And Brenda Lee. By the way, Buck Owens is sold for $55 to Chris Knapp. I will get a picture of, we need a gold, iconic gold photo of Shirley Eaton for Jerry Rock for $55. You got it. Let's try to find Conway right quick. Conway cut. No, he maybe not be that expensive. Conway cut. $75. Conway cut, $75. Facebook's about to expire, so if the feed ends, the show's over. We've went up to the very end. Yeah, Conway, $75. Amanda Darby, $75 on him. And then Brenda Lee signed. Let's check that out. Thank y'all for doing it. I told y'all this would be fun if you like this stuff. I told y'all. And we got stacks more. Look at this stack we didn't go through. And there's what? I have 2 or 3 more stacks like this. Amazing. Brenda Lee cut. Charlie Prides are $35. Yeah, we've sold those already. Brenda Lee cut $45. So Conway, what did I say? 75. Robert Duvall, 95. 75, 95. And let's see here. Hold on one second. There's another Conway. And then Brenda Lee's. Yeah, $45, Chuck. And then what was the question here? The question was gold Shirley Eaton's. This is for Jerry Rock, $55. He's wanting this one right here. Gold Finger. Barrel, barrel, da-da-da-da-da. Jimmy Rogers, $15. Wherever I have a Jimmy Rogers, I don't have a Jimmy Rogers left. 80 on Robert Duvall. Only for the one and only Stephen Parton. Only for the one and only Stephen Parton. Sold. I don't think I have any more Jimmy Rogers, Richie. If I did, they were $10 and we already sold them, to my knowledge. But I'll have to flip through them again. And then I think we're done. Brenda Lee at 45. Brenda Lee sold to Wolverine for 45. Now there's one left. Rocking around the Christmas tree. Yeah, she's still alive. She's still alive and wonderful. Okay, and the feed's about, it might have already ended on Facebook. We ran out of time. Wow, we'll do this again tomorrow after Metal Night. Got to get everybody, don't think just because it's Metal Night, we might not be going through here. If I find a Jimmy Rogers, Richie Lander, let's make a note, whoever's watching. I'll have to check. I got Shirley Eaton cuts too. You could frame it with any picture, but why do that when I've got a billion different photos you can pick from? If I miss something or you decide you want a price, I mean, look at all these we didn't even get to here. More Shirley Eaton's, of course. Who's that? Joel McRae. Some of these I've already got priced. Some Janet Leigh's that were authenticated. And who is this? I don't even know. We'll find out. And then there's Chuck Haley coming in at the last second on Brenda Lee, the second and final one. And then who was that's Chuck Negron from Three Dog Night. Just $35 on that. One is the loneliest number that you... Nice. Some of those had already been priced. Either I priced them or Tanner priced them. 2 can be as bad as 1, but the loneliest number. Wow, we sold a lot of autographs tonight. Golly. Look at all these. Look at all these. Wow. And then we sold all of these. This is even more impressive. And we can do this again tomorrow. That's even more impressive. All right, I think I'm going to stop there. Facebook's coming to an end. Thank you all so much. If you're still on Facebook, or if you're still on YouTube and Twitch, you probably can still hear me. And the show is coming to a close. And that's it. We'll be back tomorrow to do this again. I love autographs. I've become an autograph connoisseur in the last couple years. And honestly, it's one of my favorite hobbies now. It's honestly been one of my favorite hobbies. Any other interesting? Boy, Wolverine, have you been watching? I was waiting for you to jump on some of these other ones, Wolverine. All these here from the 10. I figured you'd be all over some of these 50s movie stars and people. Tommy Sands and Frankie Lane and some of these guys. I figured you'd be grabbing them up. I was like, where's Wolverine at? I thought he was watching. And we have a ton more. Oh my gosh, yeah, here's another stack of cuts. Is this more cuts? This is more cuts. More cuts, yep. Dwight Eisenhower. Oh, these are some good ones here. Is that another Bob Hope? I hope so. Okay, good. That makes me feel better about giving the other one away. I just joined. Oh, no. Well, you just missed the whole show. Can you come back tomorrow? We'll do a big recap on all these. If you can come back tomorrow, we'll do a big recap if that's okay with you. We got some cool stuff. Some of these is going to take a lot of time for me to research. Glad I found another Bob Hope. Steven stole the other one. It was on like a letter, something to do with the military too. But I got some expensive ones over here to start looking up. All right. Yep. So, hey, how about this? I'll sort all these again. I'll have a lot of these priced because I think if I started telling everybody, you know, Jimmy Dickens is only, you know, I don't know how much it is, but if it was like $35, I bet we could have sold a lot more of them. So y'all all come back tomorrow and we'll do this again for round 2. I'm about to go eat, do these videos, and I got to get ready for the next night because we got a lot of stuff to sell, okay? That's true. I got to keep y'all late night deals. I'm glad I found another Bob Hope. I need to get that on eBay right now for like, well, I'll price it for somebody tomorrow maybe, but I know his stuff is not cheap whatsoever, so. Yep, y'all were great. Otis priced them. Otis. Tanner's on the feed. Hey, there's Otis, everybody. Otis. Whoa, retro chat. There's another Bob Hope autograph here, buddy. Stephen Parton didn't get the only one. There's another Bob Hope. There's Don Knotts. Don Knotts. There's all kinds of here. Jimmy Stewart. Tom Smothers, Dale Shannon. All right. I got an unopened message from Tanner. Tanner, I'm about to message you in 5, 4, 3, 2. Good night, everybody. Time to go to Whataburger. Whataburger, Whataburger, Whataburger. The feed has come to an end. Good night.